around it. Come on.
I thought, this is my good faith explanation to you, and if you want to yell at me, you can. My good faith feeling this morning after watching that testimony was you had left the door open a little bit. Now we had something new, and I was going to probe it.
I don't believe you. There better not be another incident. I'll take the motion under advisement. When you say that you were acting in good faith, I don't believe that, okay?
Judge not happy with Prosecutor Thomas Binger today. And what I want to do now is show you what led to these outbursts, what Binger did inside that courtroom. The first one involves the Fifth Amendment. You know, I know that a criminal defendant's silence can never be used against them in court. I mean, it's fundamental. You learn that in day 1 and day 2 of prosecutor school that I went to. Watch what Binger did when he was cross-examining the defendant.
Since August 25th, 2020, this is the first time that you have told your story.
Sustained.
You've also had the opportunity to listen to the testimony of all 30-some witnesses that have testified in this trial so far, correct?
Yes.
And after all of that, now you are telling us your side of the story, correct?
Correct.
That's a no-no. That's a no-no. You can't do that. You can't. His pretrial silence, despite the fact that he's testifying now, the pretrial silence, you can't bring that up in front of the jury. Outrageous from my perspective as a former prosecutor. Now, the second time he got in trouble today was relative to a specific ruling. There was a piece of evidence prosecutors wanted to use, but before the trial, the judge said it's not coming in. Let me show you that piece of evidence.
It looks like one of them has a weapon. She hung up. Bro, I wish I had my AR. I'd start shooting rounds at them.
Okay, so there, Kyle Rittenhouse, that's his voice saying, I wish I had my AR-15, I'd be shooting rounds at them. The judge specifically ruled that's not coming in this case. Now watch what Thomas Binger did on cross-examination.
And you'd agree with me that you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property, correct?
Yes.
But yet you have previously indicated that you wished you had your AR-15 to protect someone's property, correct?
I'm going to ask you to go into the library again for a moment, please. Please don't talk about the case.
Sends the jury out again. Still with us in Kenosha, Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter. Chanley, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What was it like inside the courtroom for these two different moments?
Well, sitting in there, we know the pretrial rulings in this case, Vinny. So as soon as Binger asked that question, my eyebrows raised. And of course, the defense objected. The judge, angry, immediately sent the jury out of the courtroom. And then he exploded. He unleashed on Prosecutor Binger. And I was sitting there going, holy smokes. Wow. And rightfully so, because as we played for our viewers, I mean, that was crossing a line, according to this judge. And even later, when the defense, after the lunch break, made a motion for a mistrial with prejudice, the judge was telling Binger that he didn't believe him, that he had a good faith basis for any of it. So he took that motion for mistrial under advisement, Vinny. I mean, everyone inside the courtroom was going, wow, we've never seen Judge Schrader act like this in any way during this trial.
And how about the jury? Can the jury
Add to stream. Hey everyone. See.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm gonna just pause you for a sec.
She put the link.
Oh, she did. Okay. Hey everyone. This is Shama, CJ's sister. He is not feeling super well this morning, so I'm gonna get us up and running here, hopefully. Let's see now. Where are we? Is there no sound? All right, let's try this. Hey everyone, can you guys hear me okay? CJ is going to be on soon. We're going to be looking at a bunch of comments here. Throughout the day, I'll put you guys up there and we can let you guys do a lot of discussions. This is his sister Shama, and I am trying to find, I thought we had the link going just fine, but now it's saying it cannot download. So give me 1 second here, and we're going to get this up and running for everyone. In the meantime, I'm going to put up a recount of what happened yesterday because it was intense. All right, I'm not getting this, so just 1 second. Thank you guys for sticking with us today. We are going to get this figured out. Babe, will you get me that link, please? Because Veronica, you said, I've got Veronica on the phone here with me. You said that they sent me the link, but I'm not seeing that.
I don't believe we're have an obligation to provide.
It looks like they're sharing Court TV here, but I'm at the Court TV website. All right, I'm going to pull up yesterday's footage. I'm seeing that, but I am not seeing it. I see what Andrew's doing there, but unfortunately, I am not getting. Let me try. Okay, I'm going to go courttv.com. I'm going to go Court TV, Kyle Rittenhouse. We're going to get this up. Okay, good deal. Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm getting this pulled up for you as quick as I can. Babe, come help me, please. Careful. Oh, we got it. I was in some weird, no, because look, this is still this.
And Kearney,
Is this what is live right now? Let me look. Give me 2 seconds, my friends. This does not. See, this is the same spot. Okay, so they're not in the courtroom yet. All righty.
Text to the actions that were taken by
There we go.
the defendant in this particular.
Okay, so right now it's defense continues their case this morning. Perfection. People, we got it. Let's pull this business up. All right, let's do that.
Peaceful protests, and it.
There we go. Sure. All right, my friends, we are getting there. We got this.
The jury an idea of what individuals may do when faced with such kinds of facts.
Can you guys, is there volume?
This morning, the judge took the bench and he mentioned something that we've got a little bit more context on, and that is the inundation of communication that the court has received in this high-profile trial. A lot of it is very negative, as you might imagine. People writing the court, calling the judge a racist and other names. There's a stack of these emails that have been entered into the record. And he mentioned that, and he said that he just wanted it out there and he'll deal with it. And the attorneys apparently have been also victims of this. Some of these things have been entered into the record. And as he said, I wouldn't want to be those people, sort of indicating that maybe there'll be some repercussions. Cannon, case like this is going to get a lot of people riled up. That's just the bottom line.
That's just the bottom line. The judge does have a very hard job in ensuring that the courtroom is in a position where the attorneys feel comfortable, the defendant feels comfortable, the jurors feel comfortable in order to be in the room, able to listen to the testimony or elicit the testimony. So the judge has a lot of things that he's dealing with. But again, he is paid the big bucks to deal with these. So I do believe that Judge Schroeder saying that he would hate to be someone who's caught doing some of that stuff. I hope that he's also informing people that he would hate to be the person who was caught on live television shooting individuals in the middle of the street. So again, I do believe the judge has a hard job, but he still has to do the job to ensure that both sides are able to get their points across.
And the reason you're not hearing what's going on right now is because it's not on the record. The judge was just actually making a phone call. They're trying to work through some logistics before the jury is brought in. The first witness will be John Black. He's the defense expert. Oh, I guess we have audio now.
I guess that's the plan, so.
All right, now apparently off the record again. On and off. Rosalind, the defense expert is going to be, we expect, the third to last witness that they will bring on in their case in chief. And then there's going to be a rebuttal case from the state. The fact that Kyle Rittenhouse took the stand changes the game, does it not, in terms of what the defense or the prosecution expert, they could have a dueling expert, or we'll have to see. Cross-examination may be the way to attack this expert, and you may not need your own if it goes as planned. Is this something that you have on, you're ready to go with? You typically, if you were prosecuting this case, you have somebody on standby and just kind of wait and see how it goes today, because today's going to be very important.
Today is going to be very important. Before today, the prosecution should already have some form of strategy. They should have someone in the courtroom that's also taking notes, so there can be some form of on-the-spot changes. But again, this should have been discussed well before today, how each step should be played out. This is chess, not checkers. So definitely, I do believe that the prosecution should be prepared for what's being brought into court today. There shouldn't be any matlock or law and order moments. I do believe that the prosecution should be prepared.
All right, let's do this. We'll get a break in here as they continue to set up the courtroom, getting ready for John Black, the defense expert, who is expected to be the first witness of the day in the state of Wisconsin versus that man, Kyle Rittenhouse. Stay with us. This is Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
What do you think the future looks like?
From Newsy.
renowned journalists and filmmakers, comes a celebration of storytelling.
Are we in a killer robots arms race right now?
When the suspect admits to it.
I'm not going to argue the law with you.
New features every week. Newsy Docs presents Sunday nights at 9/8 Central, only on Newsy.
Court TV cameras will be inside that courtroom.
The whole world is watching. This is the moment.
Testimony begins.
All right, they can't murder these people.
The jury has reached its verdict.
It all comes down to this.
Wow, jaws were dropping.
The emotion is in the video. Die for every moment.
This wasn't coming in and you decided that it was.
If I could just respond to that briefly, Your Honor, I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute. We've had 3 state motions.
And you think that you found a way around it? Come on.
I thought, this is my good faith explanation to you, and if you want to yell at me, you can. My good faith feeling this morning after watching that testimony was you had left the door open a little bit. Now we had something new, and I was going to probe it.
I don't believe you. There better not be another incident. I'll take the motion under advisement. When you say that you were acting in good faith, I don't believe that, okay?
Judge not happy with Prosecutor Thomas Binger today. And what I want to do now is show you what led to these outbursts, what Binger did inside that courtroom. The first one involves the Fifth Amendment. You know, I know that a criminal defendant's silence can never be used against them in court. I mean, it's fundamental. You learn that in day 1 and day 2 of prosecutor school that I went to. Watch what Binger did when he was cross-examining the defendant.
Since August 25th, 2020, this is the first time that you have told your story.
Sustained.
You have also had the opportunity to listen to the testimony of all 30-some witnesses that have testified in this trial so far, correct?
Yes.
And after all of that, now you are telling us your side of the story, correct?
Correct.
That's a no-no. That's a no-no. You can't do that. You can't. His pretrial silence, despite the fact that he's testifying now, the pretrial silence, you can't bring that up in front of the jury. Outrageous from my perspective as a former prosecutor. Now, the second time he got in trouble today was relative to a specific ruling. There was a piece of evidence prosecutors wanted to use, but before the trial, the judge said it's not coming in. Let me show you that piece of evidence.
It looks like one of them has a weapon. She hung up.
then Kyle Rittenhouse could not be tried again for these charges. Clearly, the defense not asking for just a mistrial because they would presumably they like where they are in this case. They don't want to see a mistrial. They want to continue on to a potential verdict. You see everybody standing up in the courtroom, meaning, of course, that the jury is making their way inside the courtroom for the extension of this trial. Again, the defense will continue its case in chief. They expect 3 witnesses today and 3 total witnesses left in their case, starting with their defense expert. We expect that individual, Mr. John Black, will be on the stand for a considerable amount of time, especially considering what we expect to be a very rigorous cross-examination by the state with so much at stake. And then 2 more witnesses and the case will be done. The defense case will be done, and then will be up to the prosecution to put on a rebuttal case. They've indicated that indeed they will be doing that. In fact, they say there's some new photographs that will be introduced during their rebuttal case. Then it will be on to closing arguments. And at that point, when those are finished, we expect maybe Friday, could spill into Monday, even Tuesday, depending on how today goes. Then it will be up to the men and women who are ultimately selected on this jury panel. The alternates will be identified when they are about to deliberate. So the 12 that will actually decide Kyle Rittenhouse's fate, that hasn't been decided. It will be decided by
Proceed a little
lottery.
Differently for
Let's go in
convenience purposes.
to the courtroom.
Some technical reasons have dictated this temporary change, and it makes no other difference in the case. And then I wanted to just observe that it's Veterans Day. And any veterans in the room, on the jury or anywhere else? Well, that's unusual not to have at least somebody in here. But Dr. Black is what branch? Army, sir. Okay, and I think we give a round of applause to the people who've served us. Okay, so you may proceed.
Defense will call Dr. John Black to the witness stand.
Raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear the testimony about to give this matter with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Doctor, I'm going to hand you a series of documents and then ask you to testify and authenticate to them, please. First document I'd like you to look at is Defense Exhibit 140.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is the curriculum vitae of me, Annex A, that was tendered with my expert report.
And how long is that document?
43 pages, sir.
And does that include your life and professional experiences?
It includes the highlights of them, but yes, sir.
And what I want to get into is a little bit of your background as it applies to this case. Have you ever worked in a law enforcement capacity?
Yes, sir, I have.
How long?
Approximately 23 years.
Where?
Washington County, Oregon.
Is there a city around there that we?
It's the first county to the sort of, if you're looking at it, between the coast and Portland.
Okay. And what were your duties in that department?
My duties range from a lot of stuff. I started as a patrol officer. It'd be actually a deputy. From there, I was a corporal. I became a sergeant, again, in patrol or operations, what you commonly think about as patrolling. I was also a training sergeant. I then
fires like that. We just had a couple dumpsters, smaller things, right?
That I saw, yes.
Thank you, sir.
That I saw, yes.
But regardless of how big the fire is, you felt that night that
It's called Special Operations. And because of that, I have several what they call military occupational specialties, or MOSs.
I saw from the nights prior that the fire department wasn't responding to put out fires.
Well, the nights before, there were businesses on fire along 22nd Avenue. There's the car source, large scale property fires on the prior nights, correct?
Yes.
On the night of August 25th, we didn't have any fires like that. We just had a couple dumpsters, smaller things, right?
That I saw, yes.
I didn't hear you, sir.
That I saw, yes.
But regardless of how big the fire is, you felt that night that calling 911 was not an option, correct?
I didn't feel that if I called 911, anyone would show up.
Which is why you decided to take care of it yourself, correct?
To provide first aid and put out fires.
To do the things that normally we would expect the police or the fire department to do, correct?
To help people, yes.
Could you please move that microphone a little closer so we can make sure we hear everything you say? You can adjust it if you need to move it a little closer. Thank you.
Okay, well, permit me to interrupt for just a moment. How's the temperature? How many are comfortable the way things are? Okay, I won't even ask the other side. See you ice cubes, there's nothing to worry about. It must be blowing differently here. Go ahead, Mr.
You came to Kenosha that night armed with the AR-15 and no other ways to physically defend yourself, correct?
I had an AR-15, yes.
Other than that, you had no other weapons or devices that you could use to defend yourself that night, correct?
Yes.
There's an interview in which you say you're not carrying anything non-lethal. Do you recall that?
I do.
You indicated in response to one of your attorney's questions that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I understand you correctly?
By friction, you mean?
You might see something that it's 30 FPS, the shorthand for frames per second. What that's telling you is, imagine if you were to take 30 still shots and just keep taking them at approximately 0.033 seconds, 30 frames per second, just take 1 second divided by 30. It would take 30 of those pictures in a continuous stream to make the 1 second that you're looking at, 30 frames per second, 60 frames per second. 60 frames just means that rather than having 30 still shots, you got 60 still shots. It's still 1 second, still the same resolution, potentially, depending if you haven't changed anything else. You're just getting more just micro snapshots with each point in time.
Do all videos run at the same frame per second amount?
Oh, no, absolutely not. And for example, in the examiner certifications, one of the things you're looking for just to get a feel is you look at things like frames per second and resolution and the codecs that it's using and these type of things. For example, 30 frames per second is common, but also 24 frames per second is common for high definition video because it's a more universal type of things. Or I want to say 23.95 something or 6 something is used for what they call NTSC, N November Tango Sierra Charlie, which is more of a European format like PAL. So the fact is, the short answer is the frame rates will vary depending on who's using what kind of camera or equipment or what they're trying to do.
Now, resolution is also a part of the analysis?
Resolution is part of understanding the video, yes.
And what is, how do you define resolution?
Yeah, it's defined a couple different ways, but it really is talking about the same thing. And I think you heard it. Is it all right to refer to my notes?
Yeah.
May I refer to my notes?
Sure.
So, for example, in earlier testimony by Senior Examiner Armstrong, the idea of what they were looking at when they were talking about one of the exhibits is 1920 by 844. So the question is, what does that mean? It means 1920 pixels across and 844 pixels high. So if you were to take each one of those things, and basically a pixel is the smallest element within that picture of a single color. It's just like a Lego block. That's all it is. So 1920 across, 844 high. Well, if I spread that out, and I think you guys, I apologize, but I'm just to the jury, imagine taking your phone and you spread it out, you get those sort of sharp edges where it looks like you're going to get a bunch of squares together. You're looking at the edges of where the pixels are. When those things begin to get smoothed out, a lot of times what that is, and the software does amazing stuff, is that software smoothing it out or what's called interpolating it, enhancing it, clarifying it. There's other verbs given to it. But so resolution is actually very critical.
Now, when one tries to look at different videos, but syncing them up, what role does sound play?
Yeah, so one of the things that's kind of unique with when you have it like an MP4 file, a very common type of file in a video format, there's a soundtrack to it. Well, when I try to store video, most programs, we want to sort of compress it up because it takes a lot of space. So what a lot of programs do is they'll take a look at it and say, hey, you know what? Those 30 frames per second, 3 or 4 of them are just really exactly the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of those frames. So it's going to save me some space when I store it, right? But the audio track, which is completely separate, is not compressed. It's true against time. So what I do, and to understand and do the analysis, is I try to get as many different things, an audio track, take a look at the reports on what people perceive, take a look at the different videos, because remember, videos come from different perspectives. Sometimes we have them dead on, another person was to the left. And then what you do is you sort of put this all together to index it so you can get the best possible approximation of things like time and these type of things.
And is sound used to help sync up the videos?
Yes, sir.
And when you use sound, do you use a computer program to analyze that?
I do.
What is that?
It's actually Wavemaster Pro by NCH.
Okay. And when sound is analyzed, it puts together what would commonly be like a picture graph that's, excuse me, referred to as a waveform.
Yes.
And a waveform then allows you to see where the sound is for an event that's in the video, correct?
Well, it allows me to, so a waveform, if you ever seen them, is those things that sort of have the big spikes in them and this type of stuff. A gunshot, for example. A gunshot has a loud percussive noise. I listen to the thing as it's playing. I see a big spike within the waveform. I can now mark that spike and say, that's the beginning of the gunshot. I listen some more. I watch the waveform shift. There's another spike. So what it allows me to do is it allows me to see a visual representation of sound. And now I don't have to be sort of hitting the space bar or using a stopwatch to hope I'm at or around the sound. I can actually mark that sound within it. It's the same if I look at it for 2 minutes or 20 minutes, the sound still occurs in the same place.
And you're using the frames per second, which is known, to determine the distance between shot one and shot two, so to speak.
Actually, what I'm doing is within the sound software, I know that the time between, let's just say, and let's use gunshots, shot one and shot two, whatever that might be, but 2 shots. We'll call them shot one and shot two. As they play in front of me, I can mark them. I see a finite time measurement. I can now, with an index point back in the video, I can go back to the video and say, oh, look, there's the same place that that sound is occurring in the video frames. Well, now since I have a known time from the sound, I can then begin to take that known time and back it up to the other shot. Now, a quick point of clarification. Sound does not travel absolutely perfect. Shorthand is basically, for the time in this place, the distance of 1,100 feet, which is about where this event was occurring, it would take sound about a second to travel. So if you were standing in the middle of all this, it might be half a second this way or half a second that way. So you make allowances for that, but you have to understand that sound isn't an absolute determiner. That's why you have to take all this in total when you're thinking about it. But that's part of the way that you index.
Now, in the course of your engagement in this case, you prepared a report which was labeled a supplemental report, Exhibit 141, correct?
That is correct.
And then, because there was new videographic evidence found recently, you added to a supplemental, and that is Exhibit 141, correct?
Well, 141 is the supplemental, as at least what I have in my hand.
The preliminary is 139 and the sup is 141.
That is correct.
Okay. If I misspoke, I apologize. Yeah. And you also did a timesheet, which is Exhibit 142, correct?
Also correct.
Now, what I was looking from you was for the total time of events that happened on August 25th of 2020, beginning with what happened at Car Source 1, correct?
Part of the timings, that's my understanding, yes.
And I gave you what would be a known time where Kyle is on video stating friendly, friendly, friendly. And you synced that amongst other videos, correct?
You gave me a known location to look at. The time is estimated. And then what I did is, using that as a start point, I actually found other places to sync, and I worked backwards to that time.
And when you synced up all the different, not all the different videos, but the videos that you used in this case, you were able to get them to sync to what level?
In the first point, the sync points that I primarily use as points of reference. So just think about something that can be seen in a bunch of different things. So the sync points that I used was the high arc of the bag being thrown. You can see the different shadows and everything else. So from a video point, I was able to find that in a lot of different places, and I use that as a sync point. The other things from an audio standpoint is the gunshots. Now, the gunshots can move as in depending on how far the person is away that's recording that sound. In these cases, it could be 150 feet is about a tenth of a second or a little bit more. So between the different things, I would say I have confidence in the different timings here, plus or minus a tenth of a second.
Now, and then I asked you to break down basically into several groups, but event number one, starting with friendly, correct?
Yes, sir.
What I would refer to as the transition from event one to event two, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then event number two from beginning to end.
With the beginning being from the first strike with what's been shown as a person with a rock-like object.
Okay. And then the end of event two would be defined as what?
The fourth shot by Kyle Rittenhouse.
And from the end of event two going on to end being what?
Are you asking the point in time or the actual measurement?
The actual act that ended your calculation.
So the from the fourth shot by Kyle Rittenhouse in event two until the point where he's seen in the video raising his hands, I refer to that simply as surrender to the police.
And you used, in your calculations of time and video, you used 6 different videos?
I looked at all of them. I narrowed it down to the ones that are most relevant so I could keep the timings consistent.
So what you're saying is there's 100, and I'm throwing out a number, but over 100 different videos. Those are the 7 that you used to calculate these times and values.
Those are the primary ones, and then I validated them with the other ones.
Okay. Now, let's get started with that. The start of event number 1, do you have that available?
Yes. As in, do you want me to show it by video?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, and understanding what this point is, this is from, if you can see on your screen, the parent file. This would be the point where friendly is heard within the soundtrack. And obviously we can play that as well. So.
Please.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of the court's order.
This is all timing.
One of those 5-minute breaks in the library. Let's do that. Please hold on one case. Mr. Binger.
Your Honor, the court has signed an order that specifies the scope of Dr. Black's testimony. That order indicates that he is going to be allowed to testify to what is contained on paragraph 19 of his preliminary report dated July 31st, 2021 in subsection 3A1. That subsection reads,
This is report, counsel.
Page 19, subsection 3A1. This pertains to the shots at Joseph Rosenbaum. That subsection reads, the 4 shots occur in approximately 1 second with the times in hundredths of a second of 0.26, 0.25, and 0.23 respectively between shots 1, 2, 3, and 4. The court has also ruled that the witness can testify as to the information contained on page 22 of his report in paragraph 4A and 4A1. That pertains to the timing of the shots in what counsel describes as the second event, where the defendant shoots at the unidentified individual, Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz. And there's some timing information there. I won't read it right now because it's a little bit longer. But the court's order is very specific that those are the items he can testify about with regard to timing. There's another section of his report he can testify about that has to do with sense making, but right now he's being asked about timing. And we have a document, which I guess is exhibit number 142, that was just presented to us this morning. It appears to have 31 different time entries on it. All of them, except for like 4 or 5 of them, are beyond the scope of the court's order. This document contains characterizations of behavior that this witness is not allowed to testify about.
I haven't seen the document.
Okay, so for example, he indicates with observation number 7.
Go ahead, Mr. Rubin.
Observation number 7 is characterized by this witness as JR elevation change - lunge decision point. What I'm interpreting that is Joseph Rosenbaum's elevation change lunge decision point. This witness is not, by the court's order, allowed to testify as to what Mr. Rosenbaum was doing or his intent or anything like that. This was the subject of our motion hearing, and the court has excluded that. There's other characterizations too. For example, the reference observation point number 15 and 16, referring to people striking the defendant. Number 19, striking the defendant. Number 22, striking the defendant. Number 25, the gun of Gage Grosskreutz pointed towards the defendant. These are all things that the preliminary report that this witness offered talked about, but now we have ruled, or we've agreed, and the court has ordered that he's not going to be talking about those things. So the scope of this document, 142, is well beyond the court's order. What he's being asked right now, and when I objected, is beyond the court's order. What he is characterizing in this Exhibit 142 in terms of his interpretation of what various people in the case were doing or what their intent was or anything like that is beyond the scope of the court's order. So my understanding from the court's order was he'd be able to say gunshot 1, 2, 3, and 4 to Rosenbaum happened in this amount of time. And then the second set of gunshots happened in this amount of time. And that's it, as far as the timing. The court's order was very specific as to that. So when we're talking about friendly, or throwing the bag or things like that, that's outside of that time frame.
I'm using demonstrative evidence to show how he reached these times. And it's all evidence that's already been testified to and admitted. Some of the evidence has been enhanced, just like the state enhanced the bag, some of the other photos. He's a licensed, trained video specialist. He has the background, and we're showing the jury what he used to get these values. And that shows how he did it and the reliability of doing it. And I'm not worried about what Mr. Binger's talking about, the comments or anything like that. That's a way that he found the times. Your Honor, just time in relationship to video in this case is so important. Yesterday afternoon, Mr. Binger spent much time cross-examining my client regarding those approximately 30 frames from the BG on the scene. And that was approximately 1/10 of a second. And he spread it out. And what we're trying to do is show through video the true events of that night. And I believe it isn't with the court's order, because basically what we're looking at is an event, and the state can quibble with my time of when I started the event. They might say it's back 5-10 seconds before or whatever, but the total time of the event from friendly until he surrenders at the police car, 2 minutes and 55 seconds. The jury should know that. The events of each of the sub-events, the total time, the jury should know that. What happened between the two events, the jury should know that. They've been shown videos already of that.
Well,
If I may respond briefly.
yes, sir.
First of all, what counsel has just mentioned in terms of the overall timing is something he's free to play video and argue. The question is what this expert witness can testify to. The court has ordered specifically what he can and cannot testify to. Your order is one of limitation. It specifies the limits of what he can testify to. It's a fundamental notice issue, Your Honor. In his preliminary report, he didn't have information regarding the timing from friendly. That was a report from 3 months ago. We were not put on notice that there would be this testimony through this witness as to the timing of from the very beginning of all this to the very end. This Exhibit 142 is the first document we have received, and it was received today.
It was provided yesterday.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
It is the first document we've received from the defense pertaining to this witness with regard to the timing of the entire evening. It is beyond the court's order. We have not received proper notice as to this subject. I have no problem having this witness testify to observations 8, 9, 10, and 11. That is the exact scope of the court's order. Shot 1, shot 2, shot 3, shot 4. I have no problem with him testifying as to items, observations 20, 21, 23, and 26. Those are the 4 shots in the second incident with Grosskreutz, Huber, and the unknown assailant. That's exactly what this court limited him to. Those 8 observations on this sheet of paper. Everything else on this exhibit, which we just received, is beyond the scope of the court's order. We've not been provided notice of it. It wasn't in his original preliminary report. It is being sprung on us in the middle of trial. The court has ordered on this. We had a hearing on this. The court gave the defense opportunity to put us on notice of these things. We talked about these limitations. There was an agreement among the parties as to these limitations, which led to your order, Your Honor. And now the defense is going around that order. And I object to that.
Your Honor, I asked the court to think back to what's happened procedurally in this case. That FBI video didn't come around until about 2 weeks before trial. The drone video didn't come back until during trial. And most of this work has been done over the last 2 days to catch up to those exhibits. I provided this exhibit yesterday afternoon when it was first provided. The only change to it is and was a typo, which actually inures to the state's benefit by adding approximately 9 seconds.
I quibble with counsel. The FBI video was made available to counsel over 3 months ago.
That is
I don't want to. You know what? I don't want to get into it. It's been argued about before, and then we laid it aside. And at this point, I don't think I want to get into that because it isn't going to be helpful to resolution of the issues that we're after in the case. You know, I'm looking for the order. What was the date of that order?
I think it was November 2nd, Your Honor, but I'll pull it up here.
I believe that order was drafted by Mr. Binger.
It was.
And
I submitted it to all parties. There was no objection to it. It was signed with no objection.
Okay.
And then the video came up after that.
Okay. I am. Here it is. All right. Now I say the order without objection, without really giving it a lot of scrutiny. as you know, we try a lot of cases in here. And because it came in without objection, I signed it, thinking that it covered what I had envisioned at the time of the hearing. I will tell you what I had in mind when, and I haven't looked at if there is even a transcript in existence. I don't think so. But it certainly was my impression that we were talking about video of the entire episode. And not that it certainly in my mind was not limited to the specific numbers on this observation point list that you're talking about. I'm a little bit challenged when you say, is there something that I'm saying that draws the face that you're making? Go ahead, say what you
I
want to
have
say.
to say, Your Honor, yesterday I was the target of your ire for disregarding your orders. Today, the defense is disregarding your order. I submitted that draft of that order to the defense. They had an opportunity to review it. They had an opportunity to object to it. We do this all the time in the court system. We submit proposed orders to the defense, to the other side, and to the court for everyone to take a look at. If anyone had a change, an objection to that, if they wanted to expand it, there was plenty of opportunity to do so. There was no response whatsoever from the defense. They never came to this court and said, the proposed order is improper. Here is our version of the order. They never came to the court and said the proposed order needs to be amended in some way. They never responded at all, even though they had it, and even though they had plenty of opportunity to do so. They have every incentive to make sure that the court's order with regard to their expert witness is accurate. They have every incentive to make sure that that court order gives them the opportunity to get in all of the evidence through this expert that they feel they need to get in. Despite having that very powerful incentive, they did not object. They did not contact the court or me with any reaction to that order. You are the referee. The parties argue about things and you make a decision. We reached an agreement on this at the Daubert hearing.
I don't think on this issue.
I proposed
Not
this compromise, Your Honor.
specific,
I did, because there was some
Say what you
back and
want.
forth about the extent of the use of force issues and all that stuff. And I said, well, what about if we just agree, Dr. Black can talk about the timing of the shots and the sense making. And I then drafted this order. You gave the defense an opportunity to object. They didn't. You signed it. And my recollection, and again, I know you referenced the transcript, but in his preliminary report, Your Honor, all he talks about is the timing of the shots. In event 1, the 4 shots of Rosenbaum. In event 2, the shots against the unknown assailant Heber. So
Yeah,
there's
you're right.
there's nothing further in his preliminary report about the extent of this entire time frame. This Exhibit 142 goes well beyond his preliminary report from July 31st. It goes well beyond what we talked about at the Daubert hearing. It goes well beyond what we agreed to that day. And it goes well beyond this court's order.
If I understand correctly, what's being pursued by the state at this point is timing sequence for the time between the friendly and the surrender to the police, which he says is a total of 400 and some, or attempted surrender to the police, which he says is a total of 4 minutes and some seconds. All of which is, every second of which I think has been analyzed here in this courtroom. That was certainly my vision at the time we discussed all this, whether it was each part was specifically discussed in his preliminary report or not. That was my vision of what we were going to be hearing. And I guess the questions I have is, what is the prejudice to the state? Are you suggesting that what he's about to testify to, or may testify to, is going to be different with respect to the new periods of time than it is with respect to the particular periods that you identified in the order that you drafted? Or that's number one, as to whether there's prejudice to the state. Secondly, whether you think that there is some incongruity between the periods of time that might be more fully covered by the examination of the entire time period, because those are the principal issues. We're here, and you've practiced here. You were assigned here for quite a long time, some years ago, and I think that most people would say that I'm pretty open to. I want to have the whole thing presented to whomever is finding the facts, whether it's me or whether it's the jury. I want to know as much as possible rather than try to isolate particular things and say, well, that isn't. I told the story the other day about the judge from Madison who was tormented whether to grant a motion to dismiss a burglary case on failure of proof of venue, not just proof of venue, whether that municipality was in Dane County or not. And I think, really, are you really worried about this? I don't operate that way. Now, I'm not criticizing you for bringing up this issue. I think it's legitimate, but it's not something that sways my judgment in the case. And unless you can tell me that you have reason to believe that that doctor is going to testify differently about some of these other time periods within that less than 5-minute period, or that you are somehow prejudiced by the late arrival of the report, and I don't want to say late, although, okay, that's fair. Then I'm going to allow the testimony to be given.
If I may respond, Your Honor.
Please.
Yesterday, as I said, I was under the court's ire.
I don't want to talk about.
Well,
why don't we
I think it's a fundamental fairness issue, Your Honor.
All right, say what you want to say.
If I'm being held to obey the court's orders, I'm asking that the defense be held to that too. This is something we litigated at a Daubert hearing. We spent time on this. So.
I am going to interrupt you, and then I'm going to let you talk again. But I was talking yesterday about the Constitution of the United States and how the Supreme Court has interpreted it for 50 years. That's not what we're talking about here today.
So this is a notice issue to the state. We have not been provided proper notice of this. And clearly, if the shoe were on the other foot and we tried something like this, there would be quite a kerfluffle about that. That's one point. This is, as I said earlier, it's beyond even his preliminary report. Like he's just adding new things at the last minute like this. And this is not prompted by new drone footage or anything like that. There's no mention of drone footage in this report. So to fall behind the excuse of, well, other new evidence has come forward, it doesn't change the fact that this is an expert. There are notice requirements for experts. There has been no notice of this issue. We've already litigated this, and now the defense is trying to expand it in direct violation of the court's order. One moment, Your Honor. I also wanted to point out that I think it's Exhibit 141 is a supplemental report that apparently Mr. Black prepared on October 24th, according to the date. We just got it yesterday. So again, another example of late notice here. I understand that the court wants to hear, or wants the jury to hear, the timing from the beginning of whenever we start to the end, whenever we draw that line. I understand that. There are other ways for us to do that, of course. We can take other videos. They all have timestamps on them. This expert is not needed for that. I don't think we're going to need that time frame down to the hundredths of a second. I think even tenths of a second, even 1 second is probably close enough for the jury to understand that this is not something that took days or hours. It was a matter of minutes. So I think they can already get that point without this expert's testimony. The one specific item of prejudice that I do want to bring to the court's attention is in Exhibit 142. as I pointed out earlier, there are characterizations here.
Well, I agree with you there. Doctors, I assume he's using it for to pinpoint particular events, and I agree with you. He's not going to be permitted to do that.
Okay, so I want to be, again, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and that I'm understanding things clearly from the court. There are, for example, observation number 7 on 142 has a characterization of Mr.
Yeah, you're right.
Rosenbaum's behavior. That will not be allowed?
He's going to have to find some way to express that that
Not using the word
is not conclusory.
change in elevation.
I'm going to try to let you do it in a prudent way, and if there's an objection, I'll deal with it.
Okay.
But yeah, I do think his objection is well stated, that there's some conclusory language in there, which is to be avoided.
Refer to, they're queued up. I can refer to, if he objects to that, I can just refer to it as 7.
That would seem to be unobjectionable.
I think if these are things where we're just going to show the jury that item, that moment in time, they can see it on the screen, then we don't need a witness to tell us what we're seeing.
Well, I'm not, I can't anticipate what he might ask or what your objection might be, so I'm not going to try to.
I would also continue by objecting to observations 15.
Go slow.
15.
As you mean to the description of the event that he gives?
Yes.
Yeah, I think any of his descriptions are going to have to be non-conclusory on his part.
That's fine.
Okay, perhaps just to point to the particular moment in time and say this is at such and such an hour. I don't know.
Can I list the ones that I want to raise for, so we're
No, because you can object when it happens. Because maybe see, if I rule on everything now, then I may be talking about things that may never become an issue, and I'd rather, the jury's in the library now, and I'd rather get them out here.
Okay. One final thing, Your Honor. If there is any data or reports that are generated by the software that Dr. Black is using when he prepares all this, I would like that. We've received a similar request from the defense this morning for Mr. Armstrong's things. So I would like that information from the defense.
No problem. Do you have any, does your program?
Generate them, it's going to take a little bit of time, but they're all you can generate them all.
How much is a little bit of time?
Well, so Your Honor, the first thing I'd have to do in order to meet my understanding is I can go back in and relabel everything based on this.
You know what? I'm just trying to get the jury out here. How long are we talking about? Not why it's going to take as long as it will. How long will it take?
To relabel everything, I'm guessing about 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh,
in
okay.
order to do the reports, Your Honor, that'll take a little bit longer.
Okay. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a big problem. Before your cross, you should be able to at least get the basics. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Ask the jurors to come out, please.
Okay.
Hey, would you
So I need a. That's not just shown on the screen. You need to what?
So it looks like they are getting ready to bring the jury back in. This is Shama, by the way, CJ's sister. He will be getting on in just a little bit. He's not feeling super well this morning, so we said go ahead and
Put a piece of paper
take
over
a
it.
little
Can you do
sleep
that?
in there.
No, you probably
That
can't.
defense attorney, though, he wasn't having it, man. He was not having fun.
Make them only the num-nums.
Hey, Dara.
Okay.
Yeah,
Stephen,
Stephen, or
you
sorry,
ask the jurors
Stephanie
if they-
King Beck.
Tell them it's going to be about 5 more minutes, and they're welcome to go upstairs if they want, or stay
He is
down
going to
here.
be out with us
And tell them
in
I'm
just
sorry I didn't turn on
a
the
little
music for
bit.
them.
Yeah, I'll say this too, by the way. CJ is like, hey, sis, will you just get StreamYards running up? I'm I'm really tired. I don't feel very good. I need to sleep. And I was like, sure, no problem. When do I need to do it? And he's like, yeah, like 15, 20 minutes. Okay, so CJ can roll out of bed and he's ready to rumble. He's ready to rumble. He can throw a hat on and he's ready to go. I legit had stepped out of the shower. My hair was in a pony and I had to figure out all the technologies, which is super fun. So anyway, oh, my camera's not on. Is that camera ready to rumble? Oh, is it downloading? Yeah, all right. So I'm going to look at some of these. I know you guys, I don't know if any women out there who can get ready in 15 minutes. You need this one? Okay. Let's see. Let's look at some of these comments here. Yesterday was pretty intense, right? Like, did you guys see yeah, let me pull this one up here. Janine from Facebook said blood pressure was up to 190 yesterday at her doctor's office. Yeah, it was intense yesterday. That judge he wasn't having it. He wasn't taking any flack. So it'll be interesting when you're a jury member and you look at all the footage after the fact to realize all the drama that was going on behind the scenes. You're more scared of me. Oh, yeah, Angie over on Facebook. Let me hide this banner here. Let's take this off. He's okay. I'll say that it's hard. This isn't easy going through all of this again. And he like you said, he hasn't looked at the footage since the time it happened. So this is oops, sorry. This is a lot for him. And when CJ is stressed out, he just stops sleeping. That's how his body responds to it, is he just doesn't sleep. So yeah. Let's see here. Just trying to get this video camera working. Just a sec. All right, I think I've got it there. Let me take a look here. Trying to get this camera thing working. Yeah, Amanda, I'm curious to know about people that are in Kenosha or even people that watched the trial. How was that going through it again? Because I can't imagine that it was easy. I can't imagine what it would be like to be in the town and, going through all this. Trying to get back to these. You guys, CJ, as technologically challenged as CJ is, I am about the same. So, one sec. Ian White over on Facebook. CJ, like I said, maybe I'll put a little banner up here. He is just not feeling super awesome today. And he's going to take just a quick little minute to get himself together. He needs a couple of minutes just to, yeah, it is triggering, Susie. CJ just said he's not feeling well and he needs a little bit of time to, this is a lot. Going through all this every single day is a lot. So reliving all this is pretty tough. Just looking through some of your comments here. Yeah, Jen Walters says, so Jen Walters is actually a Kenosha resident, and she says it's definitely rough watching all of this footage again. Oh, here we go. Where's that? Here. Oh, here's the video thing. One second. Is it right in here? Oh, I'm not on that. Okay. It says start video. Add to oh, right here, right here. Is that working? Command E. Guys, technology is the worst. I'm trying. See what it's doing there? Anyway, yeah, he was online for nearly 12 hours yesterday. That is a lot. Thank you, Catherine. It's good to be here too. There we go. My husband is here trying to help me out with getting the camera going on here. Oh, I see. So let me pull it in as a shared screen then. Let me pull this down here. Oh, thank you. Someone said I had a pleasant voice. I appreciate that. It'll be curious to know that judge was kind of hinting at mistrial, or what did he call it? Like dismissing with prejudice or without prejudice. So I don't know. Hey babe, if I put this like as a screen on its own, will that do something for me? What if I do this? Yeah, you guys, I'm going to pull up just while I get my camera getting together. I will give you a little treat here. We have, I don't know if it's a treat, but we have footage that has previously, it was streamed live, and then we took down all of our footage. Well, in fact, our Facebook page got pulled maybe 2 days after Kenosha. And so we downloaded, thankfully, before that happened, I had downloaded all the footage and made backups. So we have all of that footage, and we just decided not to re-release it. So I'm going to play some of our footage right now that previously had no one's seen it since, well, not from our source anyway, since the night of all of this stuff. Obviously, our stuff has been shared everywhere. It was taken.
You know, this is
That's loud. Okay, so what I'm sharing with you right now, and I don't know if CJ's gone over this already, but
uncharted territory right here. With
what I'm going to share
and...
is, I know I'm trying to get the camera on. One sec. I'm going to pull up some of the fire footage for you guys.
Hey, Drew.
It's him and Andrew getting ready to put out the Bradford fire. Did CJ go through that? Did he already go through this footage with you guys? Yeah, Donna Leach over on Facebook said she downloaded that footage also. I'm glad you guys did, because it would have been really easy for it to be completely lost, you know, because the files we have are pretty compressed, but thank goodness we have them. Alrighty. Yeah, I went to Richard over on Facebook. I was not there the day that everything happened. I was there 2 or 3 days later. CJ and I, he came to see me, and he just needed to, gosh, I don't know, we all get emotional about it, but he just needed a break for a quick minute. And his big sister, he needed a little big sister time. So him and Andrew came out here for a couple of days, and then we went back to Kenosha together. So that is what we did. All right, I'm going to pull up this fire footage for you guys. It's a little video I put together for CJ and Andrew. It uses both of their footage, so you see everything from both perspectives. And I'm going to get my camera working here. So one sec. Oh, all righty.
Uncharted territory right here with structure fires. And...
I'm going to try keeping my eye on the trial, though, and get you guys back in there as soon as it starts up again. Sorry, it was so difficult earlier. So I'm going to stop this screen, and we're going to share a different one. We're going to get this done, you guys. All right, here we go. So I'll say one more time, CJ will be with you guys soon. I'm sure you want to hear from him. He just needed a minute. Yesterday was a lot, not just for him, but for everyone. So thank you. I'm going to put a little comment in here. Thank you so much for sticking with it. We really appreciate it. If you guys would like and share the stream, that would be wonderful. We're in a, we got our wrist slapped over at Twitch. And so for right now, we're on a 30-day ban. We've petitioned it to see if we can get that decreased. But for right now, we've lost all of our viewers over on Twitch, and we lost our, I think, the subscriber income. We're not going to receive that now. So yeah, we're going to, if you guys just will share the stream, get it out there, that would be wonderful. You guys, you've been so incredibly supportive, and I just, gosh, I don't know, I'm like emotional there, but you guys have been really supportive of CJ, and I appreciate that more than you know. Over on Teresa at Facebook, we got banned because we were streaming the autopsy footage, and I pulled the stream up and it was running, and then I was doing other stuff right then, and I didn't realize that that graphic content was on the screen. So that was pretty awful. All right, I'm going to share with you guys this fire footage. Again, it's from our perspective and from CJ's perspective, or from CJ's perspective, and then we switched to Andrew, because if you remember, CJ shoved his camera into someone else's hand, or he handed his camera off so that he could have both his hands to get out there and fight that fire. So here we go. Maybe. All right, then. Why aren't you playing? All right, it's coming. It's coming. All right, play. There we go.
The restaurant's back on fire. Hey, Drew. The structure fire. So this is one of those structure fires we were talking about right here. Right next door to this karate dojo that the woman was out in front protecting. She was out just, I think she got pepper sprayed or. I don't know what kind of business this was before, but needless to say, it's gone now. Crispy. Oregon. Yeah, it was an Italian restaurant. Damn. What? Yeah. This is a full-on ride, yeah. There's been down the way, man, I guess, you know, there's been a lot of other places busted up.
So there are people down the street that way. They're all through the city now.
This is everywhere, guys. This is going everywhere in the whole city right now, apparently.
Hey, no, this is Kenosha.
Kenosha, Wisconsin, yeah.
So if you're from Wisconsin, how do you feel?
You already know. You already know. What's up, Kirsten, LA?
People at home watching this right now. Just tell them this is.
Tell them to tune in to CJTV or Mercado Media.
They all sharing it. All right. From Minneapolis. Yeah, Minneapolis. Let's go.
CJTV.
Keep that shit on film. We got it, bro. We're getting it. Day one, number.
Damn.
8.1, 8.5.
Ooh. Hey, we're gonna be touring this city here in a minute and seeing what else is going on. Right now, this is just is in flames. I got Verizon, y'all. I know. You can see the lights up in the distance there. Now, remember the building here, and there's a church right here across that driveway. So,
And I got fucking hit with the bull.
oh, you come out here, you keep it up, they'll get you. Yeah, come on. So, guys, this church is right here on the other side of this building. Yeah, I got you. I'm gonna put my mask on. Holy shit. And it's right up against this church right here. Like, these flames are starting to hit the lawn right here. And I hope the fire department comes out here and does what it can to make sure this doesn't spread to this church. Oh. Yeah, we're going to go through the business part of downtown here, guys. I just hope that they get over here and stop this fire from meeting into this church. There you go. Good looking. Share that street.
all these cars blowing up.
So the fire department came out and put out like this car right here, but it just flamed right back up. Like I was saying before, it's gonna hit every single car in here. And if you look at it, man, like this again is the window from one of the sheriff vehicles that drove by, got smashed out while the guys were in it. This is Car Source. But for real, share the stream, y'all. And if you want another angle, Mercado Media's got it dialed in. He's right here with me. He's my partner in crime for this crazy trip that we're taking between Minneapolis and the George Floyd Memorial, as peaceful as that was, to a riot from another shooting. Yeah. I saw Daewoo in there, and I was just like heartbroken. Daewoo Lardos, how dare you fire? We know how this started. Yeah, someone lit a car on fire.
Someone lit one car on fire. We all saw.
We watched the one car caught on fire, the one SUV. Oh, it's super hot. The one car, and then that two cars, and then there was two separate cars that were lit, and then they all just merged. And now you're just hearing tires exploding. You're hearing gas tanks blowing out. Action Reporter has 4,000 people watching the feed on my stream. Hey, well, good looking. Tell Action Reporter to share my stream. I appreciate that. Tell them they can reach out to me, CJTV. They can go ahead and hit me up on the email or whatever they want to do. And again, I want to make it clear that there's a church and that fire thing.
The fire's kissing it. And Minneapolis, when you were there, DJ, that tree is.
All right, we're going to head back over to the court case. Let's see if we can do this here. Oh, I don't think I can add it.
Smoke is just enveloping everything in that fire.
1 second,
You
my
can hear those
friends.
cars exploding in the background.
I can't get this screen to share on here, right?
This
So it's
huge
over
tree
here.
right here.
All righty, 1 sec, my friends.
They've got these
Back
generators
over.
back here. And I'm
All right.
hoping that the fire department gets down here in time.
All right.
This fire from hitting this church.
We're going to go ahead and get back to court TV. It's almost as dramatic as watching fires, man. They're going to town on it over there. There we go. Getting good at this now. Which one is it, though? This one? Nope, that's day 8.
Dr. Black,
Which one is it?
just to back up, the time
Let's see, it
calculations
is
that I
PBS
asked you
News
to
Hour.
perform of the events of August 25th of 2020.
Okay, we're getting there, my
from
friends.
What we would refer to as, I'm trying to find it,
1 sec.
observation number 3,
Oh, it's on YouTube.
which
That's
has
why
been
it looks
labeled
that way.
PSSP now. Oh. Is that Jurian?
It is day 8.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, here we go. In the stream. We got it. We got it.
You did it.
Okay, I'm going to try something real quick to see if it works
It's just a screensaver of a.
Well, there's nothing really going on. I'm going to see if I can run this over to my other screen. So let's see if this works while they're figuring stuff out over there. Looks like they're, oh, it's not going to let me do full screen up here. All right, back over.
Dr. Black.
Okay. Oh, good grief. Looks like they're having trouble with their stuff too. That's day 7. I don't know what happened there. Let's go to, let's get this done, my friends. I'm going to stop sharing the screen and get it pulled back up again. Hey, babe, look what it's saying here. I don't know what that's why it's doing that. So I have my husband here with me, who is an awesome, he's a veteran, and we got to, thank our veterans here. And he is helping me with this business because it's not easy. All right, we've got it live again. We're going to see if we can get that put on the screen. Maybe it's because it's going through. It doesn't say live down there, though. Skip ahead to live broadcast. Is that their screen that's having a hard time with internet, or is that us? Are you guys seeing the spinny bar here on your side? Or is that just my... There we go.
Stop, please. Now, that is in this calculation of time, that would be the 0 frame. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that would, at this point here, that would be approximately where what you're referring to as the 0 frame. That red mark would be the 0 frame.
Okay. Now the next observation 4, which is JRPK. Did you do anything to enhance this video?
No, but I'm gonna have to, with the numbering while we're gone, you're asking for an observation that's no longer sitting in this. I mean, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're asking for.
Well, in the Exhibit 142, observation 4, we've agreed to label it JRPK.
Right. Okay. As part of what happened with what we had discussed, the observation 4 that's on here is no longer in the menu to the left. If I have to, I'd have to bring it back. I can get you there.
Is observation 5 available?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And observation 5, the event described has been labeled BBTB. Has anything been done to enhance this?
No, and this idea, as I'm bringing it up, in answer to your question, there's different places where observation 5 that you're referring to is being shown in different videos. This is one of those.
Okay, please play this video. Stop. going to observation 7, which has been now labeled JREC. Do you have that?
I do, sir.
Now, can you go back to the?
I will.
You ready?
I am.
Can you play that, please? Stop. Now, this screen is the start of the gunshots that have been attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
For what's been referred to as event 1, that is correct.
Okay. And using your program regarding sound and video, you have determined how far apart shot 1 and shot 4 were, correct?
I have.
And that's by using the frames per second and the audio graph?
It's a combination between them both, but yes.
Okay. And if I label shot 1 as 0 time, when does shot 2 occur?
For the second, by the different timings, 0.739.
Okay. I want to get shot number 2 first.
Oh, I'm sorry, my fault. The second shot, using shot 1 as a 0 point, would occur 0.263 seconds after shot 1.
Okay. And what is the time between shots? What is the second and third shot?
The time between the second and third shot would be 0.247.
And the time elapsed between the third and fourth shot?
The time between the third and fourth shot would be 0.229.
And the total of those 4 shots fired by Kyle Rittenhouse occur in what amount of time?
0.739, or again, approximately 3/4 of a second.
Now, the shot, and you're looking at this videos, excuse me, is not, those 4 shots are not the first shot, correct?
The first shot within the soundtrack around that time, that those 4 shots are not the first shot that I hear within examining this video. That is correct.
And how many shots or shot were heard before those 4 shots?
Well, there's gunshots throughout the evening that I examined, but there's one clear shot that's heard prior to that.
And that occurred how many seconds before shot 0 or shot 1, which is the same shot?
So the shot, you referred to 2 shots as shot 1. So shot 0, the difference between what we're calling the first shot and then shot 0, is that correct?
Well, no, what I will refer to as the Zeminski shot. Counsel, we agree that the first shot was Mr. Zeminski. The Zeminski shot to Kyle, shot 0.
The time between the Zeminski shot, as you referred to it, and the shot attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse as his first shot would be approximately about 2 3/4 seconds. Again, I can look at the exact thing if you want. I just don't have the
That's
time
fine,
in front of me.
sir. Now, going down to screen 15, what we have labeled A1ST. Can you find that, please? Now, is this a still shot or a video?
This is a marked frame within the video screen.
Okay, could you back it up, say 3 seconds?
That's approximately 2.5. Is that enough?
Go back just a little bit more. That's good.
Okay.
And would you play that? Stop. Now, that observation, according to Exhibit 142, took place 28 seconds after the beginning of Mr. Rittenhouse leaving Car Source 3.
That is correct. There is an assumed time in there also.
Okay, and tell the jury about an assumed time.
So when looking at these videos, I have no continuous video stream that takes me from event 1 into the front end of what we're calling event 2. There's a gap. So what I did was I took a look on the video, event 2 that we're looking at right now, that you've seen is referred to before as the BGO video. And I measured a distance at the pace that Kyle Rittenhouse was running, jogging, whatever we want to refer to it. I have a known distance and I have a time that it took him to run that known distance. Because I also have another known distance where he came from in the prior stuff. What I did is I applied basic math saying if it took him this long to run this, I'm going to just take that same time of running over here. And then what I did is I put that in as the gap to fill it in. It does not address if he may have stopped or anything else in between that. It simply addresses if it was a constant state of motion.
Now, and what was your general deviation? I don't want to say general deviation, but what number did you come up with for that?
Basically, I used 9.05 or 9 seconds. So I allowed 9 seconds between the first part of it, and that's what's in the calculations. And again, those calculations are to add into the total time. Those calculations would not be, for example, time between shots or events that are on the same video stream, because those are known frames per second times a certain time equals certain time.
So basically your calculation was that to run the distance of 150 feet, it took Kyle approximately 9 seconds.
Correct.
Now, what we've labeled the beginning of event number 2 was screen 15, which we just played, and that is depicting an individual on screen where Mr. Rittenhouse's hat is knocked off. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the next event, which is screen 16, which we have labeled A2ST, could you go about 10 seconds before that and show that?
Okay, so screen 16 is here. You'll notice it says 11:50. I will try to get approximately 10 seconds earlier.
You know, that's plenty far back.
You want me to play at this point?
Please. Stop. Did you do any slowing down of this observation?
Yes, I did.
Could you please show me that? What you just played for the jury was real time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's a slow motion version?
Yes, much like what you saw Senior Examiner Armstrong this here, which is about to be played.
No. Stop.
That's
the slow motion of screen 16.
Nope.
Is this the one you're referring to, sir?
Yes.
Do you guys, why do you think they're so interested in the timing of this thing? Because it doesn't,
Yes.
I don't know, I'm just curious because they really went over timing earlier.
Can you go back, please? We lost the.
Sure.
By the way, for those just joining us, I'm CJ's sister, Shama. He is taking a little time to himself this morning, but he will definitely be with us in just a little bit. And again, thank you to all the veterans there. Todd says he's a 30-year veteran of the U.S. Marine Corps. So thank you for your service, good sir. Is that, okay, so is it because, sorry, I'm asking about the timing, and I'm wondering, nope, that's not what I was doing.
Is everybody watching it on this one? Oh, there it goes.
Let's see, where is it at? Is it because they think that he heard shots? Are they wondering whether or not he heard shots before he shot? Or I don't know, I'm confused as to why they're taking so much time with this timing thing. Oh, they're trying to show, let's see what this person says. Defense is trying to show how quickly Kyle didn't hesitate to attempt to turn himself into law enforcement. I see, okay. So the leg right now is over at the courtrooms area because I got the technologies worked out. Yeah, Sarah says because it happened so fast in real time. Oh, dang. Okay. Yeah, it looks like they're having a little bit of, they're trying to figure something out. How's the audio, by the way? Can you hear a good balance between me talking and the trial? There's nothing going on in the trial, so you're not missing anything right there. Okay, so Casey Cook is saying because the need for us to, because of the need for use of force and the timing of us using force if he had time to get away. Oh, that actually is a good point. Yeah, did he have time to get away? I get it. Okay. Yep, I'm CJ's sister. I'm his big sister, and I am giving him just a little bit of time this morning. He's, this is tough. It's tough for all of you. It's tough for him. And so many hours of this every day is a lot. So he needed a little bit of time to himself today, do a little sleep in there. As soon as it's back up.
Please play this screen in slow motion, Doctor.
Can't hear the case. Okay, let me put him up. See if I can get them bigger. Auto remove.
Stop. The next screen is 17, which we have labeled KRLB. Can you bring that up, sir? And go ahead. Stop. This video, have you slowed it down for analysis? Could you please bring that up on the screen? And what speed will you be playing this at?
This one is done at a quarter speed.
Okay. And you have taken the sound out of it?
The soundtrack is not present. That's correct. The sound, since it is, as I explained earlier, uncompressed, the sound would not sync up when you slow it down.
Okay. And so then you would hear sound of gunshots, but not when they're occurring. Is that a fair statement?
Any of the sound that you hear would not be when it's occurring.
Okay. Please show the quarter speed video.
Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Just a sec. Thank you, Amanda. That's very sweet. Mm.
Stop it, please. Now, using this video and the audiograph, were you able to figure the times of certain events in event number 2?
Yes, sir.
From the time, strike that. There is what's commonly referred to as jump kick man entering in the video. Do you know who we're talking about, Doctor?
I do.
And when you analyze this video, did jump kick man kick Kyle in the face first, or the first shot go off before the kick?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of the court's order regarding this witness's opinion.
It seems to me the jury could. You're asking him to make an identification that the jurors could make themselves?
I'm asking him, based upon his video analysis, what happened first, the kick to the face and the first gunshot in event number 2, or the gunshot in event number 2 and then the kick to the face?
Overall.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Yes. Based upon your analysis of the video and sound analysis, what occurred first, the kick to the face by jump kick man to my client, or the first gunshot?
Based on my analysis, the kick to the face occurred prior to the gunshot.
And after that was Kyle's first shot in the second event, correct?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, after the kick, the first shot in the second event occurred. That is correct.
Okay. And that happens, I mean, thousandths of a second after. They're very close in time, correct?
They're absolutely very close in time.
Shot number 1, using that first shot at jump kick man as the 0 shot, how much time elapsed from the 0 shot to Kyle Rittenhouse second shot at jump kick man?
From the beginning time of shot 1 in the second event till the point of shot 4 was 5.468 seconds.
Are you looking at the exhibit?
I am. And maybe I'm misunderstanding your
Yeah.
question.
I have the amount of time elapsing from the 0 shot to the second shot.
I think I know what's here.
Kyle's second shot in that event. I'm crossing references and I apologize.
To make this as clear as possible, the first shot in the second event between that time and the fourth shot in the second event is 2.933 seconds.
And how many of shots were fired in event number 2 in total?
For the shots from what's been attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse, 4.
Okay. And the timing between each shot. So Kyle Rittenhouse, and I'll keep it constant. Kyle Rittenhouse shot 1 is at the 0 time, correct?
If we use that as a 0 timer starting point, we will call that 0.
Okay. Kyle Rittenhouse shot number 2, which was directed at jump kick man, how long after shot 1?
0.602 seconds.
Shot number 3, which is the strike, the shot to Anthony Huber. How long was that shot after shot number 2?
1.933.
And the last shot for Mr. Huber's shot to Anthony excuse me, Gage Grosquist's shot was how much time?
Okay, and I'm going to back up on this because I want to make sure this is absolutely clear for the court. Again, 2.933. In one case, we're talking the gap or time between shots. What I just relayed was the time between shots. The total time of all shots was, again, my first answer, 5.468. So this is just clarification for the court.
And so the total of this event of shots fired is 5.468 seconds.
That is correct.
And that event ends at screen 27. You just roll this.
I have 26.
Okay. Which is shot number 4. KRS4.
Did you guys see the woman just to the right on screen of that, the attorney? She's this lady right here with the glasses. She's got some facial expressions going on.
You want to play it here, sir?
Yeah, if you back up about 2 seconds.
And do you want to play it in this size or back to normal?
That size is fine in a factor of half or quarter speed, please.
That would be at normal speed.
Yeah, the buffering that's happening is at the court's end.
From approximately the same point, slowed down.
Oh, Jonathan, that's Kyle's mother. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you guys count 5 seconds,
Can you go forward and tell Mr.
that's a lot.
Rittenhouse
I mean,
gets up,
that's
please?
a very short amount of time. It's a lot to do in that short amount of time. A lot of decisions to make.
You can stop there. Based upon your video analysis, after this time, does Mr. Rittenhouse fire his weapon anymore?
No.
And from here, Mr. Rittenhouse leaves and continues north down Sheridan Road until he gets to a police officer squad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And from that time in getting up until he arrives at the police squad car to surrender, how much time is that?
Okay, so Kyle's mom is the one in black. The lady in
Doing quick
glasses is
math.
just a part of the defense team. Okay.
Approximately 1 minute and 26 and about 3/4 of a second.
So 126.75.
Approximately, that's just doing quick math.
Understood.
That was some quick math he was doing there.
Now, you were in court yesterday to hear the testimony and cross-examination of Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
I was.
And you observed the demonstration that the state put on in showing frames 476 to 500 in the BG of the scene video, correct?
I did.
And 476 to 500 is how many frames per second?
Well, depending on the video that they were showing, my understanding, if my recollection is correct, is they had told us that it was 30 frames per second.
Okay. And at 30 frames per second, that would have been less than a half second of actual action that are broken down into stills, correct?
Again, the numbers being 476, is that correct?
476 to 500.
Right, so that would be 24 frames at 30 frames per second. If it was 30 frames per second, it would be approximately 3/4 of a second.
And Doctor, when one looks at video as a depiction of an event, does that necessarily show what the actors in that video were observing?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of the court's order.
This is the video that.
The short answer is it's impossible for it to do that. Describing it to you the best way that I can. Imagine, well, you were just doing it. All of you were looking at a video screen, a depiction. It's a known focal length from you, yet you can see from maybe, if I go halfway between the jury, about 12 feet, and that stays constant. And then you look from that distance all the way out to 50 yards. Everything in that frame is at the same exact moment of clarity, but your eyes can't do that. The other thing is you're looking at 2 actors in this case, maybe 5 or 10 actors that you were looking at, depending on what each one of you chose to look at. So the video can't tell you what each one of you were looking at, and it can't tell you what either actor in there was looking at, attending to, nor perceiving. Putting that in its context, though, video has absolute benefit to an analyst to help us understand what was objectively occurring. And that's the way that we use it. And that's, in my argument, the way it should be used. But it also has potential limitations. And I think you actually heard Senior Examiner Armstrong speak to some of those limitations. Camera movement, movement of people, lighting. So for example, we can brighten it up a little bit or clarify it. You can't do that with your eyes. So the short answer is video has great value, but it is not the experience or the perception of the people involved in the event. It can't be.
What is the difference? I mean, video is 2-dimensional?
Yes, sir.
And reality is 3-dimensional?
At a minimum.
CJ and Andrew both said that it looked like
How does
everything
that
was
not
happening
translate?
further away, but it was all happening like
Absolutely.
right in front of them.
So for the members of the jury, if you were to just take and pick a point that's maybe about 6 feet in front of you, maybe on Madam Court Reporter's desk, and you were also to pick a point over here and look at it, I want you to have both of those points in perfect clarity at the same time. Now what I want you to do is I'm holding up my glasses, so I've already told you what it is, but I want everybody to sort of look at the same point you picked on Madam Court Reporter's desk.
Are you guys all trying this
And
at
then
home?
while you're completely focusing on that, tell me when my glasses drop.
It's like doing this.
We can see that in the video. We have the luxury of hindsight.
Thanks,
We have the
Wendy.
luxury of going back and taking a single frame.
Thank you.
Think about this, 30 frames per second. The blink of an eye is approximately a third of a second. In the blink of an eye, 3 frames have gone by. And we will sit here and examine a frame for moments, minutes, who knows how long an examiner looks at it. That's not wrong. We should be doing that. That's due diligence. But we also have to remember what was the limitation of the actors involved. What were they looking at? What did they even have seen? What were they attending to? What was happening to them? This goes back to the area of sense making that you heard the counsel speak to. And then more importantly, when we get done with it, we bring it back up to normal speed and say that's the best it could get, regardless of all the slow motion we do to it, enhancing of video levels, clarification, light, all those types of things.
Lastly, Doctor, the shots in event 1 took less than 1 second, approximately 3/4 of a second.
Approximately 3/4 of a second.
And the events, event number 2, the 4 shots in event number 2 took a total of 2.93 seconds, correct?
That's incorrect. They took a total of 5.468.
I apologize.
2.933 was the time between the third and the fourth shot.
Yeah, this dude's a pretty
So
good witness to have.
The
He's,
total
I mean, not
two
just a
events
witness.
shooting is
He's just
less
really
than 7
knowledgeable.
seconds.
Are you asking if you were to put both those two figures together?
Yes,
Yeah, it's about 6.5 seconds.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examine. Well, wait a minute.
That's,
You need a break? No? Okay, let's go.
you guys, that's really interesting. That whole thing of, 30 frames per second and how long it takes to blink. And he said there's 3 frames that go on in the time it takes you to blink. That's
Do you want this
pretty
off screen,
intensive.
Counsel?
No, you can leave it. That's fine. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, wouldn't you agree? He was a pretty great witness to have on the stand. He gave a lot of
You
good
indicated
information.
earlier that your law enforcement experiences in the state of Oregon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
You have never worked as a law enforcement officer in the state of Wisconsin?
No, I have not.
And you were retained by the defense to provide expert opinions in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are being compensated for that?
Yes, sir.
What is your hourly rate?
It varies somewhere between, for certain tasks, $160 an hour, and other tasks up to $480 an hour.
And for your testimony,
That's a big
here right
range.
now, are you
It's
being,
really big range.
Are you billing at a rate of $480 an hour?
No, sir, I'm billing at a rate of $320 an hour.
$320 an hour to be here in court?
Yes, sir.
You indicated that when you timed the gap in time between what we are referring to as the Zeminski shot, that's the first gunshot in the incident between the defendant and Joseph Rosenbaum. You're familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I am.
The time between that and the defendant's first shot at Joseph Rosenbaum, you timed that at, I believe you said, about 2 3/4 seconds. Is that correct?
And I can bring it up exactly if you want.
Yeah, could you
Is that
please?
helpful? So here you can see the first shot over here where my cursor is moving at 24.61. And then the first shot here at 27.25. So obviously if you go out to the hundredths, you see it down here where my cursor is moving. And I can take a look at my notes, but it would be the time between those two. So again, approximately 2 3/4, thereabouts.
Right. And you have also broken down the gap in time between the defendant's fourth shot to Joseph Rosenbaum and the time in which that first person comes up behind him and swings at his head. Do you understand those two events that I'm describing? If it's helpful, your observation, so on the list of observations you have, observation 11 is shot number 4 to Joseph Rosenbaum. Do you see that?
Right. So if I understand correctly, we're asking for the time between 11 and 15?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm glad you're doing the math for me, by the way. 'Cause I'm not
I'm about to bring my calculator up in front of the screen for you guys. But putting that aside, 1.837.
All right. Yeah, again, I'm Shama. I'm CJ's sister.
So rough math again, about 1 minute 48 seconds thereabouts.
So it takes approximately 1 minute and 48 seconds between the time that the defendant shoots Joseph Rosenbaum the fourth time and the time that the first person on the street makes, shall we say, physical contact with Mr. Rittenhouse?
And I apologize. I was doing the time between number 14. So the time between, and just to make sure we're correct, 15 is the observation you're referring to, correct?
Yes.
And the time between observation 11.
Yes. If it's helpful, Doctor, I'm doing rough math in my head. It appears to be roughly 59 seconds, about a minute.
48,
That sound about right?
48, 49, 50, 57.
So about a minute passes between.
All right, that's not me though. That's not my technologies. That's over there at the court TV there. Yeah, so it looked there was some question in there. So again, I'm Shama. I'm CJ's sister, and he's taking a little bit of a little time off this morning. It's been a lot. So he called me up about 20 minutes before it all started and said, "Hey, I just need a quick minute." So he's doing a little sleep in this morning, but he will be back in just a little while. Yeah, so they've just spent a lot of time dissecting the video in like frame by frame by frame to nail down the time frame there. And what they've discussed is that Kyle Rittenhouse only had about 5 seconds to it should be on court TV. Sorry, someone said turn back to court TV. And it shows on their side signal lost. So that's on their side. Well, that's on PBS. Let's see if we can get it on another stream. But yeah, CJ needs a little bit of self-care this morning. So we're gonna, I told him I would do this for him. Let's see. Can someone tell me if is it live streaming other places? Because the PBS stream looks like they lost their, stream for a minute. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad that was the picture that stayed on there. Okay, let me try court TV. Yeah, CJ sleeping on the job. You guys, can someone tell me in the comments, is it running on other networks? Okay, so it's down. It looks like it's down. It's Shama, S-H-A-M-A. There it is. All right, let me see. Try, Fox is working. All right, let's try Court TV again and see what we get. Although just a sec. Let's see, we're gonna give this a look at here. All right, let's see if they cut it up and running. All right, we're going to try adding a different screen there. I'm going to try doing we're going to try doing a different one here. I'm not sure, is this is
Video, do you have the ability to zoom in?
Okay.
The goal would be to keep this and this in frame at the speed that's being played.
Yes, could you do that for us, please? Pause right there, please. Now, Dr. Black, if I can look at your Exhibit 142, you have a number of observation points there. I think there are a total of 31 of them on this list. Do you have that in front of you still?
I do.
Okay. And observation point number 8 is the first shot that the defendant fires at Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And observation number 26 is the final shot that the defendant fires at Mr. Grosskreutz, correct?
Also correct.
Can you tell us the amount of time that passes between the first shot, observation number 8 to Joseph Rosenbaum, and the final shot to Mr. Grosskreutz, which is observation number 26?
I can, and again, we're
All right, sorry, my something is going on with my internet today. Let's play this again. Just a sec. All right, let's do this again. Still the doctor, so you haven't missed anything yet. Thank you. I'm doing my best here. Let's see. It's not like I've had proper training or anything. Just threw me in there. All right, let's share this screen. We got it.
1 minute and approximately 1 minute, 20 seconds. The defendant fires all 8 shots that we see. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You indicated also you measured the time between the 2 shots that the defendant fires and the person who jumps and tries to hit him in the face.
Yes, sir.
And you indicate.
Trying to get it. I don't know what's going on. Let me switch to different internet. That's a great shot. I'm glad that one is on the screen. You guys, this is so frustrating. I think it's my internet that's going super slow. I'm going to pull this one down. I'm going to remove it. Try it again. So glad that that awful picture is sitting right there. That's fabulous. I'm going to try this again. I'm so sorry. There we go.
For the testimony you're about to give this matter, the
That's
truth,
what
the
we
whole
want.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
You may be seated.
You were at the 59th Street car
Please
source.
state your name,
Fair
spell
enough?
your last name.
Yes.
Okay, so I want this one gone. You guys, this is my internet that's having an issue here. All right, let's try this way.
Well, I'm using your words, sir. I heard you say, in response to your attorney's question, that there was no friction with the
Let's try it
protester.
this way. All right, we're going to try it another way. Because every time I'm pulling this up, it is showing me, it keeps freezing up. All right, I'm going to see if this lady will stay on the screen here. We're going to see if this is going to work. I don't know, my internet's being a little bit sketch. All right, let's take this guy's name off the screen. And you guys let me know who this person is because I don't know.
Please state your name, spelling your last name for the record.
Officer Brittany Bray, last name spelled B-R-A-Y.
Officer, were you employed by the Kenosha Police Department on August 25th, 26th of
You guys, there's
2020?
this lady here.
And in the early morning hours of the 26th, did you have an occasion to collect some evidence?
Yes, sir.
And directing your attention to what we're referring to as event number 2 or crime scene number 2 on Sheridan Road. You remember that?
Yes.
Now, if I show you some exhibits, be able to tell me if you're familiar with them.
Yep.
Just take a look at those and see.
Officer Brittany, okay.
Yes, I'm familiar with all of them.
Okay, and what are they?
They are shell casings.
And are they all the same caliber?
Yes, sir.
And are they all the same make or brand?
Yes, they are.
And those were found in the middle of Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And did you find or log into evidence any unfired bullets at that location of that caliber and that brand?
No.
If there had been an unfired bullet matching those empty shell casings, is that something you would have taken as evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Move those exhibits into evidence.
No.
Now the bullets and the gun, please. What's that?
Hey guys, is there an echo right now? Some people are saying there's an echo, so so do it now. Is there an echo? And then I'm going to try muting the other mic and see if there's an echo that way. All right, let's try. Is there an echo now?
What's been marked as exhibit defense. Can you read the number for me? I took it out of my glasses.
Sure. 983.
Defense 146.
146. There you go.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a 40 caliber Glock 27 that I collected on scene.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of what you said.
Sure, sorry. It's a Glock 27 40 caliber handgun I collected at the scene.
Okay, you collected that on Sheridan Road on the 26th?
Correct.
And it is still in the same condition and box you put it in?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit 147. Could you tell me what that is?
It is the magazine that was collected near the gun.
Okay, is that magazine loaded?
It is,
Did you ever determine how many bullets were in that magazine?
I believe, 9.
Is that on the label?
The amount of bullets?
Yeah.
No.
And lastly, defense exhibit 148. Could you tell me what that is?
This is going to be the unfired 40 caliber round I found near the gun.
Okay, so there was an unfired round D148 found in the same area as the shells that were in the magazine and the Glock, correct?
Correct.
And did you ever look to see if they were the same make and model?
I did.
Were they?
Yes.
So, might sound like an obvious question or a stupid question, but you at a crime scene, if you find an unfired bullet, you pick that up.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examine.
What's that? I would move them into evidence.
Is there objection?
No.
Numbers
146, 147, and 148.
are received.
Good morning, Officer Bray.
Good morning.
Did you collect any other guns or evidence? Well, let me put it this way: any other guns than what you've just testified to?
No.
Are you familiar with AR-15s?
Yes.
How are you familiar with them?
I own them. I've shot them. I've trained with them.
Have you ever had an experience where one has jammed on you?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
You have to clear it, usually to rack the slide back to eject the jam, whatever the round is that's jammed in there, send it forward, and another bullet would go into the chamber.
When you have to eject whatever's in the chamber, the thing that's being ejected, is that a spent shell casing, or is it
Could
an
be
unfired
either
round?
or. Could be either or.
We need to make sure we're not talking at the same time for the benefit of the court reporter. So in your experience, have you ever had a situation in which you have pulled the trigger, the round has fired, but the spent shell casing did not automatically eject like it should?
Yes.
And then that process you've described would be the way of ejecting that spent shell casing?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Sure, it's been previously marked as Exhibit 28, not this specific gun, but are you familiar with guns like this type?
Yes.
And if one had a jam or had to clear, one would pull back. I don't know how to do it.
There you go. Yep.
Right here,
Correct.
Show the trigger.
and that would eject the bullet that was here, correct?
Correct.
And I've got a standard ruler that I was provided by the court from the back of where the charger sits to the end of it, 4 inches. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And to clear the weapon, you have to take it all the way back and let it all the way forward.
Yes.
Which is a very obvious movement, correct?
Yep.
It takes time.
Yes.
Just one briefly. So if you just fired that gun and that spent shell casing didn't properly eject, what would happen if you pulled the trigger then?
It would go click, it wouldn't go bang.
So in order to fire the gun a second time after that, you would have to do that re-racking. Is
Yes,
that right?
correct.
And then if there were ammunition in the magazine, it would load another round and the gun would be ready to fire.
Correct.
That's all I have.
Let me step down.
All right. Stephanie, can you hear me on the screen? Okay, you can hear me on the screen now? That's better. Well, no one's talking yet on the court, so let's see when they start talking. Yeah, so we just heard from Officer Brittany Bray of the Kenosha Police Department. She knew her stuff too. She was like, let's just get down to it. She wasn't playing around. So I'm not sure. Who are they bringing up right now?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Sure, will you state your name and spell your last name, please? My name is Frank Andrew Hernandez, also known as Drew Hernandez publicly. My last name, Hernandez. Okay. And Mr. Hernandez, can you tell us a little bit of your background in terms of what you do for work? So I'm a professional commentator on Real America's Voice. I commentate on the news. I commentate on what's in pop culture on a daily basis. And I also do on-the-ground reporting specifically on protests and the 2020 riots.
And as it relates to the you're on the ground kind of reporting is what I'm interested in. Were you in Kenosha on the evening of August 25th of 2020?
Yes.
And were you there to cover what was happening with the civil unrest in Kenosha?
Yes.
And were you able to do that with some type of video equipment?
I use my iPhone and I also use a body cam. And specifically on this night, that's what I was using to document the riots.
Now, after the 25th, I don't want to know where you live, but you don't live in Kenosha. Is that fair?
No.
Was there a time after the 25th that someone from law enforcement had reached out to you to try to get a hold of some of the information that you had through video?
Yes, I don't remember his name specifically, but a detective did reach out to me.
Okay. If I said it was Detective Ben Antaramian or Detective Martin Howard, does that do anything?
One of
for
the
you?
two. He identified himself from Kenosha.
And were you able to make connection in some form or fashion with those law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain kind of how that went down?
So they requested all the footage that I had, and they sent me a Dropbox link that was not sufficient. It only had, I don't know, not enough memory because the body cam footage is, over 50 videos. But the reason why I wasn't able to follow up was because I was covering all the riots last year. I was in Portland, Seattle, Washington, D.C., was all over the country, so I just lost track.
So is it fair to say after the civil unrest in Kenosha, your employment then took you to cover other things going on around the United States?
Yes.
And so if I have it right, you and law enforcement had kind of not for some period of time after that.
Yes.
Was there a period of time then closer to today or this trial that you were able to do that?
Yes, I did that through my attorney.
And were you able then to provide to both Mr. Rittenhouse's lawyers and the prosecution a full set of the videos that you had mentioned that you had taken?
Yes.
And so my questions to you initially will be this. Were you kind of working by yourself that evening, or were you working with a team, or what?
Yes, last year I was working independently by myself.
And is it fair to say that on that night you didn't know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
No.
I don't know if you've heard this, but there's been other people mentioned, Mr. Rosenbaum. Were you aware of who that was?
No.
Were you aware of Mr. Huber or Mr. Grosskreutz?
No.
Has anyone heard of this guy before?
You had no knowledge of any of these people prior to August 25th?
Nope.
Fair? Okay. So looking back now, understanding you're familiar with who Mr. Rittenhouse is now, correct?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity on your videos to see if you had captured Mr. Rittenhouse on video, had any type of contact with him in any way?
I've had no contact with Kyle Rittenhouse, but I have looked at footage to just go over it, yes.
And does your footage capture any, any contact, maybe not personal contact, but anything that you saw Mr. Rittenhouse doing that evening?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
So Antifa and the rioters were going head to head with the police in front of the courthouse. And as they were doing so, the police then responded. I believe they called an unlawful assembly of some sort because Antifa had their riot shields out. They were throwing rocks at the police officers. They were even trying to get inside of the hood of one of the police vehicles. And this is all documented on footage that I submitted as well. But to answer your question, when the rioters were being dispersed further down Sheridan towards the Car Source dealerships down the street, the rioters were grabbing concrete slabs. They were throwing them on the floor to create more rocks and to throw them at police officers. They were launching fireworks and other explosives that I couldn't identify. But as they were being passed Car Source 2, and the rioters identified individuals with long arm rifles on top of the building, and they immediately attempted to agitate them, to try and start some conflict with them, saying, "You ain't the police, you ain't the police." The rioters initiated that conflict.
Objection on a move to strike. He's speculating as to the intent of people.
You need to proceed by question and answer.
Very good. Okay. So my question is this: did you see, in reviewing your videos, did you see Mr. Rittenhouse on the 25th?
Yes, and that at that point, Kyle Rittenhouse came out of car source 2 and he attempted to de-escalate the situation.
Okay, so if I have this right, we've been all doing this for almost 2 weeks now. But this is the car source 2 or car doctor it has now been referred to. This is the place you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And that is the first time that you had observed Mr. Rittenhouse, is that fair?
Yes.
Right. And you had said that you had saw him come out from inside the building.
Yes, it appeared to be.
And did you hear, did you just see him or did you hear anything he was saying?
I just saw him.
And what did it, to you, what did it appear that he was doing?
In the video, Kyle has his hands like this, and he is saying something, but I can't identify what he's saying, but he clearly attempts to de-escalate the situation, and he actually is successful because the rioters then disperse.
During that evening, I know that you said you didn't know who he was, but did you, in looking back at your videos, have an opportunity to observe someone that evening, Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
And do you recall, just tell me where you saw him originally, if you can.
The first time I saw Mr. Rosenbaum was when the police were pushing the rioters back to the gas station on Sheridan, Ultimate, I believe. And Mr. Rosenbaum was pushing a flaming dumpster on fire into police vehicles that were occupied by officers and human beings.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 149. Can you identify that? Tell me what that is, a photo of?
This is a photo of the event I just described.
Okay. And does that photograph, that's a still photograph of a video that you took, is that
Yes.
right? Right. I'm going to ask that you look to your left. Okay. And if you can play that, can you tell me if that's what you captured? Is that the video that you're talking about with Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you just back it up a second? That's good. There's a person who's putting out that dumpster fire, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall or can you tell whether or not that person, at least visibly, was armed?
No, not at the time.
You couldn't tell if that person was armed?
No.
Did you see, I'll ask it to you this way, that's probably a bad question. Did you see a weapon on that person?
No.
And can you just play the video then? After you captured that video, then was there other, did you capture Mr. Rosenbaum then doing anything again after that video?
Yes, he immediately was triggered and aggravated because an
Now,
individual.
why do you say that?
Because you can even hear at the end of the video, Rosenbaum is saying, "Why do you do that?" And right after this event is when they identified the individual with the fire extinguisher with the individuals with the rifles in the gas station, and their attention went from the police immediately to the individuals at the gas station.
So what I'm interested in is Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum do anything that kind of drew your attention after what we saw?
Absolutely. He led the charge into the gas station. He was getting physically aggressive. He appeared to be attempting to start a physical altercation with people in the gas station to the point where he was telling one of the individuals with a rifle, "Shoot me, N-word, shoot me, N-word," clearly attempting to start a physical altercation.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as I think it's 150. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is right after the dumpster was put out and Joseph Rosenbaum and other rioters around him begin to turn their attention onto the individuals with rifles at the Ultimate gas station.
Is that Mr. Rosenbaum that we see kind of on the, will be on the right side of our screen?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. So you observed, that's you filming that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the last thing I'm going to ask you about is was there another time prior to the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum that you observed Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse in the same location?
Yes.
And if you know, about how long before the shooting did you see that?
So after this scene at the gas station, there was another fire at a mechanic shop a block away. Went to go document that for about 20 minutes. And when I came back is when I saw Rosenbaum in the middle of the street lighting a trash can on fire with now his identity concealed with a t-shirt over his face.
So I'm going to show you what is then marked as exhibit 151. Can you tell me what that is?
This is when I returned to Sheridan after documenting the fire at the mechanic shop about a block away. And this is the beginning of when I see what I just described.
Okay. And I might have you stop it. So. Now, can you tell me, is this person right here? Do you know now that's Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
I didn't have a question. Do you know now that?
That's Mr. The person in that video is Mr. Rosenbaum. Now, was that Mr. Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum with that mask on that you had already, the shirt wrapped around his head?
Yes.
Okay. And he appears to be walking, he's southbound on Sheridan?
Yes, towards Car Source 3.
Okay. Can you roll it again? You see this person right here?
Yes.
Okay. Does that person appear to be holding something in their hand?
Yes, that is a fire extinguisher.
Okay. And does that person appear to have on something on his hands or on their hands?
Yes, purple gloves.
Is this the person right here? It's blurry right now. But is that the person that you saw carrying the fire extinguisher
Yes.
with the purple gloves? Okay. Now, go ahead. If you know, or based on what you saw, did this person here with the fire extinguisher and purple gloves, did that person react to anybody else that you saw at this point that was walking in front of him?
No.
Okay. Did you see him at this point? Was he, in your opinion, did he say anything?
Yes, if you play the video further, I believe you could hear Kyle saying or requesting if anybody needs medical. And the reason why it may not be shown on this is because it's body cam, but I could see this with my own vision as I'm walking down the street.
Okay, go ahead. Now, at this point, it appears this person here is Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that right?
Yeah, if you back it up a couple seconds, you'll see him even more clearly, and that is Joseph Rosenbaum, yes.
Now, when he was walking down the street, headed south on Sheridan, he was ahead of Mr. Rittenhouse. Is that right?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Now, in this photograph or still, the video, he appears to be behind him.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you hear somebody say "fuck you"? Right?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain or make out who said that?
At the time, no. No.
And you see, right, Joseph Rosenbaum running after Kyle Rittenhouse. Is that about as close to the incident as you get?
At the direct time of the shooting, yes.
Did you see what Joseph Rosenbaum was doing as he was chasing Kyle Rittenhouse?
So I was at the corner of the car source, and the first thing I did identify was that Rosenbaum was charging Kyle Rittenhouse from behind. And then as he's charging him into the car source parking lot, a firearm goes off. You can see it in the frame at the top of the car.
Can I ask you this? Stop you for a second.
Yeah.
Did you hear that real time?
Hear it and saw it in real time.
Okay, go ahead.
And as the first firearm goes off, Rosenbaum is already charging Kyle from behind, attempts to throw a bag at him, not sure what's inside of it. And Kyle is right at the corner right there, the car source, and turns around, and Rosenbaum is lunging towards him very clearly, and Kyle fires.
And do you see that with your eyes?
Yes.
That night? Okay. Your contact with Kyle that evening was just in terms of what you observed, I'm asking. Did you observe him acting in an aggressive manner to anyone that you observed?
In no way, shape, or form. The first time I saw Kyle, he actually de-escalated a situation.
Did you observe him at any time that evening pointing his firearm at anybody or threatening anybody with that firearm?
No.
Your Honor, I would move, I think it's 149 to 151. And I don't have any other questions from Mr. Hernandez.
Objection?
No.
Cross-examine.
Who's you? Do it after your break. It's noon.
I'm told the food is coming around 12:15, so why don't you go ahead now, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hernandez.
Good afternoon.
Where do you live normally?
I live in Arizona.
So you don't live in Kenosha?
No.
Don't live in Wisconsin?
Nope.
You came up here because you wanted to cover the things that were going on in Kenosha after the shooting of Jacob Blake. Is that fair to say?
The violent riots, yes.
The violent riots?
Yeah.
By Antifa?
There were Black Lives Matter supporters. Antifa was present. This is all documented on video, yes.
But is that fair to say?
You've made a lot of videos of what you consider to be Antifa and Black Lives Matter riots in Seattle, Portland, DC, other cities. Fair to say?
I haven't made them. I documented them.
Well, did you record them?
Yes.
Okay, so when I said made,
You recorded video.
Yep.
Fair to say.
And that's because and then you take that video and you post it on where?
Twitter, mainly, social media.
You also have your own YouTube channel?
Yes.
Do you have your own independent website that you operate?
I do have an independent website, yes.
What's that called?
DrewHLive.com.
What is that?
That's my own independent website.
But is it like a news source? Is it
It's
a
an
blog?
independent website.
Of what type?
For myself.
You characterized yourself as a professional commentator. What does that mean?
That means that I comment on the news professionally on a daily basis.
Professionally meaning you're paid?
Yep.
Who pays you?
I am employed by Real America's Voice.
Real America's Voice?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a news commentary, breaking news website. They have their own apps and website.
Other than getting paid by Real America's Voice, do you get paid by any other source to do your professional commentating?
No.
Is your Drew H Live website part of Real America's Voice?
No.
The things that you post on your website, Drew H Live, do you also share those with Real America's Voice?
Depending on what's going on where I'm at. But this is unrelated to what happened in Kenosha because I was not employed by Real America's Voice at the time.
That's something that's happened since then.
Yes.
And does Real America's Voice have any sort of political bias or agenda or anything like that?
What is the vote?
It goes to the bias of the witness, Your Honor.
The bias in what respect? I assume that people, as I commented at the beginning, this is not a political trial. And I don't know how you would isolate a person's particular politics and determine that that person is going to evaluate the evidence one way or another.
Okay, I'll move on. Your videos that you have captured of these incidents that you call riots, they're very slanted against the people who are rioting. You characterize them as Antifa, Black Lives Matter rioters, correct?
Because they are rioting in the footage. Yes, absolutely.
And so you came here to Kenosha because you felt that's what was going on here.
I felt like it could have possibly been a riot on the first night. So when I showed up, it turned out to be a very violent riot.
And you continued to cover that on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday nights?
I covered it Sunday night. I went back to Chicago Monday and then came back Tuesday.
So you weren't here on Monday night at all?
No.
And on Tuesday night, you were recording video with your body cam?
Yeah.
You were also recording it with your cell phone?
Yes.
The last video that we just watched there of the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, was that recorded on your body cam or on your cell phone?
Both.
I just saw one video. Were there more than one video that you just shared with us?
There's two. There's the body cam, and then there's the cell phone as well.
What was the one we just saw?
I believe that may have been both.
Where is the body cam located when you wear it on your body?
Right here.
And when you recorded the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, where were you holding your cell phone?
Right here.
Okay, so the cell phone is, you're using your right hand, above your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Shoulder, same as my shoulder right here.
And the body cam you said was over on the left side of your chest.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
The video that we just saw had a single angle. It didn't have two separate angles. So when you tell us that's both, I don't understand what you mean.
That means that there's two recordings of the same thing, and that's why I submitted to the defense and the prosecution the entire videos. There's maybe about 80 to 100 videos that you guys could examine for yourself.
I know all that. What I'm asking you is what we just watched.
Mm-hmm.
Which camera were you using to record that?
Both.
Is that video edited?
No, I have not edited it, but it has been put together at the right time, the timing.
Who did that?
I did that.
So you combined two video sources into one?
With the same timing and audio, but at the same time, it could also be seen, the jury could see for themselves. If they look at the body cam footage, it's the exact same thing.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Don't wag your head in response to the witness's answer.
What you said, if the jury looks at the body cam footage, is that separate from the cell phone footage?
Yeah, there's obviously two devices recording.
And you're telling us that the video that we just watched, can we have exhibit 151 played again, please?
This judge is not taking any flack from anybody, man.
Well, I think he's gone.
Yeah, he's keeping them all in line.
Mr. Hernandez, we have the video that was the last one played for you, exhibit 151 up on the screen. Can we play that forward, please? Now, as we're watching this video, Mr. Hernandez, you're telling us that what we're seeing has been recorded by two separate devices at the same time?
This is a body cam.
Okay. Is there a point in this video where it switches to your cell phone?
Yes.
Can you please point that out to us?
You'd have to fast forward all the way to when I get to car source 3.
Can we skip, let's skip to the 2.5 minute mark, I guess. I don't know. Let's pause right there.
A little further back.
Okay, can we go back maybe 30 seconds? I don't know.
A little further back. Right, start right here.
Okay.
I'll tell you when it switches.
Okay. Can we play from here, please?
Yeah, a little further up.
Why don't we hit play right now? Is the switch going to occur after this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right there. Our little, hold on, here it goes. Right there.
Okay. Thank you. So what you did is you took a portion of your body cam video and a portion of your cell phone video and you spliced them together.
I don't know if I would say splice, but I put them together.
That's an old-fashioned movie term from when they used to have actual film. Why did you do that?
Because it's the same exact event. Like I said, you could take a look at the body cam footage as well. You can see it as well on there.
And you're testifying here today that through your attorney, you have provided the defense and the state with that entire incident recorded on both your body cam and on your cell phone?
Yep.
But what we just saw was your editing of them together.
You guys asked for my footage, so I gave it to you.
Through your attorney?
Yes.
That's an attorney that you have out of Madison?
What's the relevance of this?
Well, Your Honor, we've had a lot of questions about other
What's
people.
the relevance of this?
I would like to know why he felt the need to retain an attorney to provide video in this case. I think it goes to bias. I think it goes to credibility. It's been asked of other
Let's take
witnesses.
the lunch break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Where's it coming from?
All right, so it looks like they are going to go to they're going to go to break. They have muted their own. Yeah, they muted it. Too bad, because I want to hear what this dude has to say. Ooh, he's not happy. Oh, this judge is barely holding it together. Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking. While we're at lunch today, I feel like you guys have had a lot of it's. I feel like probably the atmosphere is pretty heavy. So Stephanie suggested that. Oh, it's coming back on again. Hold on.
We've already heard other witnesses be asked about why they've retained an attorney before they testify in this case. But in particular, this defendant is represented by the same law firm that employs one of the defense experts. So I believe that goes to bias.
Did you want to respond?
I think the only question that came up about a lawyer was when Mr. Grosskreutz had filed the $10 million lawsuit, which is clearly bias evidence. There was a hearing on that.
Yeah. Well, there was also testimony by Mr. Yeah, about his employing an attorney after his interview with the district attorney's office.
And Mr. DeBruin, he explained why he had done that based on what he believed to be the conversations with Mr. Binger. The fact that somebody hires a lawyer in and of itself doesn't make them biased.
Yeah, I don't see where, he may do it for proprietary reasons. People have received a lot of his material that I assume he has copyright to. I don't know. I'm just assuming, but he's a business person. So I
Yeah.
don't know if he's got corporate or business interests in that. The mere fact that he hired a lawyer, I don't see where that's probative of bias.
It's not simply that he hired a lawyer. He hired a lawyer to provide us with this evidence. It would be one thing if he hired a lawyer to organize the articles of incorporation for his business and it had nothing to do with the evidence in this case. The lawyer was the intermediary that gave us this evidence. That was I presume, and I'd like to ask, I presume that was Mr. Hernandez's choice not to give it to us directly. And again, there's been some testimony about him providing some things to the detectives by Dropbox and then not providing other things. And I'd like to probe that. And now in the middle of trial, right. And now in the middle of trial, suddenly we're getting a whole bunch more through an attorney. And so it's not just that he's hiring a random attorney. He's hiring an attorney that is with the same law firm as one of their expert witnesses.
Who's that?
Is it Henley? Is it Henley Burrish?
What was that? I'm sorry.
I've got the name of the firm here, Your Honor, if I could have 1 second.
Hurley Burrish is the firm.
Hurley Burrish is the firm. They are out of Madison. And the defense has retained Peyton, Peyton, Engel, Engel, as an expert witness. He's employed by the same firm that also is representing this witness. So I think that that goes to bias.
So you have an expert from a law firm? Is that what you're telling me? Am I understanding that right?
The expert did a phone dump. So they have an expert who does what you would describe as when law enforcement takes a cell phone and does a search of the phone.
Sure. Okay.
That's what he did. They employ someone there to do it for anyone, and we used that person to do it for Mr. Rittenhouse. They did no legal work, and as that term for a lawyer-client kind of thing. He did it to do, I think it's a cell bright extraction.
If you asked me to do a phone dump, in addition to thinking, I would have to go to somebody to comply.
This is a law firm, Your Honor, that's getting presumably paid by the defense for expert witness services and presumably paid by this witness to represent him. There's a commonality there, and that I believe shows bias. Now, you may see it differently, the jury may see it differently, but I'd like to explore this, and the jury can evaluate how that affects the credibility of this witness. But it's not something where he's hiring an attorney to help him buy a piece of property or get him out of a divorce or something like that. It's directly pertaining to the evidence that he's testifying about in this case.
Well, I probably will allow this. I want to think about it for the next half hour. But I don't know if we're headed anywhere that's going to get us something of value. You're introducing on the subject of bias, which of course is bias evidence is admissible because it calls into credibility the witnesses, calls into question the witness's credibility. He's generally just presented videos. There has been some testimonial statement, but I'll permit it, I think, somewhat, but you're talking about his employing a law firm, and for reasons we've already discussed, there's going to be a limit. In fact, I think I shut down somebody I was told not to inquire further on representation. Discussion with an attorney, I think it was Mr. Sharafisi asked about something and I wouldn't let him do it. So it's going to be a closely watched door. All right, anything else?
What time do you want to say?
Let's hope for 1 o'clock. I don't know. Hope the Asian food isn't coming. Isn't on one of those boats in Long Beach Harbor. But let's aim for 1 o'clock.
All righty then, there we go. So that's interesting because I guess we don't really know what the attorney is going to ask, because it seems to me like you could be biased and still talk about your footage, So I don't know. And it's funny too, because he said that the attorney said, and you've probably been paid for your footage and stuff like that. And I'm like, actually, our footage has been used extensively, but that was before the days that we had our stuff watermarked, and yeah, it's all over the place. We haven't seen a penny of that business. So, all right. So here's what I'm thinking. By the way, is the audio okay now? Let's take a look there. I know the judge was pretty funny. He's worried about his lunch there. Yeah, I don't think that's a guy that you want to have hungry. It seems like that would push him right on over. But he's a funny guy. All right. So what I'm thinking here. Nope, wrong one. Trial is in recess. So we have a couple of options. I'll let you guys. Someone is requesting that we show a recap of yesterday's footage where Kyle Rittenhouse was on the stand for quite a while. It was a pretty intense, emotional day. for everyone. I mean, yeah, that was pretty intense. Do you guys want to watch? Do you want like recap footage, or I've queued up. I'm going to stop this for a minute. I've queued up some footage of us in Kenosha working on the mural that we did out there. And we could play something lighthearted if we want, or we can go back and watch stuff from yesterday. All right, so let me just take a little, let me show you what I've got pulled up here. And you guys, we can decide. It's the creation of the mural that we did in Kenosha, where we had people come out and they put handprints. It was trying to like do a rebuild. Okay, so it sounds like, so far I'm seeing a lot of yeses that people want the questioning of Kyle by his attorney. Okay. All right, let's pull up some yesterday's footage. While I'm getting that pulled up, I'll let you guys watch this for just a minuto. But okay, so here's this footage. I'm going to get the other one pulled up for you. Let's unmute this.
How we doing? Just tuning back in for a
That
quick
way you get to
couple
see
here.
some of CJ.
I'm right down here at the Rainbow Laundromat in Uptown, on the corner of 63rd and 24th Ave. My guy Chris here kind of reached out and wanted me to come down here and do some work with him on a mural.
Hey, Steph
We're
said
gonna
she's
be putting
working on
up
getting
this
those
building
murals
right
up.
now.
So
It
wasn't a mural about CJ. Someone said that recently.
Any creative input that you guys have that you feel that you'd like to see.
It wasn't
put up
that.
on
We
this
had
wall
just
over here.
been, let me mute him for just a
I'm
second.
not an artist by any stretch, so we're gonna see what happens. These are my not so fitting gloves. We'll see what happens. So I'm gonna bop over here. If you guys,
Okay, I'm going to pause him for just a sec. So what we did, we had been around all day this particular day. I think this was maybe a week after the, actually I can let this play. We had been there it was maybe a week after the,
you guys got anything you want to
the
say? Any input
shootings.
you want to give? Definitely do
I'm gonna
that.
mute that right here.
What's up, Susan? And like I said, we're just gonna be here for
Just a sec.
a little bit, creating some art.
There it is. So we had been around town all day long and interviewed a bunch of business owners and had seen so much great, I mean, there was so much effort in Kenosha to get the, to clean up the damage. It was a really beautiful moment, actually. The town was kind of rallying around each other, and it was really impressive. It was my first time in Kenosha. So it'd been like 2 days of just interviewing people and doing things like that. And that night, I don't know if you guys remember how it came about. I don't know. It was just this very organic thing that happened where we went to, is this uptown or downtown from people that are in Kenosha? I don't remember, but there was plywood sheets over all of the buildings, and someone offered to let us use their plywood sheets to create something that would be for the town of Kenosha. And so we just had people come out, and they, just from watching the live stream, and people, it was Uptown, Cindy, thank you. People just came out and they put their handprints on this beautiful, it turned into such a beautiful thing. So I'm looking at it looks like people though want to see a recap from yesterday. So we will do that for a hot minute, and then in a little bit we can maybe do something else. So again, CJ is at home. He's okay. He's just needs a little bit of R&R, and he is going to get back on here soon. He just needed a little break there. So let me turn the volume back on this, and you guys can listen for a minute.
So this one you did next door. Tell me that one. Tell me about this one.
I'm going to go fast forward so we started off, and there was no one around, and we just started. People just showed up, and someone suggested that we do an outline of CJ, and so Stephlin, our awesome Stephlin there, did a little silhouette of him, and let me get to the handprints here. There we go. So I'll let you watch that for a minute.
Okay, guys, we're in Uptown right now, hanging out with some all the residents here, and we're on the corner of 24th and 63rd, 24th, everybody, 24th and 63rd. Down in front of the Rainbow Laundromat, we're doing this tribute to my nose.
Yeah,
and we're just getting some young artists that are putting their prints on the wall, just hanging out with folks, and I guess Chris over here set this up, orchestrated an opportunity for us to kind of put a memory on the wall. So
For sure, right?
oh wow, that is a perfect pink.
It matches her outfit and everything. Good choice.
I know I'm in
There you go.
She looks wonderful.
It's a good color. Yep.
Hair. Skin.
Yeah.
You missed the spot.
Everybody's a critic.
Liz, stop it.
All right, now I'm gonna go over by CJ and he'll tell you where you can.
Yeah, where do you want to do it? Right here on this one right here? You want to be in the clouds?
He's like that.
Where do you want to do it? On that one? Do it. Wherever you want.
Oh, no.
That's okay. It's good. It's like a silhouette of awesomeness.
It's like they're friends. You know, like they gave each other a high five.
There's regs too right here.
Yeah, and we got some hand sanitizer. I'll grab some. I got some.
I'm gonna say, look, it looks like they're giving each other a high five because one hand goes one way and the other hand goes the other way, right? Other way.
You can also like drop when we get back.
I'm still not seeing anyone. Sorry, I'm going to go ahead and add in a recap of yesterday's questioning of Kyle Rittenhouse. It's kind of what people wanted, so we'll do that. Also, it's hard to keep. It's a long day. I think it'd be hard to keep up with every little bit of it. So it's kind of nice to have these recaps so we know what we're doing. Let's see. There it is. Nope, not that one. But that was a really beautiful day. Yeah, the beautiful day was really, it was really nice for CJ because it had been a really tough week and a half, as you can imagine, back there in August. All right, we're going to add this. Here we go. So again, this is, let's double check. I don't know if this is the right one, actually. All right, hold on. I'm going to put CJ's footage back up. I want to make sure I'm not giving you something incorrect. Oh, it says reactions to Rittenhouse testimony, court TV. If that's the right one. All right, here it is.
At a lot. Tonight, zero exaggeration. I want you to buckle your
crud, you guys
seatbelts for
have
the next
audio?
3 hours. 3 hours I need tonight to get through everything that happened inside of 2 courtrooms that we're covering. In Kenosha, Wisconsin, the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, took the stand. We're going to show you big chunks of his testimony. You'll see the cross-examination, and we'll break down the little pieces to show you what happened, what it means, how it impacts this trial, and what is really going on inside that courtroom. And that's where I want to start tonight. What is going on inside that courtroom? Remember how this trial started. When the prosecutor began with his opening statement, he painted a picture for all of us of a teenager who was chasing a man down and shot him in the back. His words. I'm paraphrasing his words. And the image in my mind was very clear of what he was going to prove. Kyle Rittenhouse running down the street with that big AR-15 style gun and shooting Joseph Rosenbaum in the back. And the prosecutor has continued with this theme that Rittenhouse was there to kill, that he's out of control. He's a yahoo. He's a killing machine. He kills and he doesn't care. It doesn't affect him. It doesn't impact him. So Kyle Rittenhouse took the stand today. And this completely changes every trial when a defendant takes the stand. Now all the focus is on the defendant. Is he telling us the truth? Is what he's saying matching with the videos that we've seen, the testimony that we've heard? Is he lying? What is going on? Well, there are many moments. The first moment I want to start with tonight is from direct examination. And I always say the true test of a criminal defendant is cross-examination, and we'll get there in a second. But let's begin with the direct. When he first starts to describe the moments before the first shooting, before he takes the life of Joseph Rosenbaum. What exactly is going on? And remember, the backdrop is the prosecution is telling us that he's chasing Rosenbaum, shooting him in the back, doesn't care. He's a killing machine.
I don't know, guys.
out of
This guy
control
is.
with the AR-15 rifle.
I think I'll get. Let's
Now
see.
watch Kyle Rittenhouse describe that moment. And does his
I don't know if this
testimony,
commentary of this
does
guy is
who
good.
he is on the witness stand match that description? Let's watch.
Did you get back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happened.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side. And I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski. And there were people right there.
Take a deep breath now.
That's what that's where I run.
We're going to just take time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir.
That was the moment. And those of you who think Kyle Rittenhouse is a killer saying he's faking, I know it. I read it on social media. I look at him and I see someone that looks a lot like Skylar Richardson, another young defendant we had here on Court TV, who is, it's that hyperventilating.
Sorry, I keep forgetting to unmute, but I'm going to go ahead and show you. So shortly after this, they took the break, and I think that's when this incident happened with this judge where he just got, he let him have it. So I'm going to put that on there for a minute. All right, let's put him on.
I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute. We've had 3 state motions in there. There was one in which we asked the court to introduce evidence that the defendant was at Pudgy's bar with Proud Boys, and you were clear that is not coming in. There was,
Don't get into other subjects. Come on, what you're telling me, you're an experienced trial attorney, and you're telling me that when the judge says, I'm excluding this, you just to take it upon yourself to put it in because you think that you found a way around it? Come on.
I thought, this is my good faith explanation to you, and if you want to yell at me, you can. My good faith feeling this morning after watching that testimony was you had left the door open a little bit. Now we had something new, and I was going to probe it.
I don't believe you. There better not be another incident. I'll take the motion under advisement. When you say that you were acting in good faith, I don't believe that, okay?
Judge not happy with Prosecutor Thomas Binger today.
I keep forgetting to unmute and remute the mic, and I give CJ such a hard time because he he'll leave the mic on and then you hear him like drinking water and whatever. So I think we're going to go ahead and actually put so just a recap for yesterday. It was an intense day. Kyle took the stand. He told his story, and honestly, I barely started catching up this morning when CJ called and asked if I would get this going for him this morning. So I don't want to pretend like I know everything that's going on with the trial, But what I do know is CJ and what happened after. Let's remove this. I know what happened afterwards, and that was this nice time in Kenosha. So if you want to spend your lunchtime being uplifted and enjoying something that is not trial related but Kenosha related, I encourage you to stick around and enjoy this here. I think that CJ has announced it already that we are going to be heading into Kenosha. He's going to be there. We're both going to be there in about Friday. Let's see. Let me get this on here for you guys. So cute. Sorry. Let's make sure audio is there. Oh, thank you guys. People are nice. So court is at lunchtime. Let me take out this banner here.
I know.
Do you see these little girlies here? So sweet. How old are you girls?
9.
How are you? How are you?
9.
How are you?
9.
How are you?
9.
How are you? Oh, it's not just the shirts, huh? Okay. That's how twins work. Usually, sometimes it doesn't work that way. Sometimes twins are born on different days. But it's just
I was the oldest.
You're the oldest?
Yeah.
Okay.
And sometimes they confuse.
How much older are you than her?
1 minute.
1 minute.
So now forever you're gonna be like, I'm older.
Do you feel like she tells you what to do?
Really? Yes, every time like big sisters like can tell you what to do, and we ask our mom and sister.
So big sisters can tell you what to do. Really? That's awesome, guys. Because guess who's his big sister? This one right here. What? Who's the big sister? Who's the big sister here? All right, high five to big sisters. What?
So how do you think is the best way to do it? I was thinking I'll put the paint on here and then just wipe it
Shout out to all the big sisters out there. Holla. He took your job from you, CJ. I think that says something.
This is all about us. It's all about us. And Chris is a self-proclaimed non-artist.
Just say I want his. Okay, say that again.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, I got a job.
Did you say I want his merch?
My bad.
We're working on it. We're working on it. Yeah, he'll definitely sign his name to it, right, CJ?
Yeah.
Yes, it's the laundromat on 63rd.
Like nobody else.
The Rainbow Laundromat.
I need more white. I need to thin that thing down a little bit.
All right. There you go, darling.
All right, get it. Why'd you pick this building to do it?
This building?
Yeah.
When I went down to the city.
Let's see it really quick. You want to go stand next to your little hand and we'll do a little. Yeah, hold your hand out so I can see it. There you go. If someone wants to screenshot that for us.
one.
And then I didn't know what to do.
Thank you. Good job.
All right, it's your turn now.
Don't wipe that hand on your mama.
All right, we got another one now, Chris.
Can you help her wash
We're gonna do
the?
this teal one. Okay. And then
We'll have them.
okay, I'll help wash first. Let's do that. Okay, what do we got for
I
wash?
think that bucket is still clean. She can do it in there.
Go rinse your hand off.
Oh, yeah, it's just clean water. Nice. Okay. All right, you put your hand in here.
Teal?
Yeah.
Swash it around. Swash it around.
If I fall off the curb, you guys better warn me if I'm
There
going
you go.
down.
I'm
Need more
about
water
the same
for you?
position you are
Just
right now.
kidding.
Just pour some more water. Wait a second.
You ready?
I think CJ should try to draw his face.
I've seen CJ's artistic abilities. You would change your mind.
Just all distorted.
Hey, you could become a famous artist right here, right now.
I could.
He's like the new
Chances are I
Picasso.
won't, but-
He'll just draw squares and say that's a human face.
Nobody cares what it
Stick
looks
figures
like
work.
as long as you try.
It's Kubrickian.
This is the new Renaissance period.
So you're not gonna try to paint your face?
I'll get in it. I'm helping a little lady right now, though.
Well, I know that.
But I will.
He's just putting it off. He doesn't want to embarrass himself, really. Just
I'm gonna just wait till everyone leaves. Like, no, it's good.
Oh, very nice. Can you stand next to it? Perfect. Oh, go this way just a little. I don't want your hair in it. You have beautiful hair. All right, let's get a screenshot of that, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh, those are beautiful.
Beautiful. All right. Oh, you know what? Let me have the twins get next to the rainbow, even though we only have. Let's just paint that hand
That
again.
hand was just wet.
Wait. Those are some pretty fingernails.
Oh, wow.
My goodness. All right, Uncle CJ, can you get on in there?
Yep.
All right, we're gonna screenshot that for me, guys. Very nice. Good job,
Awesome.
girls. She really wants to touch you with that hand. Don't
I
do
can
it.
tell.
Don't
I
do
can
it. But
tell.
she's itching to do
Get over here. Let's wipe it off. Remember that part.
Very nice.
All right. Will you put your hand like this for me?
There you go. Wipe it a little bit. Stay in blue. You're an Oompa Loompa now.
Stuck forever. I've got some wet wipes over there too.
There you go. I'll tell you, people are saying in the comments that this is so much better to watch than riots. They're like,
so
thank
much
you
better
for
to be.
this
I'd rather
garbage."
smell paint than tear gas. I'll tell you guys that every day.
Or burning buildings.
Or burning buildings.
They said it's nice to see Kenosha for something other than violence.
We're getting there.
Yeah. And they said they love these twin girls. They're so fun. They said, tell CJ thank you for making his art better.
You guys make me.
Step your game up.
Step your game up. Kenosha 2.0. There we go. Oh, is that a wet wipe? Yeah. All right. Let's make sure. Oh,
Joey Johnson said hand sanitizer will take the paint right off.
Oh, I have
but-
some hand sanitizer.
I
in my
do
bag.
too.
So I-
Oh, I have hand sanitizer right here.
I was gonna say everybody's got hand sanitizer.
Here you go. Just you want to use some?
I think I got it. You want to use it? It looks like it smells good though.
It does.
Oh, there you go. Give that a
Wanna
good
use
rub.
some?
Get it. There we go.
You're
There you
welcome.
go.
Thank you.
Smell good? Smells super good. Okay.
It smells like a man,
No.
actually.
Here, you need a wipe off. There you go.
Well, a lot of these smell like
Hand two.
liquor now because liquor
Yep.
companies were making them so they smell doubly
You're
bad.
golden. You did it. Good job.
Look, oh, this one was made by a tequila company.
Hey, hey. What's shaking, darling? Get out
Oh,
of here. Come over and say hello.
Tell me it's snacks.
There's some like hydration stuff.
Oh, get out of here.
And some tacos.
oh, look at that.
My
Thank you for
people.
your coverage. We've been watching you the whole time. Been out here with y'all marching and stuff. You're awesome.
Oh,
Thank
man.
you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you
We
so
really
much.
appreciate y'all.
Oh, I love you. Thank
All
you so
right.
much.
Take
All right,
care,
you guys.
y'all.
Be good.
Have a
See
good
you.
one.
Take care. Tacos, y'all. If anyone's hungry. Absolutely. Yes.
Oh, I love her dress. I didn't even see the
You want me to take a picture?
Over here in the.
Let's do a selfie first.
Okay.
And then
Yeah, gotcha.
If anyone is taking selfies or screenshots, we have a Facebook. It's called CJ's Chill Community. It's associated with our Facebook page, and it's where we're encouraging people to upload their fun photos. It brings joy, no politics, no drama, just fun photos that make people smile. Especially, we really want to see a lot of the Kenoshan people, Kenosians. Yeah,
I don't think
something.
that's
It would
a
be great to have a gallery in there of just Kenosha, beautiful, light, happy, joyful. Get rid of the fires. Yeah. So anyway, if you take nice,
What are we painting them
anything
in
you've got,
with?
post up there.
There it is.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming down.
And then we'll make
Thank you
sure
so
to
much.
comment
I
back
was
about how much
seriously
nice
at
it
my
was to meet
house.
you and stuff. Yeah.
Thank you. And
Sure.
you were the one that literally like helped me through it in a way because I was looking and I'm like, what's going on in my city? I can't risk my life and go out there, but you did for us, and I really, really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, because you gave me comfort.
Cause I'm an island boy, and I've been trying to make. Oh, I'm an island boy.
Thank you.
And I'm a just island boy. I'm a just island.
And you're always welcome to Kenosha.
I appreciate
My
it.
house is
Snap.
your house.
It's gonna be hard for me to leave. It's gonna be hard to leave.
What is
Yeah,
up,
yeah, yeah,
everybody?
let's go over here, let's do it.
Shama, shout out. Thank you so much for taking the helm this morning. I do appreciate that. We're going to throw her in here and say what's up. No, we're throwing you in here and saying hi. You got to unmute it. Yep, you got to unmute it.
How you
There
feeling
go.
today? You feeling better?
I still feel a little rough, honestly.
We
Yeah,
were-
you guys. I was.
We took a poll, and people say they voted to see happier footage for their lunchtime. So I will leave you to it.
Just like that. the old
No,
Irish
I'll
goodbye.
chat
Huh?
with you for a second. Okay.
Yeah, so the let's catch up. The you guys, yeah, I apologize. The last this last 2 weeks just been a lot of the days have been spent obviously recapping through a lot of footage that I haven't seen, and it's led for a lot of sleepless nights. I really just haven't been sleeping, and it all kind of caught up with me and just compounded. This morning I woke up at about 6 o'clock my time, and just my throat was killing me, and I knew that it was, if I jumped right in, it would make for an incredibly long day. And coupled with the fact that as I caught Shama saying, plans are made, tickets are bought, we are Kenosha bound. So, and I'm super excited about it, and I just really kind of wanted to preserve a little bit of energy because we're going to be doing the feed for the full entirety of the day. And I have to wrap things up here at the at Old Rancho Relaxo, and then get to the airport for a red eye to Chicago, and then we're getting from Chicago to Kenosha at about 5:30, 6:30 in the morning. Just enough time to find a cozy corner somewhere and set up shop and go right back at it, and get this broadcast back up for a Friday feed. Happy Veterans Day to all of our service members. Much love and respect. Appreciate everything you do. I think something I wanted to pull up here. I don't know if I'll be able to share it with my screen, but this when I'm just going to jump right into love here because yeah, I'm catching that vibe. We got the mural going, which, man, shout out Kenosha for the love there. That was an amazing night. I know it was tough to stay active in the moment as well, because we heard gunshots down the street at one point during the mural, and the police rolled by, and people were like, "Oh, you gotta be careful, man. Uptown's a dangerous place." You know what I found out, man? Like, everywhere can be dangerous for anybody. You know what I mean? And but one of the things that I found in Kenosha was everywhere you go, if you bring your best with you, as far as like best intentions, I think you got a 90% better chance of making it through and meeting some amazing people. Uptown was incredible. Like I was saying yesterday, when I made it to Uptown during the riots, like, they had the straight up, like, they were out in the streets with, I'm not even making this up, like, there's guys with 2x4s. There's a guy with I swear he was swinging like a whole full barbecuer. The dude with a sword. But they weren't having it, and they went through the questions with me when I got there. Like, "What are you doing here?" And I was like, "Hey, man, I was here to film it, let people know what's going on." But and they kind of gave me the walkthrough, and we went back up. They had, and I can't remember his name. Shem might be able to, but there was like the mayor of Uptown. There was like the guy, I think, he worked at the barbershop. He owned the barbershop right there by the laundromat. And anyone in the comments that remembers that, the name of the barbershop or the laundromat, I was asking for it yesterday, but please feel free to put that up there.
It's the Rainbow Laundromat, and
There you
it
go.
was the comptroller guy. Actually, I'm sending you a couple of photos if you want to.
No. He was the unofficial mayor.
Oh yeah, the deputy mayor guy. Yeah, I don't know. All right.
This was the when I was a kid growing up, my mom would always talk about the sacrifices we make and what they mean and what they're for. And I grew up in a generation. My dad was in the service, and I used to dress up. I'd put on his army gear, or I'd put on his helmet, the old metal helmets, like clanky helmets, and run around the yard and pretending that I was fighting for a cause. That I was out there, as a defender of the right, fighting evil. And it's sad that as we get older, we start realizing that that's not really the full entirety of how things work out, because the world has gotten politicized in a way where the base ethos and moral and value that we carry with us into the sentiment of things that are as simple as a camouflage outfit and a helmet and some lace ups has been corrupted by individual viewpoints. We see that a lot now with mandates and moving past that into the things that have brought us into foreign incursion. But one of the things that I've always thought was beautiful was and I'm trying to pull it up so you guys can actually see what I'm seeing. I don't want it to just be a me reading it off, but either way, I'm gonna have to read it off because I can't get the screen to pull up. But the quote being and it's I'm sure done by me, John Maxwell Edmonds, which is when you go home, tell them of us and say, for their tomorrow we gave our today. And I think that's a beautiful sentiment to take with us everywhere we go, is that sometimes the sacrifice that we lay, we may not understand, but we all should appreciate that it'll lay the path for somebody else to live a better tomorrow. And that's one of the things in my personal life that I've grown a lot. And I was having a conversation. With someone whom I again think people need to go. But I know people need to take more time to understand. If you don't, gentleman by the name of Cortez, and we talked about the merits of your actions, really defining who you are, right, and the efforts you put into building community, and then the things you do to become a better person. But it was interesting that I made it clear to him. I was like, the things that we go through, the trials that we get brought into our life, the adversity, the things we have to overcome. And I mean this, and I'll draw it directly back into Kenosha. The things we overcome, the trials of our lives, the hardships, the heartache, the tears we shed, the pain, the sadness, it's not for naught. And by that, I mean, we go through those things to make us stronger. We go through those things to give us understanding. And we go through those things, as I've found in my life, through prayer and a lot of angry knee bending, because we can. And when that was an answer that I got to what I felt was the first answer I've ever received to a prayer, I said, God, why am I going through this? And because I can. And it made me mad. I was so mad. Like, what do you mean because I can? I've been a good person. Like, why am I here? And then at this time, you guys, I was broken. I was borderline homeless. I was addicted to drugs. I was lost, man. I was deep in the darkness. And then I figured it out. And because you can, and someone else might not be able to. And I realized that at that point, it wasn't about me, and that was the big key that came through. It's not about me. And I hope that in life we can appreciate that sometimes it's not about you, but about what you can do for somebody else, and about the things that you can endure so that you can help somebody else who may not have the strength to endure those same trials get through those things. And you might be that guardian angel. You very well might be that cornerstone, that pivot post that someone needs to hold on to. When they're sliding down the slopes, you might be that rooted bush that they grab onto and just cling to for dear life. And sometimes, and I know this through recovery, that's all someone needs, man. They just need that one day. They need that one foothold, that one opportunity to hold on so they can get their feet back underneath them and then keep going and climb back up that hill. And we're all climbing that hill, you know what I mean? And we're on our own journey to the top. But I hope that the destination's all the same for us, which is a place of joy and love. Whether you believe in God, Yahweh, Buddha, Allah, or a big black void at the end of it all, I would hope that it takes us in the direction of living our best lives and being the best person we can possibly be. And not just for the selfish inclination that makes you feel good about what you can post up on our social networks, but for what we can do to give back to people that are really having a tough time with it. So in that, I love the notion that we have with the mural, and I think is more of a tribute to the people of Kenosha, and an outreach of endurance. And I think that's what's important to keep in mind through this case right now, is that see, I get emotional sometimes too, man. Is that you guys went through a lot. We all have, but Kenosha itself, man, and like what the person just said, there was fear, man. It was chaos. There was the unknown, and in the madness of it all, we just had to cling on to something. And I'm honored to know that in many cases, people are able to hold on to what I was doing out there, and doing my best to help give you a connection to what was going on in your own city, so that you could see it firsthand and not have to feel the fear of the unknown in that. And in that, you gave me purpose, and for that I thank you. And I'm so eternally grateful, because all those things, As I was, like I said, talking to Cortez last night, have helped develop the change that I've been able to build in my life. And I was told by somebody in a negative way, like, yeah, you've changed, man. And I had to agree. I was like, yeah, I've changed everything but my name. I had to rebuild my entire life because where I was at before, the person that I was at before was dragging me to an early death. I would have put my mom in an early grave. That poor woman was stressed every day that she was going to come home not come home, but come, find me at my home, not breathing. And it terrified her. And I put her through that, and to be able to be where I'm at now, yeah, I had to change everything. And I realized that going through that, we made it here. No matter who you are, you made it to today. You're here today. And it may not be the best day that you've ever lived, but it's another day that you're here. And we can make that what we need it to be. And there's a little acronym that I use, and it TBAR, right? TBAR, TBAR, which is thoughts, beliefs, actions, and results or reality. Your thoughts, guys, it starts with your thoughts. Your thoughts are those tracks that play in your head, those things that we allow in there that we rehearse to ourselves, that internal monologue, the dialogue that keeps us thinking one way or the other. And if we do that enough, we think that enough, that becomes a belief. Now, beliefs are dangerous. And this is something that carries through. Beliefs can be dangerous because when you believe what you've been telling yourself or what you've been told, now it becomes something rooted that you hold on to. And when you believe something, it changes the course of your actions because now you're moving in the directions of your beliefs. And we've seen that since the beginning of the time. There's been holy wars, but take it to the more recent present. There's a belief that what people are doing is righteous, or a belief, if you will, and gospel, right? Like we believe in the good book, and it's taken people to the streets, and people have done some pretty heinous things, much like through those, trials of old with religious cleansing and things of that. There was a belief that what was being done in a righteous way. People got hurt. People died. Destruction ensued. Chaos. At the beginning of it all, it helps sculpt where things are at. And where we're at now, we're in the same mode. It's still sculpting. It's still paving a path. But those beliefs will take us to our actions. Those actions will dictate the reality of the world we live in, of the existence that we have, and the results that are laid out in front of us. Knowing that, turning it around and backtracking it, the results, the reality that we exist in, if we turn around and look to where it all came from, we can look internally and realize that it all starts with the thoughts that we play out, because those thoughts will become beliefs, the beliefs will become actions, and those actions will predicate exactly what you experience. So that being said, with all the things that we're going through right now, with all of the, the trials that we're enduring, much like the trial that's going through right now, it's all meant to help develop us and grow us and make us better people. And this trial right here, I would hope that through this, the thing that comes out of it, not including the people that are actually involved in the trial, but all of us out here that are watching, that are viewing this, that have had a third party experience with what is happening there, with what happened to bring people there, that we can grow from that, and people keep asking what's going to happen with the verdict. What do you think is going to happen in Kenosha with the verdict? And I tie that back into what I just said. I believe that our thoughts have brought us to believe that we can do better, that Kenosha deserves better, that Kenosha will not allow less. And I feel confident right now that regardless of what the outcome is, that the actions that'll come from the thoughts and beliefs of all of us, including and especially Kenosha and those surrounding areas that were so dramatically affected by these riots last August, are going to have different results than what were happening last summer. That a higher standard of excellence is going to be held in the streets, that the people that plan on going out and putting their effort into a protest, which is encouraged, will remain peaceful, will remain heard, will have a platform that'll be understood through the efforts of their educational expression. And by that, I mean they'll be able to say what they feel, what they want, what they need, and what they're hoping to accomplish. And people will be able to hear that. And I hope that in that crowd and the people that are there and the efforts of a protest and or march or an organization, whatever it might be, whatever we want to call them, a demonstration that my microphone and camera will be accepted, that it'll be welcomed and understood, that my efforts there are done to help elevate the voices that are speaking, to better hear a message, and with that message will alleviate a need to destroy something for people to hear it. And that's what we do here. And that's what CJTV is all about, is about elevating those voices and about offering up an opportunity for people to do things different, to not be defined by the parameters that people place on you, but by the person you choose to be. And that's where the whole concept and ideology behind this paradox that I refer to quite a bit. Like I said, it's right back here. Fail often, fail hard, fail forward. Don't be afraid of failure. Be afraid of trying. Or be afraid of not trying, because that's the real failure. But when we get down to it, guys, I feel comfortable and I feel confident that there will be a much different outcome in Kenosha. I know there's going to be emotions. They're going to run very high. We're all going to be emotional. It's going to spill out of the courtroom, and I hope it's done in a way that people are able to express themselves in a healthy manner. As you've seen, the Blake family, where this all started was with the shooting of Jacob Blake. They made a request, a cry to the public to stop the violence, stop the destruction. They themselves know that that's not what they're looking for. They don't want that to be the legacy that follows in the shooting of Jacob, and the people in this community and in that community, I think, echo that sentiment in a great way. So thank you all again for joining us today. We are working on, I believe we're on day 9 right now, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, Thursday, 9 days. 9 days of court, 8 days of litigation. We have, and as I saw the recap yesterday, man, oh man, what do you guys think of Kyle taking the stand? That was rough, man. I mean, it's terrible for him. Don't get me wrong. It was kind of, I mean, it felt like he was crying for the first time in his life. Like when he looked at the judge, it was one of those like, I don't know what's happening to my body right now. And I had to turn it off. I was like, man, I don't really know what's going on right now. I don't understand why this is what. And then we have to remember, man, sorry, to be fair, this kid's going through it himself, man. Like I said yesterday, he is experiencing the full magnitude. Honestly, I can't imagine what he's feeling right now. And I'm not saying I'm any one way or the other. One thing I want to say real quick, because this came up. Appreciate, guys, that I have no skin invested in the game here. And by that, I mean, I'm not on trial. You're not on trial. We're not on trial. This kid, Kyle Rittenhouse, right? He's on trial. And then all the other people that are going to be brought up on trial. But so the results are the burden for he and his family to carry alone, right? We as a nation, we as a world, I think have in some way, and I think somewhat misguided at points, have deified Kyle Rittenhouse or villainized him. And that's fine. We can look at him for whatever we want to look at him for. But no matter what the outcome of this case, this kid right now is sitting in court, and his full-on knowledge and understanding that what happens next, like, is either this kid is going to walk out and, he's going to get it from both sides. He's going to hear about it from everybody. But no matter what, he's thinking right now, like, there's a chance he could go to prison for life. At a minimum, if all the charges stick, not barring the one that involves a life sentence, he's still looking at, with gun enhancements, 165 years. That for me, just sitting there and knowing that every question that comes in, everything they ask you, everything that's being said to you could very well be a turning point for one of those jurors. It could be the deciding factor in what happens with the rest of your existence. And that is, can you imagine every word you say building a platform for somebody to stand on to read out off of a cue card what's going to happen with the rest of your life, whether you die in prison or whether you go home to your family and grow up. I mean, that to me, that gives me like hives just thinking about it, man. That's the highest level of possible anxiety. The highest level of possible anxiety. You know, it reminds me once I was in Egypt at one point, and I decided that I was a world-class rock climber, which I'm not. But in the moment, I thought that it would be advantageous for me to go out on some desert rock climbing excursion. And I'm on the Sinai Peninsula, which is the Red Sea. I'll show you guys where I was at here, actually. And at the time, I decided that I'd go at it alone because that's what the worst decision you could possibly make. And and so I go out to climb, right? And I'm walking around. Now, mind you, this is a desert, so it's all sand. And there's not a lot of I don't know, like solid cliff to hold on to. And I'm trying to give you guys a breakdown here of what the Sinai Peninsula looks like. Maps, here we go. And I'll show you. So I go out and I find the closest cliff that I can find, which looked like a pretty good sheer face. And I thought, man, I can climb this thing. That's not a problem. I can get up that. So I start climbing, and the climb up is different than the climb down. That's those are facts. And I made my way about halfway up this cliff, and I get to a point where I realize, like, if I fall, if anything goes wrong right now, I'm dead. I will flat out die. I was probably about 80 feet up and below, and I'm free climbing. I don't have a harness or ropes or anything. Everything below me was just crumbled rock. And there's no good map out here, but to show you guys, but I kind of pointed out here. So this is the yeah, here we go. Whatever, I'll add this here. But I get to this point where I realize that I'm cooked, right? Like I'm cooked, and there's nothing I can do other than keep climbing. And so this Sinai Peninsula right here is right on the edge here. Is it's like Moses, the burning bush, you know, like that's the place where I'm at this point. And I get to that point where I realize, like, I'm stuck, man. I'm stuck. And I tried to climb down and immediately started slipping. And I was like, wait, I can't go down anymore. If I do, I can't see where I'm climbing, and I'm gonna miss a step or miss a handhold, and I'm gonna fall to my death. And the way the rocks were set up is it kind of was a rock debris field that went to the edge of this cliff that went up. So even if I would have fallen and not died, I would have, you know, shattered my spine. I would have, you know, I'd have been out in the Egyptian desert with nothing but, you know, a terminal situation, definitely. And I realized at that point that every single, and it took me hours, like hours, of terrifying, like, hand clawing, trying to find the most insignificant little grip that I could find as the next thing to get me up. And I slowly found these little teeny crevices and handholds that I'm sure that if you're climbing, you know, like the old boy out in Yellowstone, like the whatever wall that is, you're fine. Like that would probably have been an easy day for him. But for me personally, sorry, this thing just popped on over here. That was not it, man. It was terrifying. It was absolutely terrifying because I had no idea what I was doing. I'd never climbed before. I'd never, you know, that was not that guy. Anyway, what I'm getting at is that everything that I was doing was bringing me to a point to realize that every little step that I made could have dictated my life, and I could have very well died. So just giving you that. Anyway, what's going on in the comments here? How we feeling about the case right now? Where are things going? Where do you see them going? How much longer do you see this going? Is a big question I have for you. So we've got, let's talk about who's been on the stand so far today. Where are we at? Da, 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 da. Can't judge nothing, huh? Sorry, guys. Yeah, ye old squawk boxes over here are blowing up. Where we at? Help me out over here, guys. We're talking about gun laws. You think we'll end Monday? Let me see. Who? Did they bring Dustin or Dominic Black back on the stand? Is that kind of what I'm gathering? Let me see. I think the one on 103rd and 41 but closed more. Okay. So not much of a case. Brittany Brady testified. I don't know. Drew Hernandez and Officer Brittany Brady. Okay. It was Dr. Black. Oh, Dr. Black. My bad. Dr. Black. Okay. I saw Black come in and I wasn't sure who it was. Craig Stewart, what's happening? Drew is still on the stand. Okay. Andrew and Brittany Bray. Oh, someone is being funny. I got you. What do you guys think in the comments over here will be the charge that'll stick? Do you think they're all going to go through? I know we have a pretty, we know our chat, and I understand that most people in here are advocating for the release of Kyle. I know there's folks that don't, that feel like he was, that he committed heinous acts and should see time. I know where I'm watching over here to see if court started back up, which it hasn't. They're still on a break, but when they do, I'll shut up. I'm going to bring Shama back on here real quick and have her kind of walk us through some of the things that was happening. Lunch was supposed to be done at 1, 11, 12, 1. Yeah, well, Shama's back up in here. So talk to us, Shama. What's happening? And thanks again for taking the helm a little bit there. Again, I was not at a point where I was ready to rough the lungs or the vocals up any more than they already were. But if you guys could please share the stream. Everyone in here, you guys have done a phenomenal job of doing that so far. I want to get as many people in here as possible. So if you would please go ahead and share that stream out and get your water ready, because I'm pretty sure that the prosecution is going to have us drinking today.
He did.
He did. Okay.
Oh yeah, he sure did. I wasn't as quick on it, but your audience was.
They know what's up. Daddy showed them what's happening. Papa's here. Papa's back. I left you kids unattended for too long. Bad things happen. And big shout out to the supporters as well, man. We had an incredible Zoom meeting last night. So what we did for the supporters over on Facebook is we put out the link and let everybody come in that wanted to. And we had a good group of like 20 people in there that jumped in. And we just had a round robin. We had a good laugh. We talked about the casting for the theatrical production of this court case. Man, I tell you, we have got some ringers, some straight up ringers, you guys. But yeah, I appreciate you, the supporters coming in there and having some time, a little Q&A. We got a chance to get to know each other a little better. And I encourage everybody to do that. And our mods are going to go ahead and pin the supporter link over here on Facebook. If you want to jump in, we do supporter only chats, and we also have our supporter only lives. And then we do things like that. We'll do Zoom meetings where we get a chance to just do a Q&A, have conversations. I'll take you guys with me on my magical journeys to the lands far, far away.
You need to tell them who are the ringers. Who's playing? Do you call them?
Oh, no.
Well, that stays in what happens.
Right now, the supporters are the ones that have full access to that. So if you want to jump in and find out who's going to be playing who in the theatrical production of the Rittenhouse trial, become a supporter, and you'll have full access to the casting of this amazing production. And I guarantee you it will be amazing.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. Stephanie says it. TBD. Yeah. TBD.
So the first person on the stand today was Dr. John Black, and they call him a use of force expert, right?
Oh, a use of force. I thought you said a use of four, and I was like, wow, that's a new one.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody that identifies as a use of four, but
yeah. So he talked a lot about, you guys, was he the one that was talking about like he talked a lot about how when you look at a video, everything is so much closer than what it appears, when and you said this the other day.
Yeah, like the what's wild is when watching the footage that I took of the shootings, the second two with Anthony Huber and Gage Grosskreutz. In the video, it looks like it's a mile away, but in reality, it was like 20 feet in front of me. To the point where even the discharge of that barrel is something you saw. And not to be too graphic, but like when Gage was shot, you could see the discharge of like the gore of it. And that, man, and this, yeah. So Amy Brown, this person to my my left, I guess, is my fam. This is my sister. She's on the East Coast, been doing a lot of great stuff, helping get coverage of the events taking place in DC. You guys might want to look into her because she was actually at the Capitol on the 6th.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Hey, hey, hey.
But no, PBS isn't back up yet. I'm watching, guys. You're good. And then we got where we at? Court TV is not
I was
back up
trying to
either.
do Court TV. It was almost fun though, because the prosecutor is feeling a little bit hurt by the judge. He was like, yesterday I was at the receiving end of your ire, so I hesitate to say this, but they had a whole little discourse in the morning before they let the jurors come back in.
Did you say your ire?
His ire, yeah, he says
He's
something
going,
like, yeah, he said, I was the target of your ire for disregarding your orders yesterday, and now the defense is disregarding your orders. He was feeling a little middle childish there.
So the judge is on the bench, apparently. We'll probably jump back in. Sorry, we didn't do much of a recap. I did see something, though, with Court TV is the amount of, well, he's not back in yet. The amount of hate that this judge is getting right now, like the emails that he's getting. They showed a stack that was like, you guys, it looked like a full ream of paper of people that were saying everything you could possibly imagine to this judge. So yeah, it's an emotionally charged, and it's amazing how, okay, well, here we go. They're back in. So we're gonna jump back in. Sham, sorry. We'll talk more. We'll talk
I was
more a
going to
little
dish
later.
the dirt on you too, man. Too bad.
Yeah,
Go to
right.
the supporters
Apparently,
page.
a lot of
I'll
people
put it
think they
over
have dirt on me. Right?
there.
It's a family knows, Barry. Oh, Barry. What do you mean you can't hear? No audio? Oh, I see what's up. Is that better? Sorry, guys. Let me know if that's better. Okay, we're gonna take another crack at it then, guys. See if we can't get this figured out, and we'll go from there. So give me 1 second here. It might be on your end, Sham. You might have to go ahead and step out of the studio for a minute and then step back in. So let's. I got you guys. We're gonna go ahead and get this sorted out for you. Bear with me for 1 minute. I do apologize for the 1 second here, y'all. And yeah, sit tight. We'll be back up in just a minute. I don't think this is any hardcore testimony that we need to worry about at the moment, but but we'll get it dialed in here in 1 second. We're gonna go with here we go.
I do have a rule that is
I got it.
honored in the breach, as Chaucer wrote, that
We're good, guys. Bear with us. I just need to pull this back up one more time here. Boom. And we'll be back up in 3 seconds. Promise. Technologies, guys. It's a family trait. And there we go. Boom. And here we go. And we're back in.
Made a hand gesture. You characterized
All right, we're back.
him as trying to de-escalate the situation. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you wearing your body cam when that happened?
Yes.
Good? Should be good.
Do you have footage of that?
Yes.
Have we seen that yet?
It's been submitted to you guys.
Right, but was it played when you testified?
No.
You also characterized, well, there was a video that was played of the incident at the Ultimate gas station with Mr. Rosenbaum and the dumpster. Fair to say?
The flaming dumpster.
You were personally at that location when that all happened, correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant?
I cannot recall. I was not there. Or I can't recall he was there or not. Yes, I was there.
You never saw him at that scene, correct?
No.
You also mentioned that at one point you...
If I can get this the
observed
spelling
a
of this guy's
fire
name,
and
I'd appreciate it.
mechanic
Anybody
shop.
in the comments?
Do you remember where that was?
It was a couple blocks away from Sheraton. I don't remember exactly.
That was some tires
Yes.
that were on fire in the middle of that lot, correct?
Yes.
And you have no idea who started that fire?
No.
You're not here testifying that Mr. Rosenbaum started that fire?
No.
You're not here testifying that anyone else in this case started that fire, correct?
I have no idea who started that fire.
In the video that we played earlier, this is the video where you're walking down the street, you see the tipped over garbage can, the road, people lighting on fire, and then you start walking in the same direction as the defendant. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes, Rosenbaum.
It was
Joseph Rosenbaum.
It was Rosenbaum furthest south on Sheridan, Mr. Rittenhouse, and then I don't know if you know this individual. There's a Richie McGinnis. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
And he was heading in that same direction between you and the defendant. Is that fair to say?
Yes, based upon the footage, yes.
And you're aware that there comes a time in the video that you made where the defendant starts to run. Do you remember that?
I didn't make any videos.
Recorded.
Yes.
There comes a time in the video you recorded in which you saw Mr. Rittenhouse start running. Is that fair to say?
After Joseph Rosenbaum was lighting a fire in the middle of the street, he had his face covered and he stopped and started going towards car source 3, walking. And a couple seconds after, you see Kyle Rittenhouse walk past the frame with a fire extinguisher.
The question I was asking you, though, sir, is there comes a time after that where in your video, Mr. Rittenhouse starts running towards that car source. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Mr. McGinnis, who is between you and the defendant, also starts running.
Yes.
And you start running.
Yes.
Why?
Because the rioters were saying en route to car source, and someone yelled out either burn in hell or burn inside or burn it down. It's hard to make out. But they were clearly displaying riotous, arsonist behavior prior to that and covering riots all of 2020. I could tell something violent was about to happen.
such as an arson or a fire?
Possibly, yes.
What else could possibly have happened?
At the time, that's what I was thinking.
So you were mostly concerned about running to get there in time to cover what you thought was going to be a fire.
Yes.
Was your decision to start running based on you seeing the defendant start to run?
No.
So you just independently decided to run at that time?
I just told you, people were saying en route to car source. Someone said burn in hell, burn it down. And the prior nights, the rioters were burning down buildings in Kenosha.
The people that you quote as saying those things, they're walking down the middle of the road, weren't they?
Some were walking, yes.
The people that say those things don't start running at the same time you do they?
I couldn't tell who said it.
Did you, these people you're characterizing as arsonists, rioters, whatever language you're using, were any of them running towards the 63rd car source?
Some were way ahead of me, in front of me, so I wouldn't be able to tell.
So you didn't know whether those people way ahead of you were running or not?
No, it'd be too far to tell.
So I know you said you started running. What other people around you were running at that very moment? If you know.
Richie was in front of me. So I think Richie McGinnis was the one that started running. And then while we started hearing all of the noise and people saying burn it down, that's when I started to go run towards the car source.
So one of the factors in your decision to start running was the fact that you saw Mr. McGinnis start to run.
Yes, one of the factors.
And you are, you post on Twitter, correct?
Yes.
And you have a Twitter name that is at Drew H Live.
Yes.
Is that right? And Drew H Live is your show that you have, or your website, correct?
Yes, on YouTube.
Okay. And you tweeted about this incident on the night of August 25th, didn't you?
Yes.
Shortly after everything happened.
Yes.
And you were talking about an armed citizen who opened fire on a rioter,
Yes.
right? And you characterized the rioters as planning to burn down the car dealership, correct?
Yes.
And it seems like you're suggesting then that the defendant he's the armed citizen that you're referring to, right?
Yes.
That he is, in your opinion, took necessary action to stop these rioters. That's what your tweet is basically suggesting, right?
At the time, it appeared that he was attempting to protect the local business from
So-
violent rioters that had already displayed that behavior 2 nights prior.
So this is an example, and this is, by the way, this is at 11:35 p.m. on August 25th, 2020. I know you said you're from Arizona. Is it possible that this was Arizona time, so 2 hours behind us? Because the shootings hadn't happened here until about 11:50 p.m. So I'm wondering if that's why there might be a time difference. Do you know?
No, I posted that. Are you referring to the video of the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum?
That's part of it, yes.
Okay, yeah. I posted that specific video maybe about 20 minutes after it happened, the original video.
And by that time, you had made a conclusion in your own mind that what the defendant did was the right thing. Fair to say?
I would have to take a look at the specific tweets to remember what I was saying and why I was saying it.
This is the tweet from 11:35 p.m. on August 25th, 2020, which in Kenosha would have been before the shooting actually occurred. And you say, it appears an armed citizen was defending the car dealership and opened fire on the rioter who was attempting to vandalize or burn the dealership down. Before the shooting took place, the rioters were planning to burn down their, quote, next car dealership, end quote. Do you remember that tweet?
Yes.
And that was shortly after this all happened.
Yes.
Now, you were also asked if you had observed various individuals that night, and you've told us about your observations of Joseph Rosenbaum. Fair?
Yes.
And have you showed us or talked about all of the observations or videos that you have with regard to Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Do you know if you have any that pertain to Gage Grosskreutz?
No.
No, I don't know, or no, I don't.
No, I don't know. It's a lot of footage. I would have to go through a lot of footage. He might run through a frame randomly. So that's what I would say.
Can we pull up Exhibit 152, please? And we're going to play this at the 1 minute and 51 second mark. All right. Mr. Hernandez, are you able to see that okay?
Yes.
All right. Can we play that, please? Pause. There is an individual who is crouching on the ground wearing a blue hat with what appears to be some white lettering on it. Do you see the person I'm talking about?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I do not right now off the top of my head.
Is there any disagreement that that's Gage Grosskreutz? And you were recording this because there's someone on the ground there that appears to be injured and is being treated by medics. Is that fair to say?
Yes, because they were rioting.
Okay. Let's go to exhibit number 153. Oh, Karen, are you okay? Do you need a tissue or anything? Okay. Let's go to exhibit 153 at the 40-second mark, please. Can we back it up 10 seconds, please? Go ahead.
Pause.
Mr. Hernandez, is this video that you recorded on your body cam?
Yes.
And did you see something that was being shown in your direction?
Yes, a laser.
Where was that coming from?
I have no idea.
You recorded this video maybe a lot or two away, a house property away from the 59th Street car source, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's a laser coming from someone who was up on the roof of that car source, right?
Yes.
And you're holding up your press badge because you're worried that someone who's pointing that laser at you is also at the same time pointing a gun at you, correct?
Yes.
And that made you fearful for your safety, didn't it?
The context of this is the rioters had already attempted to get into spark some kind of confrontation. That's what I testified to earlier. So then they went behind this building and started throwing rocks at the people on top of the building. Okay.
My question was very simple. When that person on the roof is shining that laser pointer at you and you think that they're pointing a gun at you, that made you fear for your safety, didn't it? He didn't answer that.
Question? What did you say?
Asked and answered. He said yes.
Do you recall the question?
Yes, because I didn't want to be misidentified as a rioter.
And you were fearful for your safety at that moment, weren't you?
I'm always fearful in the midst of riots.
Sir, at that moment, when that person on the roof is pointing a laser pointer at you and you think there's a gun pointed at you, you were fearful for your safety, weren't you?
Because I didn't want to get misidentified as a rioter.
Are you able to answer that question with a yes or a no?
I will say in fairness, I think the witness has answered it now.
Fair enough. I have no further questions.
A couple. Mr. Hernandez, do you believe that posting videos of what you saw was done to help Kyle?
No, because at the moment I posted all these videos on social media, I had no idea who Kyle Rittenhouse was or Joseph Rosenbaum the night of the riot.
And the purpose of posting the videos was what?
To report. I'm a journalist. I'm a reporter.
Mr. Bringer had showed you a picture of or a video of the green laser thing.
Mm-hmm.
Any idea who did that?
I have no idea.
Nothing else.
You say you're a journalist and a reporter?
Yes.
Earlier, you identified yourself as a professional commentator.
All the above.
Is it your practice as a journalist to interject your personal opinion into the stories you're reporting on?
No.
But you did that here.
Where?
On August 25th, a few minutes after these shootings, you posted on Twitter your opinion as to whether the defendant in your mind was right or wrong in doing what he did, correct?
No, I said apparently at the beginning of that statement.
What effect does that have?
It means apparently. It doesn't mean that this is 100% my opinion.
You had already jumped to a conclusion, an apparent conclusion at that moment, right?
That's what apparently means.
But that's not what journalists do, right?
I don't know where we're headed here.
I'll be done. Thank you.
Okay, you may step down, sir.
Thank you.
I believe exhibits 152 and 153 evidence, right?
Objection.
No.
Received.
Your Honor, we're at the point, I think, where we need to get the information from Mr. Black and Armstrong. I believe my associate has emailed the updated report to your clerk. And once that's done, I think we're done. I do wish that all the pictures that Nathan DeBrune viewed be published to the jury. I never did that when I moved them into evidence.
You'll have to give the numbers you want.
Ooh,
to show
big
the
shout out to
facts,
Nathan DeBrune, actually. Hold up.
Find that.
But you can do that.
Nathan DeBrune, if you guys remember, was the gentleman that was on stand yesterday, who with the photographer. He had some words to share with the with the prosecution. Man, he was like, "If you're gonna say what I said, say it right." I have pictures. Don't worry. He was on point. But I have his Instagram, and actually, man, he had to hire his own lawyer because of situations with the legalities that were happening there. And I have that. I'm going to post it up for you guys right here. So you guys can take a look at some of his art, some of the stuff he does. So his Instagram is right here. It's photos. Copy that, Bao. I'm going to put it in the comments here. And then photos by Nate D is what it is on Instagram. And let's go ahead and take a look at. So they're talking about entering these. They want to make sure those are properly admitted as evidence, or however they're doing it. Sorry, guys, I'll set this down here. And Nate D again. Photos by Nate D. Nate D. Yeah, he was good, man. Like, I like the fact that he really just stuck to his ground. And here's the other thing, man. People were cracking about the way he was talking, but like that guy, he knows what's going on in his world. He knows how he sounds, but like he got him in front of like the world, right? And spoke his piece and kept it collective and did his thing. Man. And he did good. He did really good. So they've got it muted on their end. That's not muted on mine, just so you know. So photos by Nate D. Yeah, if we do this real quick, let's see if I can't pull that up. And we'll go into Insta here and we'll take a look at some of the photos. I don't know if any of the photos are going to be on there from Kenosha because of obviously Nate DeBrune. Here we go. Oh yeah, he's got some great shots in here. A couple of them from Kenosha that are. I don't know if these are all by Nate DeBrun, but here, let's take a look at them real fast. I'm gonna put these right over here. We're gonna take a look at that pile, and we'll share this screen here because they are doing what they're doing right now. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll keep tabs on that. Oh. They're taking a look at the photos that are in question. We're going to look at this right quick. So, yeah, so these are the photos by, oh, sorry, here we go. Boom. We'll put that over here for now. All right, cool. That's good. So, yeah, let's make that full screen pile. What you're looking at here are some of the photos that he took. These top ones obviously are from Kenosha. Here's one of Gage that he took. Like I said, this is Nathan DeBrun. We're just going to do it like this. Photos by Nate. What else we got in here? Boom, let's go back. So yeah, there's and I wish I understood Instagram better. Like I wish I could just look at that in full screen. But we'll just skip through some of these real quick. Yeah, that was one of the first garbage trucks that was burning. And behind that is the Paleontology Museum, where the dinosaur was destroyed, sadly enough. He's a cool little raptor, man. Cool little raptor. Mike Corbett over there, thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Robert Burns. Yeah, man, I love you guys. Thank you so much for all the amazing support. You guys seriously have been incredible, like incredible. The chat, the community, the supporters, the subscribers, everybody, you guys, man, are amazing. And you've been from the jump, and I really do appreciate it. It means the world. You guys are incredible. So I keep looking at some of these photos he took here. Man, that's wild. Nathan DeBrun, man. Like I said, he was on stand yesterday. I got his info. We'll probably have a chance to chit chat with him, after court wraps. Maybe not today, but then he's got some other stuff on here that's, scenery stuff, whatever it might be. I'm not sure how to. There we go. Get back to the thing. I'm figuring out how to use the internet here. So these are photos by Nate D on Instagram. Man, some of those are so nice they look like stock photos, you know what I mean? Like things you'd buy online. But he's definitely these are all his photos, man. He's made some rounds. Here we go. This is I believe this is up in Uptown, isn't it? Right here. Yeah. I believe there was a fire in Uptown, if you guys remember, that happened because of some incense. It was like across the street from where the fires from the riots took place. So Uptown just got hit hard, man. That whole period of time was just really rugged for Uptown, man. But yeah, you can see this is this is like the Photoshop. This is a photography shop. This is Rhodes Photoshop used to stand, is what it says there. Man. Someone said, yeah, Joanne was referred to as Grambo. I can't, honestly, man, like that for whatever reason, it took till right now to actually figure out what she was talking about. Grambo. Okay. That was all right. It's funny. Grambo. Yeah, so these are the fire or the garbage trucks. So to the left over there, let me move my picture here. To the left over there is the post office. This is the post office over here. And then you've got the those garbage trucks are parked on, and I don't know the name of that street right there, but the one that runs right in front of the courthouse. And yeah. I think this is a view through the window. One of the shops that was, this is one of the electronic shops that was broken into and looted. And that was in down up to, honestly, I don't remember that was. There was a couple of them. There's so many stores that got broken into, just so many stores that were smashed in on. So Nate said, to be clear, or to be fair, All right. Drink on that one. Drink on that one. But to be fair, the photos aren't properly all represented out here, and that he's going to be releasing new photos here soon too. So, yeah, you guys get out there and support this guy. You know, he's a local photographer out there in Kenosha. He has, you know, he good dude. You know, and like I said, his photos by Nate D is as it says in the pinned comment there. Feel free to hop into Instagram. I'm going to go ahead and can I just hit that? Is that how that works? You just hit the little heart button. I don't know if that's how it works, but either way, yeah, I'll follow. Here we go. Boop, click the follow button. And we're in there. So now we're in with him. So I would encourage you all to do the same. Photos by Nate D. Good guy. He's a good witness. He did a phenomenal job. Yeah, so photos by Nate D. Where we at over here? Let me pow that comment. And like I said, we're in day 9 of the trial, man. Day 9 just blows my mind. And there's still, let me look back in here. Boom, boom, boom. Just want to make sure we're not missing anything in court. And if we are, I apologize. Looks like they're still chit-chatting. Yeah, they got the volume still muted over there. So we're not missing anything, but I'm going to add that anyway. So we don't have that fear of missing out or FOMO. Shout out to Tanisha, FOMO, Tanisha, FOMO, fear of missing out, because I know she's going to ask. Jason Polasic, I'm doing better. Yeah, like this morning was rough. I woke up at about 5:30, 6 o'clock ish my time, and it was a rough start to the day. I was not feeling good. But thankfully I got my I don't know, my chief executive officer, whatever role we all play in the grand scheme of CJTV. My Mi Familia, Shama was able to jump in, get things started off. So big shout out to her for jumping in and doing that. And we did it. We had a chance to Tina. We had a chance to look at the mural that actually was done in Uptown. There's one that they did one for Andrew and I, and just really heartfelt, man, really touching. That was a really beautiful night, having the community come out and just come together, and it was centered around community, and I think that's beautiful. That if all of this and everything that we've gone through, I know that I've seen Kenosha in the aftermath, and in the eye of the tornado during the protest and the riot, really rallied together, man. I saw a real solid community come out of that. I saw really passionate and compassionate people working together. Like when we walked the streets that first day, and I can even pull that up right now for you because I have technology at my ability here. CJ, your pinned supporters link doesn't work. Content not found. Can we get one of the mods to work on that real fast? I might have pinned the wrong link, or maybe we pinned the wrong link. But if we can get the right link pinned in there, guys, I'd appreciate it. Make sure we get that done. So this is early morning right here. This is the aftermath, and we've looked at some of this footage before, but I just want to make sure that we're take a look at what was going down. And yeah, here we go. So like this is Manja's. Yeah, Staria Schmidt. I am feeling a little better. Yeah.
Still smoking here.
And so that was the first, like the Italian restaurant. We're gonna slide forward a little bit here. There's them putting out fire still at the car lot. Still trying to put out some of the last I
hope you guys can
flare-ups
see
that were going on there.
You can, obviously, but I capture like the full magnitude of what you're looking at here. Like this entire car lot is destroyed.
Peggy, you don't. You carry this with
Kenosha,
you. You know
Wisconsin.
No, the trial is not muted. It's not back on yet. They are. they're still
And as
silently
we were recording,
working
you guys,
on
you
whatever they're
heard these
working on.
cars exploding, like just blowing up in the background.
I think we're just having some processing issues here with it's kind of jerky, but
And that church is right there, guys. Like all of these cars were on fire. Every single one of these cars was on fire and exploding.
I think that's a drone you can hear overhead.
Say again? Okay.
Okay. Say that
I think they're still putting out some fires. They don't really want me wandering around in there. This is the
We're gonna skip ahead a little bit here because, like I said, if it's gonna be jerking around, maybe we can get it to
pour as much water as we can.
There's the church.
Right here, Mercado Media.
Big shout out, gang.
We're on our way down to check out some of these other businesses that were vandalized.
So this is when we went downtown. So like I said, we making our way downtown, walking slow.
You guys can see Andrew. He's limping a little bit. He just got off a knee surgery a couple months back.
Look at that, the slow-mo
So
walk.
he's,
The slow-mo walk for Mercado right there. Like, man.
Find them because
Dude, look how wore out
And
he
like when you
looks,
were in the
man.
car
We were
lot?
both just broke at that point, man. Just so busted down. Like, I mean, just had nothing left. Nothing left at all, you know?
It's beautiful.
But this town, man, I fell so hard in love with Kenosha, man. It's running smooth on your end. Could just be my end then. And we made our way down to the. I mean, you can see some of the destruction here that happened along the way. One of the things that I was getting at, though, was the beautiful community that came together with this. We saw people out. The first guy we saw was out sweeping the ground.
Just like, but why this store? You know, like.
And
did people see stuff in here that they felt would be worth taking, like.
And well, Les Michelson can't do anything about that. You know what I mean? What are you gonna do? I think there's people that give me grief because
Looks like they tried to burn this one down.
I don't lean any one way or the other, and so
Like
they
you
get
see
mad that I'm not repping for any
this
one cause.
obviously, like,
I
someone
rep for
pulled out,
humanity and for people and for what's right, and you know, for the voices inside of the madness. So.
Oh yeah, if you guys are seeing any of these,
Les,
ones
feel
right
free to
here,
tell them that I'm
Andrew
over here
said
giving
send
mad props
screenshots
to
of
my partner in
all
crime
this
at the time,
damage that we're seeing here.
my confidant and safety net at the time, my dude Drew. We were out there and
Man,
went
what's
through
up,
that.
Joel?
Keep skipping around on me on my
So the
end.
jewelry store makes sense, but it looks like it was empty already.
All right, and let me see what.
I'd be done if it makes sense.
Look at the date though.
1851. People have been here since 1851.
That's terrible, man. That business was attacked and smashed up, and it says since
What a cool,
1851.
like, antique classic store, man.
That's so sad. That's so sad. You know what I mean? I don't know if the trial is done for the day. They are still. They're talking. They're deliberating right now. They're trying to figure out what they're going to do. With
You just see, hey, I just want to look at this. Like, there's just people out in the street sweeping up broken glass in front of their business.
but this was people from
terrible.
all different walks. Like they weren't. It wasn't just their shop. They were out cleaning up the streets for other people's shops and doing their best to help each other out. You know, and
Andrew, did you come down here while this was happening?
yeah. So
I was just walking. I can't
yeah, we're not in here pumping negativity, y'all. We're all about that positive push and helping elicit some positive change. And yeah, we're all good.
The guy was in the bushes shooting at the police.
I got pretty thick skin, y'all.
And I aimed my stream, like I took a defensive, like.
Yeah, I caught
ball,
the.
and it fucked my stream up. Like I took cover, dude. I stopped, drop, and roll.
Dude, you did a barrel roll, dog.
Scruff McGruff, or who was the dumb? Who was the fire one? Smokey would have been proud.
He did a barrel, man.
That's a Smokey, dude. You went to town, dog. You straight rolled.
Yeah.
This is the cat that helped.
Yeah,
the
Steph, you're good.
church
I
fire.
appreciate that. Yeah.
Then you got these 2 chairs just randomly sitting.
Pam,
there.
we're all good,
They're
man.
probably using these to break windows.
No, we're all good.
Yeah.
We're all good. And again, what happens out here in the public eye, guys, is the
Hey,
public
y'all.
eye. When it comes down to like my personal life,
What's
everything
up?
else,
Oh,
you know, we're all
we
good.
did
We're all
our
good. You know what I
best.
mean, we do what we got to do. You know what I mean?
I think the fire department did most of it.
I love everybody. Hope everybody does really well.
What a
You know what I
night.
mean? I just want to see people come up. You know what I mean? I want to see people rise up and achieve and do great things. You know what I mean?
Kenosha was
Friends, family, and everyone in between, man.
People gonna be boarding. Are you boarding up right now?
Definitely want to see people achieve. You know what I mean?
And the one across the street, the owners aren't around, so we put wood on the front of it.
So people
Yeah.
gonna go on today night.
And again, you can't control what people say in your comments. I mean, a lot of times you let people talk. You know what I mean? So if anyone's talking about comments that are being said anywhere else, you know, sometimes you just let it ride, man, because you don't want to police the people that are, you know, that are supporting your stream. You know, and you got to let them have their own opinions. And sadly, if someone doesn't like me and they want to say that.
Amazing. We walked, there's like 9, 10, 12 miles.
I apologize, man. I cannot remember your name, but this dude has done some really incredible art, in Kenosha. And anyone that knows his name in the comments, if you throw it up there, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, it was very, very peaceful until the sun went down and the police got aggressive and didn't want us to speak anymore. And that's what happened here. Is last night it was peaceful protesters at the police building, and then tear gas hit, and people started lighting stuff on fire.
Yeah.
It's like you fight fire with fire. That's how I was raised. You know, if somebody's gonna hurt you, you make sure to at least defend yourselves. And I think we've tried to defend ourselves like a million different ways right now. So they're trying anything we can.
Touche.
Yeah, dude. It's crazy.
Hey, is that Lake Michigan right over there?
Yeah, man. You gonna be around town for a couple days? I'll hit you up if
We
you
are
wanna,
now, yeah.
If you actually want to, like, maybe take a minute to breathe.
Yeah, we
I'll
appreciate
show
that,
you
man.
A couple spots.
Dude, that'd be awesome.
I'm a nature
That's the love I'm talking about,
Oh,
man.
that'd be dope, man.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
sand dunes are down that way. Huge chunk of land fell into.
Still haven't been to the sand dunes yet. I'm looking forward to that.
For 2 miles.
Maybe find shark teeth,
Weird
things like
bones,
that.
fossils, rocks, stones, crystals, stuff.
Dude.
So you find quartz down here. There's like.
I would love that.
Yeah, so I'll hit you up.
Please.
I got you on, yeah.
Okay, get a hold of
Molly, she was on your feet all night talking. So.
Molly, thank you
Yeah,
so
look
much.
at you guys.
All right, thank you, brother.
Yeah, they're not quite back in session yet over on court, at the court. But anybody know that Tristan Iverson? No, that's not. They done the witness. Are they done with the witness? They're Jason. This dude's name is Jason. Hank, Jed, Nate,
Social Security
Barry.
office?
Shut up.
Oh yeah, right here.
Shut up, Barry. No, it's fine. I love you, Barry. Yeah, Pam, you're talking about my days back with Ian when we were concrete doing that thing. And like I said, sometimes, you know, we go our own way for a period of time. It's like tacking a river, guys. And if you know what I'm talking about, in a river you tack, in
Those are
nautical
church,
terms.
yeah.
Shauna, thank you for those stars. But when you tack a river, here we go. Like you go shore to shore, right? And you
Clean it
kind of
up.
you go
This is a
against the
church right
current
here,
and with
right?
the current. You use your sails and you do that to travel. Like if you're
Man,
going upstream,
were you out
downstream,
here
whatever.
when-
But you
while
go
it was
side to
happening,
side.
or-
You don't just book it.
I saw you though last night.
Yeah.
You watching the streams?
Watching the streams, yeah.
But sometimes your boats line up and you go the same way at
No,
the same
no.
time. And other times you cross in the middle of the river. But no matter what, you're all still traveling on a path. You know what I mean? And it's just a matter
What's
of
the name of the church?
doing the best you
What's
can.
the name of
So
the church? Daybreak? It's great. Well, we're sorry to see that you guys had to.
shout out to the Daybreak
Daybreak
Church in
Church.
downtown Kenosha. I'm not sure if they're still there, but I hope they are.
How you feeling about everything?
Okay.
And the fact that you have to be the one to be out here cleaning it up.
Happens.
Yeah. All right, we'll leave you to it, my friend.
All right, buddy.
God bless.
Thanks for talking to us, bro.
Yep.
All right. We're going to jump back
Come on, y'all.
in. So
shots fired is 5.468 seconds.
That is correct.
Oh, that was a recap. Man, y'all got me.
Set through really a frame-by-frame analysis from this expert, going to the point of how fast these 3 shootings happened in real time. They were taking a lot of notes, sitting there in the jury box, analyzing what the expert was telling them. But they also heard from Mr. Hernandez, who was also there at that night, August 25th, for more video and testimony. And we could expect the defense to rest at any moment, Ashley.
All right. And I know, Chanley, that we knew they might go back to court. It looks like they're back in court. The prosecutor standing looking at his notes. I think we're going to go back live.
Yes, please.
So, Chanley, while
Colonel
we
Sanders.
wait for audio for them
Boom.
to begin in court, tell me this. I know you mentioned the most recent witness that now the jury's looking at pictures from the freelance photographer. I know we expect this to be the last witness. Did I get that right?
We do expect this to be the last witness. Mr. Hernandez, he has completed his testimony, and they told the court yesterday, the defense, to expect 3 more witnesses. He was the 3rd of the day, and right before the jury was shown the photos for Mr. DeBruin, the lead counsel, Mark Richards, told the court that he expects to rest after the jury sees these photos. So the question now is whether or not the prosecution will put on a rebuttal.
We're going to go ahead and we'll jump in with this other one here. Let's go with they're not back in yet. I'm trying to get this sorted out for you here. So that's not the one for us. We got you right here though, guys. I apologize for the delay here. But we'll get you back up and running in just a second. Bear with me, share the stream. We're getting close to the end. Maybe that's why everyone is jamming the networks here, making it hard for everyone else to do what we're doing. All right, we're good.
Items here and give you a good.
If you could, please.
All right, here we go. And we got, yes, they are back on. And is this nope. All right. I need a name if y'all would help me out here with who it is that we are looking at right now. Because I think he came up earlier and now he's being back on the stand. So in the comments, if you guys would tell me who we're working with at this point, it would be great. Dr. Black. Gotcha. Thank you very much. Dr. Black.
The video itself would have been with the original discovery, which would have been the evidentiary items reviewed in my preliminary reports. The interview statements of Nathan DeBruin that would have coincided with it would have been in the secondary discovery, which would be in my supplemental report.
And with regard to this video, in the report you gave us since we last talked, it indicates here that you trimmed the video and it indicates you enhanced the levels. So you say you adjusted the contrast to 14.4 and the brightness to 175.1. Am I reading this correctly?
You are reading it correctly. However, if you take a look slightly forward in the report, these are matched estimated values post-production. In other words, I didn't capture it at the exact moment. I was working on this and during the last time we talked, and I matched the levels consequently.
What do you mean you matched levels to what?
To the appearance of the video. In other words, what you're doing is you're adjusting contrast on one side of it. And if you want, I can show that to you.
No, you can just describe it.
That's fine.
Ooh.
You're adjusting brightness on the other. There are 2 slider items, so to speak.
canes
One
as the
slider
hit.
goes up from 0 to whatever, the other
So,
goes down.
I think we've done this a lot.
real fast, this is the video
But I'm
expert
wondering
or
is,
the use of force expert.
how did you
One of the two.
arrive
Which
at
one
those
is he's
settings
the
for contrast
use of
and
force
brightness? What were
expert.
you
Okay,
comparing
thank you,
it to,
Veronica,
or
and everyone else.
where'd
Appreciate
you
that.
get that from?
The actual video.
So you had a raw video from a source with that, which had a certain contrast and brightness level?
The video that was given to me yes, sir, I had a raw video with
And then when you did work on that video, you adjusted the contrast and the brightness on your work to try and match the original?
no.
I'm
Okay.
misunderstanding.
No.
Or is he? He's a video
I'm
expert.
misspeaking.
He's both.
The
Oh,
process on this is I have a video. I cut out the piece I'm going to work on, so I don't have it. It takes a lot of energy or computing power to work on it. It has that amount of frames, and then I process that piece. So that piece of video, I run through, in this case, some very just simple processes, which is I level adjust, which is just simply adjusting the brightness and the contrast to see if I can get more clarity out of it. And then from there, I like what the clarity looks like because I can see a preview of it. Okay, it looks like I can see a little bit more, do whatever. I then put it into a no audio track, as we already discussed earlier, an MP4 file. And I say, it'd be nice if this was a little bit slower so I can make more sense out of it. And I simply adjust the frame rate. If it was 60 and I wanted a little bit slower, maybe I'll start at a 10, maybe I'll go down to 6 until I can discern stuff. So that's what I'm describing. Big file original, raw. What was given to me is raw. Extract, same exact speed, no alterations, no nothing. Then the extract, levels enhanced, slowed, frame reduction.
So what I'm getting at is when you have that extract and you're enhancing the levels, you personally are adjusting the brightness and contrast in that extract.
That is absolutely correct.
And you're doing that because you're hoping that by making those adjustments, it'll make things in the video easier to see.
That's fair.
And with regard to the rest of the document you gave us since the last time you testified, you also indicate that you did a similar process with the BG on the scene or BG on the go video, which shows the second set of shootings. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And again, with that, you adjusted the contrast and the brightness yourself.
Yes, sir.
And you did that because you were trying to make it so that things in that video were easier to see.
Also correct.
Okay. You played for us earlier that video on your computer, broadcast onto our TVs. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And when you played it for us, you had it slowed down to a certain speed. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I thought I heard you say earlier, and maybe I was wrong. I thought you said a quarter speed.
That's what I thought it was. It's actually, and let's make sure we're talking about the right video. Which video are you referring to?
The Brandon Gutschwager or BG on the scene video. I think this is on the second or maybe third to last page of your most recent document.
Right. So that would be, if you take a look on the original starting out at approximately 60 frames per second, that would be, I guess, page 4. And then it goes from 60, reduced down to 7.5. So the math would be a little bit around 8, down to 1/8.
So the version that you played for us this morning, it was at 1/8 speed?
Approximately, yes.
And is that a new video file that you've created using your software?
When it actually changes the frame rate, it produces a different file from that.
That's
Yes.
what I'm asking.
Yes.
So you have a file on your computer that is the BG on the scene video at 1/8 speed. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say it's the BG on the scene video extract. The short
Drink 2
version
times.
At 1/8 speed, or approximately 1/8 speed.
And that's what you played for us earlier?
Yes, sir.
So if we wanted to, for example, we could take that file, mark it as an exhibit, and introduce it into evidence in this case.
Yes, sir.
I would like to do that, Your Honor, with the defense permission.
I have no problem. I would ask that all the videos that you prefer to be marked on a hard drive and put into evidence.
I assume that's not something you can do instantaneously. That'll take a little time for us to put them on a hard drive or something along those lines.
If you give me a hard drive, I can do it whatever
We
instantaneously.
can work on that. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
He said, I'm not doing it on anything unless you give it to me. I'm not paying for that.
Videos, did you change anything other than the color and contrast? We've already talked about frame rate, poor question, long day.
Right.
You changed the frame rate.
Correct.
On some of them, you changed the color and contrast on some of them, correct?
Well, I didn't change the color. I changed the brightness.
Color. I'll ask it this way. Were any of the frames color added or subtracted?
No, sir.
Okay. When color is added by either the operator or the program, that's called interpolation.
It's a term, but yes.
And those are done through various different ways. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Okay. One of them is bicubic.
That is a type of interpolation. Yes.
Okay. Can you
Drink.
name the types of interpolation?
I can name some of them, that especially the ones that this software allows me to be aware of or qualified in.
Go ahead.
The three of them would be, for example, nearest neighbor, bilinear, and bicubic are three specific types of interpolation or algorithms used. In that. Now, something that should be known about this is these are done primarily when enlargements are being done.
Now, nearest neighbor, it was the first one. The second one you said?
Bilinear.
Bilinear. And the third?
Bicubic.
Does nearest neighbor change the color composition of something that's blown up or magnified?
No, what nearest neighbor does is it takes existing values within the frame already and uses those existing values to fill it out, so to speak. If I had something that was pitch black here, 100% black, and it said, hey, we need to get bigger, it would fill it out only using that color of black or white or whatever else happens to be within the frame.
Bilinear, does that add colors?
To some degree. In other words, if you had something that was, well, let's just use like a line of blue, and you had a line of red, there would be something that exists between the blue and the red value here that would not necessarily have been there before, so to speak.
So the computer, through its program, fills in the blank, so to speak.
Yes, sir.
Bicubic, does that add anything?
Yes, much in the same way as bilinear does, but the difference is, as it sounds, linear is more, think straight lines, and bicubic is if I had something in the middle, it would basically gradually go out to match the other color. So if you were to think about it like a progression, you would start here, and if I have so far to go to get here, it would take a little bit more.
Hey Siri, what's a cubic?
One sec. In crystallography, the cubic crystal system is a crystal system where the unit cell is in the shape of a cube. Do you want me to keep reading?
No further questions.
Yeah, I can actually.
That gave me no more understanding.
Take one of the standard clips.
So they're pushing in the
And you
direction to
just want
say that
the idea of brightness and contrast.
any altered video isn't going to give a proper perception of what you're actually seeing because it's been altered in some way. And this is like one of the Apple courses that you can. They try to teach you how to use like the Adobe products or something like that. You had to. I'm legit trying to take notes right now. Input ace. Even they were like, nah, we're good. This is a long wait for us to. Hey Siri, what is bicubic?
In mathematics, bicubic interpolation is an extension of cubic interpolation for interpolating data points on a two-dimensional regular grid. Do you want me to keep reading?
Dear Lord, no, please stop.
There's nothing playing.
Other than the sound of like a grind organ in my
All I'm
head,
gonna
just
do
so
is I'm
confused
gonna
about what
slide
I just
this
heard.
in that direction, and you'll notice it lightens up. If I were to keep sliding in that direction, it lightens up some more. If I wanted to get a little bit more contrast to it, and then as Mr. Binger has already described, I move them around to a place where I can get hopefully a little better understanding or clarity.
So what you just did on the slide on the top of the screen, that was doing both of those manipulations?
Yes, sir. One from one side, one from the other. Those are the two values in the report.
And so basically what you've done is taken a video that is dark and unrecognizable and turned it into something that's useful.
I think that's
Yes, sir.
every
And
photo that
you haven't
anyone's
added
ever
anything
personally
to it?
developed.
No, I haven't added anything to it, nor has the computer added anything to it. There's no interpolation being done with this other than the lightening and the algorithm for the lightening and the contrast, but there's no additional pixels being added. I'm not affecting the pixel count.
There you go.
And you
It's just
did
clarity.
that
Yeah.
on
Jolene.
Some of the videos that we've shown this jury previously.
The two videos that have been demonstrated to this jury that I worked on, that I did the clips from, this is all that I did. There was other videos worked on that I did do enlargement and these type of things. They were done by nearest neighbor lossless. As far as I know, they have not been presented to this jury.
Understood. Thank you, doctor.
Yes, sir.
You mixed it up.
Thank you, sir.
There's some housekeeping matters and
A lot of head scratching going on right now. A lot of breaks today.
10, 15 minutes. So please don't talk about the case during the break.
Please don't talk about the case during the break. That's a big ask. You know what I mean? That's a big ask. Because, yeah, I think now, you guys, I think the rest of the day is going to be spent with closing witnesses. Luke White, nothing good. No, nothing good. We learned what bicubic and interpolation, spectrographic, non-doxial, trimetrical ramifications are on a picture. Yeah, that's crazy. Who knows? Yeah. Clarity. We were getting clarity on what was done to these pictures to help us better see the enhanced photos, which was to provide better clarity. So, yeah, that was nuts. Don't interpolate me, bro. I promise it wasn't intentional, because I don't know how. So, yeah, closing statements. Did I say closing witnesses? Yeah, closing statements is what I meant. So, yeah.
CV and evidence. Right?
Make your offering. You can talk about it now so that we can tell whether there'll be an objection. But make the motion in front of the jury, because when I give the instructions, I'll tell them that they're only to consider things which have been received.
Okay. I would make Dr. Black's CV, and I would submit Exhibit 142, the timesheet. And I know that Mr. Binger has objections to that, and I would have that changed to use the method that I use to identify them, but the times would still be the same.
That could happen.
The CD at this point, I'm not in a position to comment
could
on
happen.
142 until I see the final version.
All right, what else?
At that point, we would rest.
Is there to be a rebuttal case?
Yes.
How long?
Well, we have one witness simply to verify two photos. That is what the defense wanted to report on. The length really depends on how long the defense wants to cross. I have like 3 minutes of questions.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
I probably have about 3 to 5 minutes of questions for him.
Right? I don't buy it. I don't buy that.
Okay. Well, let's have them have their break. Then we'll come in and take care of that. You ready with your witness?
He's here. The defense had asked for these reports. I don't know how long they want to review them. He brought reports for almost everything he did. I think they're mostly interested in just the two most recent things. If there's going to be a fight over this, I'd prefer to have that fight before he testifies.
Or cross-examination.
I guess I just don't know how long the defense wishes to review these documents they requested this morning.
Well, Why don't you give them, or if you have.
He's really pushing his
already,
break.
give them the material now. They can look at it and is there going to be a need for a lengthy delay?
I don't think so.
Okay. Let's aim to start at 1:45, and then perhaps we'll be done with evidence by 3:15 or so, and then we can start talking about verdicts and instructions, and go to the jury tomorrow.
Well, can we discuss that in more detail after the break, Your Honor?
No, do it right now, man. Have that convo. We stop pushing it out. Let's have the conversation.
A lot of evidence. A lot of people are real tired. I spoke to Mr. Pinger, and miraculously we agree. We'd rather do it on Monday.
Sam, I would like to start another jury on Monday, number one. Number two, where the jurors are here and they've been here, it's a long trial. And
Judge said, I'm not trying to work on Saturday.
I didn't hear you.
I said, I see that's worse than Monday. Whatever the court says, I'll make myself available.
I'm just not sure, Your Honor. The way we're headed right now, it's going to be, 1:45 by the time we come back. I don't think we're going to be in a position to give them any jury instructions today.
I wouldn't instruct them today.
Sure. So, best case scenario, I think we're looking at beginning instructions tomorrow morning, first thing, and then closings, which I think that process between the two of those things could take us well into the afternoon tomorrow. And then we're starting deliberations at 3 or 4 on a Friday afternoon. I think that's less than ideal.
Less than ideal.
The alternative
That
is
sums up a
send
lot
them
of the
on Monday,
prosecution.
and then we'll have the same issue. We'll have the instruction and the argument on Monday.
I think having them come back, if they need to deliberate further on Monday and into Tuesday, is, I think, preferential to having them deliberate Friday
I think
Saturday.
All right.
That gives a whole weekend for people to have access to the social media
Tentatively, I'll say
conversation.
yes now until I
They
go
should
back
just
and
keep
have buyer's
keep
remorse.
keep piping through it, man.
But
But the DA, I think, wants the
let's finish
delay.
up, and then
Yeah.
I will want to talk about instructions somewhat today and verdicts. So, okay. 1:45.
So they're going to break. Good for them. Man, I'm sure that this jury needs as many breaks as possible because there's a lot to process. And you got to wonder, like, look at this guy and his milk, man. It's like a big milk bottle. Just... So yeah, the issue with the pixelations and all of that, I mean, it's confusing for us. Can you imagine what it's like for the juror sitting there, trying to figure that out? What they're talking about, why they're talking about it, what they're supposed to get from it? Because all the jurors have to know, like, that everything that's happening is done to help position one side or the other better with their best understanding, the juror's best understanding. And so they have to try to figure out what they're trying to say with what they are saying without just saying it, right? So yeah, it's like watching Big Brother, you know what I mean? Or freaking any Desperate House players of, I don't know, Warsaw County, I don't know, whatever, any of these reality show people are like competing or whatever, and it's like some unspoken dialogue of understanding. And man, like I said, I would not want to be on this jury at all. I do not. I had a conversation, like I said last night, and this isn't me being callous, but I was trying to say, like, I have no skin in the game, so to speak, to say that like I said, I'm not on trial, and none of us are on trial, right? That kid right there is on trial. So no matter what happens, we all go home or stay home or go, to a theme park or skip rocks or gather fossils out at the sand dunes in Kenosha, which sounds super cool, by the way. I'm definitely gonna do that when I get out there. And so it's easy to be invested to a degree, but then to just kind of let it go. And these jurors, man, they got to ride it out. They got to rock this till the wheels fall off, and then they have to make a decision. They have to actually put out a verdict that's going to affect this kid's life forever, and emotionally, and as well, it's going to affect and mentally the lives of the people that were affected by his life and the things that happened last year. So, man, I don't know what happens in the case of a hung jury. Let's find out. Let's do some research here. So, but let me see. Let's actually, honestly, let's get it right down to the brass tacks here. We're gonna go ahead and just ask like the base questions, right? What happens with a hung jury? So a jury that, despite honest attempts, is unable to reach a verdict by the required voting margin. Often a hung jury will lead to a retrial of the case. It could also be referred to as a deadlock jury. Is a judicial jury that cannot agree upon a verdict that, after extended deliberation, and is unable to reach the required unanimity or supreme majority, super majority. Man, I'm having a tough time reading the small print here. Hung jury usually results in the case being tried again. So a hung jury would be a great outcome for the based off of what I feel right now is happening with the case. It would seem that a hung jury would really benefit let me see. So I'll put that up here so people can see that. And so a hung jury, like I said, is right down here, over here. Boom. A jury that, despite honest attempts, is unable to reach a verdict by the required voting margin. Often a hung jury will lead to a retrial of the case. Now, one of the things that's being asked for is a resi electrician, no debt, let alone school debt in America. That's amazing, man. Yeah. The DA would love a hung jury at this point, because it feels like the temperature, and you guys can in the comments let me know what you think, but it really feels like right now that the DA has dropped the ball. The prosecution hasn't prosecuted. They haven't litigated in a way where it's going to have Kyle walk out or have Kyle not walk out, rather have him put in cuffs right there and taken away. A hung jury would have us back, it looks like, in court right now, and I think I have it written up here. Now, this is what was asked for by the DA. I think it was yesterday or the day before, but as it says down below here, a case dismissed with prejudice is over and done with once and for all. So the defense would love for the case to be dismissed with prejudice, right? Look for a mistrial, right? For the case to be a mistrial with prejudice would be that, it was mistried, can't be retried again, right? And can't be brought back to court. A case dismissed without prejudice means the opposite. It's not dismissed forever. And I think that, if I remember correctly, the DA was asking for a mistrial without prejudice, and to say that, okay, we're going to say that the case, is a mistrial for whatever reason, and we're going to want to take it back in here and do it again. Which, man, if we have to go through all this again, aside from journalism, CJ, guilty or not on all charges, no one here should hold your opinion for or against you. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, and really, I don't have an opinion in this. I just want to see the jury get all the facts they need to do their job, because really, they got a tough job ahead of them, man. That is no easy road that they have to get, because they have to deal with the ramifications, man. Like, I wouldn't want to have in my hands an 18-year-old's life, and knowing that what I vote is going to say whether or not this kid spends the rest of his life in prison. That's a lot to hold on to, man. I mean, you're going to carry a heavy burden from that no matter what, which is why I think that people that serve on juries really need to be celebrated more, because they do have a hard work cut out for them. They've been there every day that we've been here, watching every bit as much as we've been. They've been much more involved than we are. But I mean, other than their little, the breaks they get, I don't know if they have like a nice like snack stand in their break room, muffins and whatnot. But I know that they've definitely got their work cut out for them. So, and a lot of people, let's get the shares to 200. How about that? Amanda Atchison. Good call. That'd be great. Acquittal is the best outcome. Dismissal with prejudice is the next best thing. So, okay, so for if we're talking for the defense right now, King 9888 over on YouTube says, is dismissal without prejudice? It's a 2-year window they can recharge for. Okay, And that's without prejudice, right? Now, and then Jennifer Samuels over on Facebook says an acquittal is the best outcome for, and we're talking about for Kyle Rittenhouse. Dismissal with prejudice is the next best thing. So an acquittal just means he's acquitted of all crimes. That's it, done, go home, handshakes, whatever. And like a mistrial without prejudice is, so yeah, there's a couple different roads they can take. Barry, snack stand sounds like a great business opportunity for you. Just saying. Barry, you are not wrong. You already know. And thank you for that contribution, Barry. McCocknair is what we're going to go for. That's what we're going to stick with. Barry. Freaking Barry, man. Thank you, Barry. Big shout out to everyone that was out, like I said, in the supporter chat or the supporter Zoom meeting we had last night after the case. It was a lot of fun. And I appreciate all of you guys putting up with Barry and all of his Barryness. So Resist Tyrant says, CJ, the standard for dismissal with prejudice in Wisconsin is a prosecutor. Let me pull this up so everyone can see it. The standard for dismissal with prejudice in Wisconsin is a prosecutor operating in bad faith. The judge already stated that he didn't believe Binger was operating in good faith. Ooh. He did give him the Mother Mary's pointer for being brazen with him. And he did say that he brought some things into the court that he had told him not to. He brought some things up that he made very clear in pretrial that he wasn't going to allow. And then what it sounded like was Binger, the DA, brought those things up and then tried to pivot on those things to use them for the grounds for a mistrial. And that's what the big argument they had. If you guys remember that with the judge, he was pretty heated. He was yelling at him, and he oh man, if we could find that clip here, I'm going to see if I can't find that real fast, because that was that was pretty intense. The Rittenhouse judge here scolds comes up quick. You don't have to dig deep for this, man. Let's see if we can pull this up here. Judge scolds prosecutor during Kyle Rittenhouse murder. I don't intend to kill them. I intend to stop people who are attacking me. So we're gonna let's take a look at that real fast. Give it 1 second here. I'm gonna pull this over here. Yeah, 1 sec, and we'll be able to look at it together. Resist, hey, thank you for sharing that comment. I appreciate it. And they're on break right now. So what it says, trial, they're going to come back in about 10 minutes. So let's see if we can get this one to pull up with the audio. It was, man, it was rugged. Here we go. Yeah, here we go.
So you understand that there's a difference between using deadly force to protect yourself and using it to protect the property, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Richards?
Your Honor, Mr. Binger is either forgetting the court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter. He knows he can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an experienced attorney, and he knows better.
Mr. Binger?
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
My understanding of
You should have come and asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not a motion.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
This is the judge
That
earlier,
was their motion.
yesterday, I think.
We've
Yeah,
not
it was
filed any
yesterday.
motions to reconsider in this case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you, without any advance notice, to bring this matter before the jury? I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, well, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
We filed another axe motion on this exact issue because in my mind, and I argued this, it is identical
Calm
to what was
tones.
going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
Your Honor, with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. That's absolutely untrue. No. Your arguments of record, my comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed, even if you're correct in your assumption
This is yesterday.
that you know more than I did at the time. You should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this.
So that was yesterday. Wow, man, the judge. It's funny because people were like, is the judge biased? I don't know if the judge is biased. Whatever the judge's, personal leanings might be, if whatever, but he he definitely was not having it with Binger at that point, man. He was done with him. And I said it the other day, like how he was so mad that he like burned himself into like a shut up. He was just like, well, I'm not going to talk about that. And I was just like, man. And then you got Binger coming in on the other half, doing, de-escalate this. Okay, I'll mad props to Binger right there, because what he just did was what I think a lot of people need to work on. That would stop a lot of issues out in the streets, and what I think we talk a lot about, de-escalation. Because what he did there was, instead of yelling back, which obviously would have been a bad call, to yell at the judge in the case that you're prosecuting, he went into real calm terms. Said, "Listen, judge, what I'm trying to accomplish." Like he went into a very like, "What I was saying, judge," and how, damn, man. But he slowed it. He slowed the roll. It felt like the judge was about to say, "You're really close to being held in contempt." I thought he was about to say that, and I was like, damn, this just hit a wall. Like that train derailed. Good luck, because it's it's a wrap, man. What's crazy is someone said in the comments, making comments about Democrats. I say Dems, and I respect your comment, if your opinion, Sharon says Dem wants him to do life. We're talking about Democrats. As to say that the Republicans would rather see Kyle Rittenhouse free, Democrats wouldn't. And I think that Kyle Rittenhouse right now has become kind of like I don't want to say the sounding board. He's become an icon in things like Second Amendment rights and things. Tom, I have no idea what that means, man. You throw yourself out with the bathwater. You are smarter than you make yourself out to be. Do I come across dumb? I don't think I make myself out smarter. I don't think I'm making myself out dumber than I am. Man, I got my issues, man. Whatever, but yeah, I don't feel it's what people need to make this. Now, if this becomes a precedent setter for different cases, and we talked about this yesterday, was the Ahmaud Arbery case about the term lunge. Okay. And that came up, and I'm going to pull that up right now. So the term lunge, which is being kind of used as a focal term for a lot of the things that happened with Rosenbaum and with Huber, and Gage, they keep using the term lunge, and if you read the definition, I'm going to pull it up because I'd rather let Webster actually tell us what lunge is. I'm going to put it in the comments here, and it's something that's important, I think, because it tells us a little bit more about what they're referring to, and it flies into, so a lunge, lean to, I can't even read it. Learn to pronounce. See definition. Okay. All sports write it down. A sudden forward thrust of the body, typically with an arm outstretched to attack someone or seize something. So that being said, what they're talking about is that these people were lunging for Kyle Rittenhouse's gun. Lunge by definition is to attack someone or seize something. So in that, they're pushing that the self-defense isn't just for him, but Kyle said, he's like, if he'd have taken my gun, he would have killed me, and he'd have killed other people. So yeah, I would love to pull up Nate when he was on the stand. Actually, man, we don't really have. They're going back into court, I think, in 1 minute here. So they're not quite back in, but they're getting pretty close. But yeah, and Jim Mitchner, I want to say that MSM keeps pushing this as political, which is not correct. Facts are facts. This has nothing to do with politics, guys. This is not a Republican. I want a couple things that I want to talk about. This wasn't like a political rally that turned deadly. That's not what this was. It wasn't one kid out there pushing for a party and then another party and then boom, 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 that happened. No, that's not what this is. This shooting wasn't racially charged. Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't out there on a racial attack, as some people are trying to play him out to be. I don't feel that at all. And the people that he shot, he didn't shoot because of any racial issues, any racial meaning. There was not, he didn't. And to be clear, all the victims were white. No, we're not allowed to say victims. All the people that were shot by Kyle Rittenhouse were also Caucasian. So the thought that this is a trial about race or about politics is sorely off base, man. Sorely off base. And the mainstream media narrative will push that. They'll talk about how this racist kid came in with an agenda and a vendetta, looking to hunt and eliminate people of color. Come on. Or they'll say that he is the poster child and hero for the Republican Party and all that believe in gun rights. Come on. Okay. Some of the comments are interesting, but what gets me is that this kid is just he's a kid, 17-year-old kid with a big gun, got caught in a crazy situation, and tragically, 2 people's lives were lost, and a third person almost lost their life. Gage was very close to losing his life, not just from the wound that he inflicted, but from where the wound was inflicted. I mean, that bicep is right here when you get shot, which is the distance between your face and your bicep, you guys, one hand away. You know what I mean? That could have easily, even if it didn't kill him, it could have maimed him for the rest of his life, more so than he already is. It's terrible. It's terrible. Terrible. But I don't want to I haven't, and I won't ever place Kyle Rittenhouse as a hero of anything. I represent that he was out there with an idea of accomplishing. And when I say a hero, I mean a hero in these shootings. You know what I mean? I feel like this is just Kyle Rittenhouse is on trial right now. The nation's not, democracy's not, freedom's not. It's not. And some people have made it about that. They feel that, if Kyle Rittenhouse gets convicted, that America's going to implode, or that if Kyle Rittenhouse gets acquitted, that America's going to burn. It won't. It's not. And the thing about this too is, if you look at where this all started, which was the shooting of Jacob Blake, the officer that shot Jacob Blake was put back on the force. There was no charges. He didn't end up with attempted murder charges leveraged against him. And there was no riots, And that's what this started with, was the shooting of Jacob Blake, where he was shot in the back 7 times, left paralyzed. And all of those things, all of the intensity that went around that, was something to say that if anything would have elicited a riot, if anything would have started or prompted a protest that had all of the emotion that we saw when it first started. When I got to Kenosha, we saw all of the emotion, all of the raw emotion that took place there due to their connection to Jacob Blake, the family, the friends, the neighbors, people that knew him well. People are just frustrated with their involvement with the police department. And JJ, thank you very much. So when that verdict came out, when not the verdict, but when it was put out that Officer Shesky, I want to say his name right, and I'm gonna, I'm gonna make sure to say his name right. So, man, what's crazy, man, is I just pulled up in Google officer that, and this is sad, you guys, this is actually pretty sad. And we'll talk about this later, because I do believe that there's issues on every major institution, including the police force. There's things that need to be figured out, fixed, and worked on. But I just put an officer that shot, and then it says officer that shot, and then the drop down for Google is Mike Brown, Oscar Grant, Mona Rodriguez, Breonna Taylor, Dante Wright, Adam Toledo, Daniel Shaver, Dante Wright, Micaiah. Granted, I'm not going to get into details on any of those, because all those cases were different, other than they were all involved police. So that's where a lot of these turn points are with this case. Is the police are being brought in, politics are being brought in. But the one officer that was, personally involved with Jacob Blake, and that got, this Jacob Blake, like I said, was the starting point for all the chaos, was Rustin Shesky of the Kenosha Police Department. And the Department of Justice isn't seeking charges against the officer who shot Jacob Blake, as it says. So what's interesting to me is that so federal prosecutors announced Friday, and this is back in on October 8th, this article came out in NPR. Federal prosecutors announced Friday that they won't file charges against the white police officer who shot Jacob Blake in Wisconsin last year, a shooting that sparked protests and led to the death of 2 men. Officer Rustin Shesky shot Blake, who is black, during a domestic disturbance in Kenosha on August 20th, 2020. The shooting left Blake paralyzed from the waist down and sparked several nights of protests, some of which turned violent. An Illinois man shot 3 people, killing 2 of them during one of the demonstrations. State prosecutors decided not to file charges against Shesky earlier this year after video showed that Blake, who was wanted on a felony warrant, was armed with a knife. So that's the point there. They said that he had a knife, Shesky shot, and then they used that as the reason to acquit him for any charges. All right. So the U.S. Department of Justice launched its own investigation days after the shooting. The agency announced Friday that the team of prosecutors from its Civil Rights Division and the U.S. Attorney's Office in Milwaukee reviewed police reports, witness statements, dispatch logs, and videos of the incident, and determined that wasn't enough evidence to prove Shesky used excessive force or violated Blake's federal rights. Accordingly, the review of this incident has been closed without a federal prosecution, Justice Department said in a new release. Okay. So it looks like they're back in. We're going to jump back into court here.
All right.
All right, we're back in.
Who
So court is back. Thank you. Someone poke him. Appreciate it. And I apologize, guys. I'm still fighting it a bit. Like I said, I woke up feeling a little bit rough this morning, and so let's see if we can't get this to work better, man. Sorry.
Then the state will
There we go.
do its rebuttal, and
So they're going to bring the jury back in. Defense says they're going to arrest.
2 exhibits into evidence in the presence of the jury, and then arrest.
Rectamundo. Yep.
Thank you for the stars, Armine. Yeah, you guys, thanks for all the contributions and donations, things that made it come through, stars, bits, and super chats, super stickers. It helped get me to Kenosha, which I'll be in Kenosha tomorrow. And I'll be meeting up with my team and as many of you there in Kenosha in the area that I possibly can. We'll definitely set up a meet and greet and get a chance to like meet each other, shake hands. I'm a big hugger. We'll do a lot of hugging, talking, and break bread. And I'm really looking forward to being back out there and seeing everybody. I haven't been back in a year since just after the riots. Actually, since October of last year. I was there for my birthday, if you guys remember, and then haven't been back since. So it's been tough. But I think right now, like I legit had to, I think, go through all of this to get myself, through what was looming in the back of my heart, my head, to get to where I'm comfortable with it all, man. Mike Corbett, I'm not sure. Maybe DM Stephanie. Steph and Facebook. Are you able to help out Mike Corbett? He's trying to become a supporter, but I'm not sure why. If we could, that's not me. If we could pin this up.
Kind of I don't want to say the notes, but the work that you had done. In terms of
Yeah, I'll still be live.
Blown up at his request. Is that, I know it's a rough.
That's not me bleeding into the mic, just so you guys know. Oh, it's that guy. And who is this?
But if you do, could you just turn to page 7 to make sure I'm the right path?
So yeah, that should be pinned at the top of Facebook. So you should be able to go in there if you're watching live on Facebook and click on the supporter link, the blue badge thing, and it'll help take you right in there. They didn't. Did anybody catch who this is?
Yeah, the one that you had done in reference to the latest, I think, 8 photos that were.
This is the video guy.
enlarged.
There you go. And send Stephanie a DM if you're still unable to get into the supporter group. We'll help you out. Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, I don't think. Does anybody know who this is? The video guy. You can click on the green bottom at the, or was it a green?
So,
badge at the
on the
bottom of the chat bar. It will walk you through becoming a supporter.
And then as we move down, there's a portion or a headline or a title in bold that says interpolation, right? Yeah.
No, I'm not seeing it.
Let me see what you got.
That's what I have. Oops. Page 7.
People have been saying this is the video expert or
Maybe this helps. I'm asking that if the
this isn't
VR
Dr.
20
Black.
2992, yes.
Does that help? Okay.
One moment, please.
All right, Mike. Yeah, Mike, DM Stephanie if you would, please. Yeah, thank you for the stars, Mike, or Robin Biggs. Thank you very much. Oh, this is Pinch Dude. Thanks, Jenny. Yeah. Also, Scott, thank you for the stars as well. Appreciate those. Yeah, we're gonna be doing we're gonna be in spending a lot of time in Kenosha.
Can you see what you're referring to again?
So April, yes. We'll be talking to a lot of folks. We're gonna spend a lot of time. And again, all you business owners in Kenosha, anybody out there that has businesses that were affected by the riots,
Yes,
homes, please DM me or reach out CJ at CJTV.live. I'm going to put that up here. And let's talk. Let's sit down. Let's take a walkthrough. Let's look at the business. Let's do that. But you can easily email me at, if I knew how to do my own email. Let's see if I could spell, that'd be great.
Sorry, I'm there. Thank you.
Yeah, this will be the one for you.
So it says in bold.
Stephanie Philister.
Yes.
Mike Corbett, Stephanie Philister.
It says by cubic.
That's correct.
And what does that mean?
Means that the interpolation algorithm that was selected
Bye,
was
Sheila.
by cubic.
Are there other interpolation methods that you could use?
There is, yes.
And what are some of those?
For example, nearest neighbor is one. By cubic, by linear.
And can I just ask you to do this so we understand this? The photo that you enlarge at the state's request, how much is it pixels that you expand? What do you do to make it bigger?
It's based off of the enlargement is the interpolation that is used. So with regards to this references a video that was interpolated and outputted. Are you speaking to the photo?
Yeah, speaking to photo, what number is it?
It's the 1 of 8 where it shows up.
So this is been marked as states 155. I'm going to add specifically about that one.
Okay.
Okay. So you have taken still of a video and you have zoomed in on it, for lack of a better term.
I would not say zoom. I would say it's been enlarged.
Okay. And how do you do that?
We use a algorithm, bicubic algorithm, for that. For this particular, are you referring to both images or just one?
They're both the same, right?
This one was used with a smart resize algorithm, and then this one is used with bicubic.
I'm sorry, you said this one was smart size?
Smart resize.
And what is that?
That is a algorithm that is part of the AMP5 software that resizes that image.
So I don't know if this is going to be, it's easier for me to do it this way. I don't know if the court, it'll be easier for the court, but in my, tell me if this is right. Can you just turn and take a peek for a second? Okay, so when you are making things in large, right, you are you adding pixels?
Yes, I am adding pixels.
Okay. And so tell me if this is bicubic interpolation, okay? And I know this will be rudimentary, but forgive me. So if these are pixels, R is going to stand for red, okay? And these are red. And these are pixels, and these are blue. When you enlarge an image, what does the bicubic algorithm do to these pixels?
The bicubic algorithm is taking those pixels and resampling, or I'm sorry, is basically duplicating those pixels into another area. Beyond that, I cannot say.
Do you know, based on your training and experience, what color the bicubic algorithm makes these pixels?
I do not know.
Do you know if we know this is a red pixel, and we know this is a blue pixel, and those are real colors, will it combine these two pixel colors to actually change the color of the image? You know what I'm saying?
I can't speak to that.
So you can't.
Yeah, I want to be clear. Listen, the unassigned ones that you have in the middle.
Yeah.
Those are the added ones.
Yes.
Okay.
So the added pixels, and what, to be fair, in terms of what we're looking for, to make sure it's the color's correct, that we're not distorting.
I was a to be fair. Drink up.
It's adding pixels, and my concern, my question for you is it adding the correct color of the original image?
That goes beyond into the algorithm of the program that I do not have that information for.
Okay, so if I can ask you this. These two photographs that you have enlarged, okay, so you've added pixels to those, right?
Correct.
Okay. And are you able to tell the court the colors that were there originally are actually the same colors when I expand?
Thank you very much, Samantha, for that contribution. Thank you so much.
With the added pixels. Are you able to say that?
I'm not able to say that, no.
So I'm not, tell me if I'm right. So the things that the court would be looking at here, and the colors that the court would be looking at, you can't tell the court that in fact that's the color from the original picture, correct?
It comes down to the programming, the algorithm. I cannot say it.
Can I just say 1 second here? Yep. My last couple questions for you, sir. Could you have used another algorithm that wouldn't have changed the potential color of the pixels that
Not,
There's no testimony that the color has been changed.
I didn't hear you.
There's been no testimony that the color has been changed.
It was my impression, and I beg your correction, it was my impression that in the effort to enlarge the image, that the individual is inserting some, I'm going to call them uncharged pixels, that the algorithm is going to assign colors, which is beyond his control. Where am I going wrong?
My question was, could he have used a different algorithm?
No, I'm not, you're past me. I'm just trying to understand if I've got the basic concept down.
Yeah, my understanding was it was beyond his scope of his expertise.
I heard
Say, the
No,
expanded
I'm back, way back.
All right.
I'm still using watercolors. He is enlarging, he wants to enlarge the image. And he's inserting some pixels in there. And so he gives it a command to insert the pixels. And he doesn't know what color they're going to come out. Is that it? Is that it, sir?
I would say, Your Honor, it's as to how that algorithm interpolates those pixels and where it places them goes outside the scope of my knowledge.
Well, what do we, I mean no disrespect, what do you know?
What I do know is that the process that I use to expand or enlarge this image and the interpolation method that was used. Anything beyond that within my software, with the software I use, I do not have any additional
And
information.
competing programs might insert different colors,
It's possible.
and you wouldn't have any way of knowing.
I do not have any way to know if those different interpolation methods would issue different colors to different pixels.
Now, what were you telling me?
What I had asked him was, I wasn't telling you anything. I asked a question that was objected to, which was there another method that could have been used? Which, and I think the wording that I had said was, wouldn't have changed the pixel colors, which I drew the objection.
And what was the objection?
The objection, there's not testimony that any colors were changed.
How would you know?
There's a lot of pickle
He
talk.
may or may not, but the way he asked it is assuming that colors changed.
I'll have you rephrase it.
Go ahead.
Is there another interpolation type of program that you're aware of that when pixels are expanded would keep the color constant through the expansion?
Pickles, yes or no?
I cannot speak
Comment.
to that.
Would you agree the more pixels that you add, the more interpolation happens?
Yes.
We're about to start a drinking game based off the word interpolation. That guy's breathing real deep into that
You
mic.
expand the photograph. You're adding pixels, but you can't tell the court what color is being added, if any.
I cannot speak to that. No, that comes down to the programming the algorithm on the software.
So the original still has colors and pixels. It's expanded, those pixels expand. The question is, do the colors stay constant?
I do not know.
Judge, that's all I have.
Just one last run at confusing the world, man. Just one last shot.
Mr. Armstrong, is the software you use similar to the Input ACE software?
It's similar.
So the same algorithms and methods, as far as you know, are also in that software?
It's both softwares are made by two different manufacturers. I can't comment on whether they're the same.
So when you enlarge these images, are you changing any details?
I'm not changing any details.
What are you doing?
We are simply just adding pixels to make the image larger.
Because when you're looking at a smaller image on the screen, say it's 20 by 30 pixels. In order to enlarge that, there need to be more than 20 by 30 pixels, or else it would stay the same size.
That is correct.
So you didn't witness this, but the defense expert was zooming in on video with his Input Ace software. Would that also be adding pixels because it was enlarging it?
It's irrelevant for purposes of what his testimony would be.
I'm trying to let the court understand. I mean,
I beg pardon?
I'm trying to get an understanding of how this works. So
Oh, go ahead.
You may answer if you can.
I do not know.
Look for
as
him in
to
the live
based
theatrical
on how
production.
Their interpolation for, if any, is seen by zooming in on there.
So when you talk about adding pixels, the only way to enlarge an image is to add pixels.
Correct.
Now, you don't go in and say, put in black pixels, put in blue pixels, or anything like that.
That is correct. I do not.
The software program does that.
That is correct.
And it has to do that to actually make an image larger.
That is correct.
Now, is this, the defense expert called AMP5 the gold standard of video editing? Is it one of the best programs out there?
It is a program that we use at the lab. Yes.
Thank you, Becky.
Now, is it an accepted program? I'm sorry?
You asked him who was the best one, and he responded, that's what we use at the lab. That's not the same thing. Or it doesn't establish that it is in fact the best.
I understand.
I can tell you, not everything the state supplies is top notch. And I'm not talking about the judges, by the way. I said not everything the state supplies is top notch.
That was
Is it the same process?
a direct shot at the ADA.
On your computer?
Like this.
No.
Now, this
Wow.
AMP5 software has an algorithm.
Oh, damn.
And speaking to exactly.
When you interpolate, there's an algorithm that fills in the image so that you can actually see it, so that it's magnified.
When you are dealing with looking at it from a preview, it uses its own nearest neighbor, but it does not add pixels in that preview.
So these processes you use, are these the standards used in the forensic imaging that you do?
Yes.
And this is the kind of software that you are trained on?
Yes.
And this is an accepted software program in forensic imaging?
Yes.
And these are accepted procedures in forensic imaging?
Yes.
And that's all. Thank you.
So here's my question. The photograph that we're talking about to be admitted into evidence to have people look at it.
Yes.
Can you say that image didn't add colors into pixels that weren't there originally?
I cannot definitively say that because I did not write the software program.
So it's possible when you enlarge an image and add pixels that you're adding colors that weren't there in the original photograph, correct?
I do not know.
And when you said nearest neighbor, nearest neighbor, if I'm right, tell me. What color goes in here on a nearest neighbor?
It utilizes, I'm sorry, I do not know. It's possible.
And purple is nowhere on here, is it?
That is correct.
Nothing else.
In order to answer Attorney Trofsky's questions, would you have needed to written the algorithm in the software program?
I would need to, yes, to see exactly how those programs are interpolating those pixels.
Do you ever check the enlarged image against the original image and see if there are consistencies?
Yes, we can certainly compare the original to the enhanced version.
And is your work, and were these images and your work on these images peer reviewed by another forensic imaging specialist?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
Judge, on that, I have a motion, but I don't have anything else to ask.
You can step down, sir.
Judge, based on his testimony, so what the state is trying to do is introduce a photograph that has been enlarged where this person, Mr. Armstrong, cannot testify that in fact colors weren't added that weren't there originally. And the photograph, I'm going to tell the court that the photograph that the state intends to offer, I believe they will be arguing, shows Mr. Rittenhouse doing something with his firearm. If it is not the same as the original and colors were added to that, that is a distortion of what in fact the original photograph was. It should not be admitted because it's not relevant if he can't testify. And there's been no appropriate foundation that in fact it should be admitted if he can't testify that it didn't add colors, that colors that originally weren't there still aren't there. And I think under the circumstances, based on the evidence that you've heard today, you should not admit those photographs because they are not what I would consider to be mirror images of what the original photograph was.
Judge, all due respect to your honor, I think the defense is trying to take advantage of your lack of knowledge about technology, which you've expressed. With the defense argument, you
Both
could
judge
never
and
have
me.
an enlarged digital picture. All of Nathan, and I understand we didn't object to them, but all of Nathan DeBruin's pictures that he brought in on his own on these prints are enlarged digital images. If the defense is now trying to argue that enlarged digital images are not reliable, I mean, it's first of all hypocritical, but second of all, this is just not the age we're in. We are in an age where software is able to enlarge and do things. And yes, this image, we believe, although blurry because of the enlargement, does show, in rebuttal to Mr. Rittenhouse's testimony, does show him pointing his gun at individuals just before Mr. Rosenbaum chases him. The defense, this is clear in the drone video. We pointed it out in the drone video. The defendant denied it. This is an enlargement of that drone video so that we can see a better picture of it. This whole canard of adding pixels and changing color is a dishonest argument, and I believe the defense knows that. Their expert used a very similar
Jean-Luc
software
Canard.
to zoom in and edit and change things, because if these things are reliable, and they are reliable, and that this is what is used by by forensic imaging, forensic scientists, it's the industry standard. So if we're going to say that no technology can be brought in, no enlarged images can ever be brought in, that is a ridiculous standard. And we've heard from two experts now about how these algorithms are used and what they do. And simply because this evidence may be not beneficial to their client, and in fact, show their client is lying, they're stooping to this level to try and keep it out. And to me, I think making a dishonest argument based on a number of forensic scientists that have emailed me to discuss this issue with the Apple zooming, which I think was also a very similarly I don't want to say dishonest, but inaccurate argument, simply trying to keep out these enlarged or cleaned up images that show that their client is lying. He pointed a gun before Joseph Rosenbaum chased him. And this is a rebuttal. This is rebuttal evidence. This is based on someone trained in this area who uses software that is certified in this area. He's trained in this area. This is what these forensic image specialists do. And it's peer reviewed by other forensic images, which frankly, Dr. Black's was not. And so this is actually a much higher standard than the evidence that Dr. Black got in. I understand we didn't object, but for them to have an expert come in, use a very similar software to do similar things, and then try to pretend this is all voodoo magic is preposterous. And
Well, wait a minute. A couple of things. Number one,
Oh, he's about to address how he said your lack of
You know,
knowledge of
this-
technology.
This happens sometimes. Lawyers sit there during the trial and all kinds of stuff comes in and out, and there's no objection raised. And then when there is an objection raised, the party says, well, this went on before in the trial and it was admitted. And I think, okay, but there wasn't an objection. So it was never scrutinized by the court. It just came in. That's number one. Number two, you're the proponent of the evidence. You have the burden of proof. They don't have to disprove the accuracy of it. You have to prove it. Number three, the witness was just here, and when he's asked, what does it depict in terms of whether the color is going to change or to what color, he says, I don't know. Now, this is the person who is providing your information to support your claim that it is an accurate depiction. I will tell you that I totally agree with your comment about my lack of familiarity with these concepts. Although logic, I have some logical skills, and when you start adding, if I take this piece of paper and I start drawing squares on it,
Do it.
and and then I decide I'm going to put it on a bigger piece of paper.
Do it.
And I want to expand them. But
Do it.
I do it by creating even more squares, and I don't know what's going to go into those other squares. I mean, this is difficult a concept for me. Yes. You know,
How
the
he
fact
just
that
explained
I can blow
it.
something up on my phone.
If that's how
And
he
it's accurate on my phone.
thinks, that it's
Doesn't
confusing
mean
to
that the
everybody.
particular program used by the crime lab is doing an accurate job of increasing the size of the image.
Well, this is an accredited lab using software.
What does that mean to me? What does that mean to me? What does peer reviewed mean to me? If you haven't presented any evidence as to the science or as to the algorithm that's involved,
Judge.
No, I want to see the images.
Okay.
Let's take a look. Not that my naked eye is going to be necessarily capable of making the distinction that I need to make, but you have you.
Did the Zoom change anything?
So you
No, I understand.
present the images. I'll take a look at them.
It's the best
Would you
pickle I
like
could
them on
draw.
the printed out paper, or would you like them on the screen? We have two of them marked.
Well,
Or we can
that's-
put them on
look.
the screen.
Show me the paper.
Dude, this judge, man. I love that look he just shot. He said, man. He knew that shot, you guys. He took the state. And he was like, well, it's the state's software. And he's like, is that the best you can use? And he was like, well, it's the one that we use at the state or whatever. And he was like, well, we all know that the state doesn't provide the best. I can't. I can't. Baba Booey says, this judge is like, come on, jackwagons. He got out his magnifying glass. My man.
Yeah, you better put them up. I don't. I can't think of these at all.
He said, yeah, you better put them up.
Please put up the.
Indeed. I love that he just had it right there. He's like, oh, allow me, if you will, a moment.
Actually, well, actually, I've had the best success looking at this one. Now, what is this
Man.
depicting?
Judge, this is a image.
Why didn't they just zoom in on it for the judge? Give him a bigger picture.
It's
Increase the
exact
pickle rate.
area where Mr. Rittenhouse looked and denied that that is him holding his weapon, pointing it at Zeminski's.
Okay, now you tell me, where's Zeminski? Where's the defendant? Where's
Zeminski is off screen because we asked it to be cropped. The
I beg your
defendant,
pardon?
Zeminski is, I believe, off screen. The defendant is right under the sign, right in front of what would be the pole holding up the
Calling
sign.
Dr. Black.
And right next to him is the fire extinguisher that, as opposed to his actual testimony, is seen on the drone video gently placing on the ground. He then immediately raises up and raises his firearm and points it at the Zeminskis. The defendant denied this even after watching the drone video. This is a blown up image. Obviously, it's blurry because it is blown up, but you can see the black firearm being held in his two hands, albeit it is blurry.
Man,
I'd like
that
to see
judge
the
is,
video or the
he's
scan
working
shows
through
you
it,
as well.
man.
Let's have that.
He's working
Got
through
that
it.
up?
Yep.
Number 82, please.
Brian, 82.
Someone just say Pick-Aid. Is Pick-Aid a flavor of Kool-Aid? It's a good question. That's the question of the day. Is Pick-Aid a flavor of Kool-Aid? And I mean, it's almost like going out on the most confusing scuttlebutt, if you will, of argument possible. It's blurry because of more pixels. Who knows?
So if you look in that area of that, it's clear on the 4K TV, which is why I believe the defense brought that
Clear
in.
what?
It's clear on the 4K TV, which is the one the defense brought in. But the area where that enhances is as the video begins.
Turn it this way.
Oh,
As
this
the video
again.
begins, if
This
you
is
look under that sign, you will see the defendant step into view. He gently places his fire extinguisher on the ground.
gently places his right. I said that because
And then
Kyle
he
Rittenhouse saying he
raises up
dropped
and
it.
points his weapon at the Zeminskis, who I believe you can see once this traffic light's out of the way. You play it, Brian?
Someone said I could be Elmo's human brother.
One more time.
I think they're flexing on that 4K TV they got in the courtroom, man. Oh, I said scuttlebutt. Guess what? Mercedes, was that said? About the judge is coming down off the stand, limping his way out there. He's gonna reach out and slap somebody right now. Did he bring his magnifying glass? And thank you again for the stars, you guys.
The defendant places the fire extinguisher down. He raises his weapon and points it back at them. He's pointing it right now, right here. He's still pointing it at them.
Dude, this is
Back to the beginning.
like okay. I don't know how this is important. I mean, I'm sure it is, but I'm sure got a much grander scope than what I could possibly understand, but
Run it again, please.
I mean, does it matter if the judge has a good angle on it or if the jury does? See, let's make a point. See the photographer right there in the courtroom taking pictures. That isn't like an undercover type individual. That's like a courtroom photographer. So people are wondering about there being people in there taking pictures. Yeah, they're cleared to be in there to take the pictures. You know what I mean? There's media in there, press, if you will. There's a lot of cameras over there. Look at that.
Now, I think what I'm going to do is allow it, and that is subject to the witness is going to be cross-examined in front of the jury, and they'll have to make up their own.
Okay.
He doesn't get to say what those images are, right?
No, he will not be moving them.
Okay.
Should I clean that up and start with the one?
So there's a lot of hoopla around pixelations and video enhancements. And we're talking about, he legit said that. Like, I cannot believe what I'm seeing this Judge Schroeder. He is set to retire, I believe. Thank God. Mercedes is not a fan of Judge Schroeder. I get it. You know, he's a stiff drink, this guy, man. He's definitely he's a whole vibe, man.
We will call a rebuttal witness. We were just made aware of a couple issues with the defendant's testimony. We believe we could potentially get a witness here this afternoon to rebut it. We were just made aware of it. So we may, at the end of this, be asking to keep the rebuttal open.
So when?
Well, we're working to see if we can get a witness. It'd be a person from the Grays Lake Police Department to rebut the fact that Mr. Rittenhouse was issued a bulletproof vest by them. They indicate they did not issue him one. Also, I can't imagine we find someone, but the Arizona State or whatever university that the defendant claims to be attending says he is not enrolled there and is not going to college there. I don't imagine we can get a witness for that, but we of course will work on that.
He can open his webpage, his student webpage. So,
Well, I'm not going to cut off their right to
yeah.
rebuttal. All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
So here we go. Calling in the jury.
Would you come down, please?
Hoo-wee. He said we could just get in this stupid web. Wow. What can you do, guys? What can you do? So yeah, we're getting the jury down here. And you know, they're already pushing, what is it over there? 3:30 in the Central Time. So they got an hour and a half left of litigation for the day. And then they will go ahead into tomorrow, which I believe they're going to use for they're going to make for final statements, I believe. And then they'll go into jury direction, and then they'll go into deliberation, which where the jury has to go back into the room and write what they think on a little piece of paper, probably put it in a hat, pass it around. I don't know. I've never been on a jury. Anybody that's been on a jury, jump in here. What is it? What happens real time when you are case closed, or, you know, everyone's rested, it goes to deliberation. They turn it over to the jury. They give the final instructions. This is what we need from you. This is what we require from you. Go back and figure it out. I know they have like a, juror, they have their, they have a certain hierarchy there. They're a foreman. Yeah. Okay. So, Michelle Ellen, here we go. You were a foreman.
Continue.
So,
Defense would move into exhibit 142 and 140, and we would rest.
All right, any objection to 142, 140?
So to final review of 142, no.
All right, received. Did you wish to present rebuttal?
Yes, the statement called James Armstrong to the stand.
is this James Armstrong? He's back up. All right. I'm going to talk about pickles, guys. It's going to be pickle talk. For those that didn't catch, the judge has referred to it as, instead of pixels, pickles a couple times. So we're just having a little fun with the judge from a distance. Because, if we said it to his face, he would probably smash us with that custom-made high back chair of his.
You testified a few days ago about some videos from a drone footage that were entered into evidence.
Yes.
Did you do any additional work on that drone footage?
Yes, it was requested that I enhance a person near a vehicle underneath the sign.
And how did you go about doing that?
I took two different approaches. The first one, I frame averaged, which means that I selected a group of frames. From there, frame average. From there, I frame averaged those, stabilized first, then frame average. From there, went through and clarified it, which just means that with using levels, we just brightened it up, and then enlarged it.
And these practices you talked about, are these standards in the forensic imaging world?
They are, yes.
And so are these accepted practices in forensic imaging?
They are.
The software you used, is it accepted software program in forensic imaging?
Yes.
And was your work on these images did it go through the peer review process?
I went through a peer review process by another qualified analyst.
And did you write this software?
I did not write this software.
Big Jim McCarthy.
This enlargement, does it use any kind of computer programs or systems to make the enlargement?
Yes, it uses an algorithm to enlarge that image.
And what kind of process or algorithm was used?
Thanks, Gino.
For the image with the individual under the sign?
For the image underneath the sign, the image that is on towards the left, a smart resize, and then the image on the right was by cubic.
And are these accepted procedures in forensic imaging?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And did you write the algorithms that do these procedures?
I did not, no.
So do you know the actual specifics of how the algorithms work?
I do not, no.
But they're part of a software program that is accepted in use in forensic imaging.
Yes, that's correct.
It is, but I don't know that he's going to get the witness to grasp an answer that he wouldn't otherwise make, so the objection's overruled.
What is the software that you used?
It is called Amped 5.
We've heard some testimony today about a software program called Input Ace. Is that a similar software program, to the best of your knowledge, to Amped 5?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, did the crime lab have to choose between those two as to which software they would use?
Yes, the Amped 5 was chosen.
Were you part of that process?
I was only part of the process of making a recommendation.
Is that what you recommended?
That was my choice, yes.
Sorry?
That was my choice. Overall,
I think you said it was your choice.
It was my recommendation to our technical unit leader it was my recommendation to our technical unit leader for my preference of software between the two.
Let's show what's in marked as States Exhibit 155. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that appears to be the report print that I created. A report print?
And this report print has 2 images on it.
That is correct.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the report you created?
It appears to be so, yes.
And you said there were some differences between the algorithms used on the images?
Yes, that is correct.
And what is the difference?
The difference being is that with regards to the clarification techniques on the image on the left, that was frame averaging. The image on the right, the difference being is that just a single frame was used.
And I put a piece of paper down in front of you. Do you mind flipping that over? What's the number on top of that one?
Exhibit S156.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is report print number 2.
And what is report print number 2?
Report print number 2 is clarified and enlarged files or images that I produced.
And where were where were you looking to enhance these images from?
We were looking to enhance the the area where 2 individuals are observed.
And so it's a different part of the drone video than the first exhibit.
That is correct.
What did you do to produce these images?
To produce these images, I just, again, clarified. So I use levels to brighten it up and then also to enlarge as well.
And all the procedures you used standard and accepted in forensic imaging?
Yes, that is correct.
You actually created 6 more reports as well?
Correct, yes.
And just to not go through every one, were they all created with standards of forensic imaging?
Yes, that is correct.
You reviewed them and you know that the ones that the state's submitting are the ones that you submitted to us?
That is correct.
At this point, I would like to move all 8 into evidence and publish 155 and 156 to the jury.
all right. Well, they're admitted subject to the cross-examination.
So can I publish them?
Not yet.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I'm going to use this. Sheriff, you can't see this, can you?
I can partially see it.
All right, I just want to make sure that members of the jury can, okay?
Understood.
So so in terms of your enlarging this image, from the information that's been provided to us, you did that through a bicubic interpolation program. Is that right?
I provided that through a smart resize and also bicubic, depending upon the image that you're referring to.
Okay, and when you're making the image larger, you're adding pixels to that image. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So my question to you in terms of your work on this is, in a situation where each individual pixel, you'd agree, has a color, if there's color involved, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so if these pixels are blue, and we know from the original that these pixels are red, when you're expanding the image, you're adding pixels, correct?
You are adding pixels, yes.
You don't know when you're adding and enlarging that and adding pixels, you don't know what color you're adding to these pixels. Is that right?
I do not know the interpolation, the algorithm what it exactly is doing when it's adding those pixels.
There are programs, if I'm right, are there programs that would just default it blue, even though it might not be?
I do not know.
Do you know if there's programs that would take the blue pixel and the red pixel, combine them, and make a color purple when it's actually not purple?
I do not know.
Does it change? So here's the question I have for you. So if you take a picture of me right here and you expand it and blow it up, it's going to add pixels, so it might change. The pixels could become white for the color of my shirt or black for the color of my tie, correct?
It's going to be sampling the pixels that from your example,
Yeah.
and and calculating those pixels out, and then duplicating those pixels into that image.
Can you do that again? What was your answer?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat your question?
I'll try. So what we're doing here, what you've done is you've taken a still photograph, right?
Yes.
You've blown it up and added pixels to that photograph.
That is correct.
Okay. Those pixels have to contain or do contain information, right?
That is correct.
Some of that information is color, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so if the best example I would give you is if you take a picture of my chest, my shirt, and you blow it up, you're going to be adding pixels around my shirt and my tie, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so the question is this. In terms of the accuracy of that enlarged image, you don't know whether those pixels are black for my tie or white for my shirt, right?
I can't speak to the algorithm that's being used and how it's interpreting it.
And that, to be fair, that could distort or not make an accurate picture of what we're seeing, right?
It's possible.
Right. So the images, and when we're looking at smaller images that are blown up, adding color that's not actually there can make the photograph not accurate, right?
But all the steps that were taken are repeatable.
So what does that have to do with the fact that you don't know what the colors are added? You don't know the colors that are added. So how do you know that's accurate?
I do not know to the algorithm and how it's using it.
So when we're doing that on small images, like a marker in my hand or something like that, and you want to see what this is from a far distance away, it might be adding color that's not actually there. Right?
It may be.
So the image that we're asking people to look at might not actually be an accurate representation of the original image. True?
It's possible.
Would it take something that was present? So the example I gave you was my tie.
Mm-hmm.
If you expand that, is it going to add more black pixels?
It will add, no, it will not add any more detail than what is originally there.
But it's going to add pixels. You just don't know what color they're going to be.
Correct.
Is it more difficult to do that in situations where you're further away, meaning the distance from the photograph. The further the distance from the photograph, the more difficult it is, or the more pixels that need to be added to blow it up, right?
Saying more distant from the photograph, you mean the object depicted?
Sorry, yeah. So the object depicted in the photograph, the further away that is, the more pixels need to be added when you enlarge it, right?
Correct. If you wanted to enlarge it, yes.
And the more pixels that are added, the more availability there is for distortion in terms of the color in those pixels, correct?
In terms of the color, it's possible.
And would that be also true? Would that be true for the size? I think I asked you this, but I'm trying to figure this out. The size of the image that you're trying to make larger. So the bigger the image in the photograph, the easier it is to enlarge.
There's more information. There's more pixels that are present to enlarge in that area.
Okay. So if I, for example, if I had something on my clothing and you enlarged it, would that make the thing on my clothing more pronounced?
It may not, no.
Would it make it less pronounced?
It may not.
It may keep it the same even though the photograph is bigger?
It does not, interpolation does not add detail. So if you are enlarging something on your clothing, all it's doing is making that image larger. The detail that may or may not be there is not added. You're not adding additional detail to that image.
You're just adding unknown information.
Yes. No, you're not adding unknown information. You're adding, you're interpolating those pixels and you're adding those particular pixels.
Right, and those pixels contain information.
Yes.
And that information contains color.
Yes.
And you're not sure whether or not how that color scheme works in that situation, right?
I do not know.
Okay. Sir, thanks for your
time. Mr. Kraus?
These programs add detail?
These programs do not add detail.
And how long did you work with this drone video, all told?
All told, I received it on Sunday, and I finished all my work with regards to these requests as of yesterday.
So you worked on it for more than 3 days?
Correct.
Would you have submitted a exhibit that did not seem to be consistent with the original footage?
Objection, argumentative.
Uh,
And foundational.
It is argumentative.
Did you make sure that if the reports that you identified were not consistent with the drone footage that you become familiar with, would you have produced them?
I would not have produced them if there was any information in there that did not seem accurate to me.
So you do compare it to the original?
I did not compare it to the original in this instance, no.
And what is this sampling that you talk about?
The bicubic and smart resize.
Yes.
Those are two different algorithms that use to interpolate that information.
So do these algorithms look at, so let me ask this way. On a digital photograph, to make it bigger, do you have to add pixels?
You do have to add pixels, yes.
So if I take a photo from my phone and I want it on a 5x7, I'd be adding pixels to it.
You would be.
So this is something that's commonly done to photographs.
It is, yes.
Now, these algorithms, how do they know, to the best of your knowledge, how to add the pixels?
To my best of my knowledge, it depends on the algorithm, and that's the extent of my expertise on that.
So what is the sampling process?
The sampling process is looking at the pixels and providing more data to that file.
So it looks at the pixels and looks at what's around it, and that's how it adds the pixels.
That is correct.
So it's not just arbitrarily choosing colors to put in.
Not to my knowledge.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Sir, you never compared the photograph in front of you to the original? That's what you testified to?
I did not compare the original. I did my analysis on that original video, but I didn't compare them side by side. No.
Well, you were asked, you wouldn't submit it if you didn't think it was a fair and accurate representation and all that other stuff, right?
Right.
But you never looked at the two of them next to each other to confirm that, right?
To confirm that, to compare the original to the exported file, no.
And I know Mr. Cross talked about, you take a photograph of your family or whatever and you make it bigger, right? You're probably not as concerned in a family photograph that you're adding pixels and where colors are going as you might be in, for example, say, a homicide investigation, right?
That is true.
Okay. So making sure that the information that's added to these pictures, and the information is in the pixels, making sure that's accurate, that's an important part of your responsibilities, correct?
That would be yes.
And you don't know how that happens in this particular case, correct?
I do not know the algorithm that's being used within the software to speak to that, no.
That's all I have to do.
Any question? How do you know that the interpolation is accurate?
Just based off the fact that it's a bicubic algorithm is a common algorithm that is used, and it's a sound forensic tool within AND5.
And how long did you work with this drone video and the different images from it?
It's been asked and answered.
It's sustained.
You know how many hours you worked on it?
I'm gonna bang my
I
face
would
against a
say it
bicubic
was
wall here in a
approximately-
minute.
Approximately 20 hours.
Nothing further.
Question?
I don't.
You may step down, sir.
And the pickle may rest.
You no further rebuttal witnesses.
Whoa. Big moment.
Other evidence?
Judge, I would move that the exhibits be accepted and published as previously requested.
The objection?
The same objection that I noted.
Right. It'll be received and published. Did you have some for publication too, or was that done? That was completed?
Yes.
Okay. All right then. Folks, the evidence is closed, and I'm going to ask that you return to my, yes, you do. Go ahead.
Can we get the screens on?
Did you?
Aaron and Samantha and Drew, thank you so much for those contributions. I do appreciate it greatly. So thank you very much.
Exhibit 155.
I see that Venmo came through. Definitely will go right into that travel fund. So thank you so much for that. Also, Jeff as well. Jeff and Shannon
And
Buchanan.
now please
Thank you
exhibit
so much.
156.
Over on Cash App, you guys. All this stuff goes right into me being able to get around and travel. Like I said, it's a job, and it's funded by you, the viewers. So all of your contributions, all of the stars, the bits, all of that stuff, it all goes to feed this machine that we're behind right now to help us get our pickle rate up. And our bicubic expression of imagery and cross translateral interdimensional fortitation. I don't know. Just man,
All
enough.
right. All right, folks, the evidence is closed, and
And
you
all
know
that
what? I
the
wanna
video
talk
sucked anyway, like
to,
with or without
lawyers
enhancements.
for
It was a
a
garbage
moment.
view anyway.
I guess I'll ask you to step
Brian
aside
sent
for just a second.
trillions of stars. Brian, thank you so much.
And please don't talk about the
450.
case.
I don't even know what that number is, Brian. Safe to say you win the star donations. Good looking. That pickle talk, man, just so you guys know, was because the judge kept saying instead of pixel, pickle, which was cracking me up. Yeah, so garbage in, garbage out. Yeah. Finally, right? Who knows? Okay, so, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we are now looking at defense is rested. There's no rebuttals. There's no rebuttal of the prosecution's rebuttal. So we should be done with witnesses. We are done with rebuttals, which means we should be going into final statements. And it being 4 o'clock there, I don't know if they're going to go into final statements today or wait until tomorrow.
All right, now you have driven me into submission with your request to argue on Monday, but I'm going to extract something in exchange, which is a cap on the length of your arguments. I figure, well, first of all, we're going to do a more involved discussion on instructions and verdicts. Are there going to be any charges submitted to the jury other than what is in the information?
Prosecution?
Yes. The state will ask for that, yes. How many additional charges are you?
75.
Or request to submit?
I'm not sure if we finalized our request. Certainly,
Judge isn't having it. 138.
3 and 4. I think we could discuss on other counts, but the first degree homicide, first degree intentional homicide, we will ask for all lesser included. The attempted homicide to engage gross rights, we ask for I believe there's only one lesser included. We are not inclined to ask for lesser included on the reckless endangering safety charges. At this moment, we're not inclined to ask for lesser included on count 1 to Mr. Rosenbaum, but I think we need to discuss that more fully.
Okay.
So the reckless endangering
Going to
safety.
be any special instructions other than what you've already submitted, and the
Municipal parking tickets, yeah.
6th count affirmative defense instruction from either side.
I believe the state will be asking.
The lessers, that's new to me. That could be the, yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay.
That could add to, as Danelle Payne says.
Well, the reason I'm asking right now,
That could
I'm
be
not
what
gonna
gets
hold you to this,
some time on that one.
is that I figure that the instruction probably will take.
Did Gage withdraw his testimony? Is it one until it says?
Yeah.
Yes, I would say
easily. And
I didn't see that.
so that leaves how much of the day, since you scared me off from tomorrow because you said, well, the jury will be worn out by the time we get there. So I think, well, I don't want to wear them out on Monday either. So if I'm going to be instructing them for 45 minutes or an hour, that takes us to 10, 10:30.
I don't know if he did.
15 anyway, 10:30. So maybe if you were going to confine your arguments to maybe an hour and a half apiece, is that reasonable?
Very.
Total time.
Immediately,
Total time.
the ADA immediately
State's
was
gonna
like,
need
yeah.
2 hours for our primary, and I'd say half an hour for rebuttal, Your Honor.
No.
Said no.
I had the good fortune
You said no.
to
I don't know about the withdrawing the testimony thing. I just
Be,
saw it. I wasn't sure what that is.
across the street in neighbor. to living across the street to the late Kenneth Grube, United States District Judge. When I was a lad, and Judge Grube was famous for
When
his
I was a
statement
lad.
that the brain cannot absorb what the seat cannot endure. And
Put that on a shirt. The brain cannot endure and
if you don't like that advice,
absorb. The seat cannot
President
endure.
Roosevelt, one of the renowned speakers of the 30s and 40s, when asked by his son for some advice on speaking, said, be sincere, be brief, and be seated. And so the message is loud and clear. Are you saying 2.5 hours to argue your case?
I'm saying that I think that
With that build up.
that the initial closing may take up to 2 hours. I'm not going to aim for 2 hours, Your Honor. Obviously, I understand that, but I want to have the freedom. There are a lot of videos, and we're going to be showing them. So there's going to need to be time for that. It's not just going to be standing up groaning for 2 hours, but there's going to be time when we're going to need several minutes. I don't even know.
Don't you lie to us. You are going to drone.
Which no one's going to be talking. It'll just be playing them. And I certainly don't want to be in a situation where our allotted time for closings, you propose an hour and a half, for example. We do an hour and 10 minutes or whatever to save 20 for rebuttal. I can't possibly budget rebuttal time because I don't know what the rebuttal is going to be.
Yeah,
so
they'll
like
just
that
go to a
to
commercial break, I think, during
put a
his.
cap of 30 minutes or something on it, but I don't want that to come out of the first closing period of time, and I don't want to be limited.
Look at the defense.
I don't want to have to budget that right now out of that.
Looks like
first
Dirty
closing.
Harry.
So,
Keep
if the court
talking.
is
Feeling lucky punk.
inclined to go along with that, then I would propose an hour and a half for our primary closing, an hour and a half for the defense, and then a maximum of 30 minutes for rebuttal.
He said 2 plus 30.
Well, they won't.
Okay.
They won't.
Whatever the time
No.
the court says,
Yeah.
I'll deal with it. I think an hour and a half is adequate.
I want my cheesy purse.
I agree with you that and you make a good point about the number of exhibits. And so I'm going to indulge
How many times have you
total
pissed me
time
off?
of 2.5 hours each side. But with that, I'm usually pretty permissive when people go a little bit longer than they should. I note it to the jury so that the jurors can make their own. If they get annoyed, they get annoyed. But I just warn the people. But I'm going to be a little bit tougher, and I may tell you to just sit down in mid-sentence if it keeps going. No, seriously. And I did it. I did it to one of your one of the DAs that in the last several
He's a
sequences. And
2 hour
in
hard
mid-sentence.
limit.
So
In mid, he's
2.5
basically
hours
saying,
per side, and yours is
I
to
dare you.
allocate as you wish.
so 2.5
So-
hours each, 2 hour limit, hour 35.
We need to come back tomorrow.
69.8
You may
minutes.
send me
124.3.
for
What?
lesser included, and any special instructions or the numbers of those you want. Well, let's get the jurors in, then we'll take care of these details.
Okay. Shoots and ladders with Lisa. Yeah, that's a chance. We're trying to sort that out. So you guys, we might be doing a live tomorrow, live in Kenosha. We are looking at some options for doing a live studio like we have here. But we'll be watching it live, possibly someplace somewhere in Kenosha, where we could have folks come in. We could watch it together. Maybe we'll get a TV set up or something so we can kind of see what's happening in front of us. we're working out the details, guys. But yeah, we'll be in Keno tomorrow. And we're running deep. We got our crew coming. I'm so excited, man. We've got my fam's going to be there, meeting up with my Keno fam. We've got some of our mods will be there. We've got and tons of you guys that have been. Carol Johnson, hey, thank you so much for that contribution. Really, thank you very much. Super excited at this point. I was nervous to go back before at the 1 year, but at this point, I'm really looking forward to it. And so yeah, K-Town tomorrow. I'll be out there for several days. So we'll get a chance to see each other. Maybe we'll get out to the the pumpkin patch. Who knows what we'll do? We're going to get into some stuff, and I'm really looking forward to
folks,
you guys tune in live with me. We'll get a chance to
the
meet
evidence is
Kenosha. If you're not
closed,
from the area and you don't know it,
and,
come hang
we're
out.
going to break for the weekend at this point. The lawyers and I have some work to do tomorrow and to get the case ready for you on Monday. And then I'm going to ask that you return at 9 o'clock on Monday. Even though the evidence is closed, it's still not appropriate for you to discuss anything about the case with anybody.
I like that
not
idea.
Members of your household, not even with other jurors. Even if all 12 of you, all
Ooh, the
18
Stella
of you are
diploma.
in the same place at the same time, you still can't talk
Okay.
about the case. And when you get back on Monday, you can't talk about the case until you've heard my final instructions regarding our law, which will take, I hope, less than an hour. I think that will be true. I think that probably closer to 45 minutes or even a little less maybe. And then we will hear the arguments of the attorneys, and they have graciously agreed that they will not exceed 2.5 hours in duration each, and may be less than that. And so it'll take a good share of Monday. And then the case will be then the procedure will be that we'll use that total
Possibly.
over there, and we'll draw out names of as many jurors as are necessary to get down to 12. And then that'll be our jury that will go into deliberation. And then what happens after that is up to you folks. Any questions about this at all? We're in the final stretch. Please follow the instructions. And don't read, watch, or listen to any
So
of the
tomorrow-
trial. And enjoy the weekend and have a wonderful evening.
Daddy CJ daycare. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Ian White. Good question. So they're not going to be in court tomorrow, is what we're gathered, correct? Are they doing closing arguments tomorrow, and then the jury will have deliberation on Monday? Or are they just saying, hey, take Friday off and judge and attorneys Friday? Okay, so it's just the judge and the attorneys tomorrow. Monday, no courts on Monday. Thank you for the start. Yeah. So what's no? You know what? I'll find out. And I'll post. I'll make sure to post. Because yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'll make sure to bring warm clothes. I don't know what is happening with tomorrow. Jurors come back on Monday, but yeah, I don't think they're not going to do closing statements without the jury. So I didn't get that have a good weekend comment. Yeah. So it's interesting that, today's Veterans Day, correct? Hey Siri. Is today Veterans Day? I'm sorry that I have to ask again. Yeah. So Siri confirmed it. No, I'm just kidding. We started off doing tribute to our veterans. But and then tomorrow, I would imagine that we would have taken tomorrow off or taken today off and gone into tomorrow and carried into Monday. Well, anyway. Well, that changes my the urgency on my travel, but doesn't change my travel plans. So I will be okay. So let's just jump right there. So tomorrow I'll be out in Keno, you guys. I'll be getting in super early in the morning. I thought we'd have court in the morning, so I figured we'd be doing a live broadcast bright and early at 7 a.m. or 9 a.m. Looks like we have some time, so we'll be able to settle in, which will be good. give us time on this weekend to give you some tours of the city, man. We're gonna take some time and go through Keno, man. We're gonna take a look at some of the changes that have been made, talk to folks, meet up with team, and I'm really, like I said, super excited to go back now. I was nervous before, not nervous, but kind of emotionally like held back, and but I'm very much looking forward to heading out there now. And we got a lot of stuff that we're going to be working on and planning. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Judge and attorneys. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see what's up. We definitely have to figure out what's going on with court, but either way, we'll be out there to cover it. Whatever happens, you guys, I'll make sure to put a post up. So make sure you have notifications set up on Facebook, YouTube right now, so that I'll be showing anything they do live. Veronica, you're good. So if the judges and attorneys are in court tomorrow, whatever's happening with the case tomorrow, I will be covering it. So, so don't worry about that. We're good. We're good. We're on that. Just a matter of where I'm going to be covering it from. But I know that'll be out in Kenosha because I'm flying into Chicago early tomorrow morning. Late tonight, I fly out of Seattle. So, it's funny. I buy these discount tickets because, I got to stretch my pennies. So I do one-way tickets. So I bought a one-way ticket from Seattle to Chicago with like a hidden city thing. Shout out to Skip Lagged. If you guys want some, I need to go ahead and hold that on as like a sponsor. Maybe they'll go ahead and hook me up because I get all my stuff through Skip Lagged. It's an app and you can find some really affordable airfare, but you got to really kind of know how to juggle it. So I'll be flying into Chicago. I don't have a return ticket purchased yet, so we're leaving it open for options. Who knows where we'll end up going and what we'll end up seeing and what we'll end up doing. So not because I think that we're going to be there like we were the first time I got to Kenosha, which is where it ended up a week of the week that we were in Kenosha in August, where things got crazy. I don't foresee that being the situation. I do know that there's a lot of things I want to see, a lot of people I want to see, a lot of folks to hug. And Jenny, who knows? Maybe we'll make our way to Minnesota. I know we'll meet up with Drew while we're out there. We had talked a little bit about driving in together next week, but with my team coming in and everything, and everyone's going to be there, so we're all trying to meet up together and get into town. So yeah, we got a lot to look forward to, man. I'm excited. I'm stoked that today cut a little early. It gives me a chance to get everything ready. I still have to fly out tonight, like I said, so I still have to pack up everything, figure out what I'm going to do, and make sure to get all my warm weather gear because apparently it is cold out there. Man, yeah. So we'll see. But I did have this video, and I want to see if it pulled up here. Let me see that before we jump off. Apparently we had where we at here? Where we at? I'm not sure if it's saved into well, let's pull this up. Apparently so Gage went on where we at over here? Gage Grosskreutz went on to what show was it this morning? Just trying to find it right now. He did his first interview with I'm trying to find it here. We're going to take a quick look at it though, because I'm curious to hear what he had to say. So sit tight. We're going to actually take a look at something real fast. Good Morning America. Yes, I'm going to pull that up real fast. And we'll take a look at it together. Yeah, boom, right there. Okay, boom, 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 boom. But we want to make sure we're not doing anything. Here we go. All right, guys. Thanks for sitting tight. Here we go. Okay, here we go. So for those that are still here with us, the defense is on the stand. Defense is on stand? What? No, I don't think so. Yeah, let's just make sure we're not missing anything. No, they released the jury, and I think we're good. But I've got this video queued up for you here. No, they're doing a recap. If that's what you're thinking, they're doing a recap of the day. So yeah, that's a recap. You're good. So back into our show here. Stop screen. Paya. We're gonna go ahead and share this one here. And all right, cool. And this is Gage on
now with an
Good Morning
ABC
America.
News exclusive with Gage Grosskreutz, the sole survivor shot by Kyle Rittenhouse. After an explosive day in court with Rittenhouse breaking down on the stand, Grosskreutz joins us alongside his attorney, Kimberly Motley, in his first interview since his dramatic testimony in the murder trial. Gage and Kimberly, thank you both so much for joining me this morning. And Gage, I want to start with you. You were shot in the arm by Kyle Rittenhouse during the protest in Kenosha, Wisconsin last year, while the other two men he shot that night died. With Rittenhouse taking the stand, what did you think of his testimony?
Well, I think anytime you see your would-be murderer on the stand, it's emotional.
And what was your reaction to him breaking down and crying on the stand?
To me, it seemed like a child who had just gotten caught doing something that he wasn't supposed to. More upset that he was caught and less upset about what he had done and what he had taken and the numerous lives that he affected through his actions that night.
And Kimberly, as Gage's lawyer, what is your take on what we've seen and heard in the courtroom so far?
Well, I think that it should be recognized that, Mr. Rittenhouse was an active shooter.
I'm going to pause that right there. Just because I want to make sure I'm playing the game right here when it comes to rebroadcast stuff. So what do you think about him being an active shooter? Like when you think about what an active shooter is, if you weren't there seeing what happened, would you feel that, that he would be an active shooter? Is that something you'd identify Gage as? And also how do we feel about his testimony? I'm sure he's going through it. You know what I mean? It's got to be rough, this reliving this experience. And then I'm sure that was terrifying for him, regardless of what you think about what happened there. It's a scary moment, man. Real talk. I was 25 feet away, 20 feet away, whatever. And it scared the hell out of me. But man, this guy literally, this guy Gage, like he legitimately, like, if you're thinking about what happened here, a gun, no matter reasons that got you there, his arm legit is right here, was gone, right? Blown, the bicep was gone. And his face, as he was right here, wherever his body was, whatever angle his arm was at, whatever, is right here. Like that is, can you imagine that bullet hits you in the face and takes off? Man, scary. That's scary. So, he's there and he's got to go, he's got the rest of his life to think about this, and as far as what his, but I'm curious. I haven't watched this yet, so I don't know exactly what, when you get into major broadcasting, if they try to paint a narrative, you know what I mean? So not an active shooting moment, as people say. I just remember helping him. I was so scared. Yeah, Kim Wilson. Yeah. So let's see a little bit more of what they're talking about here.
And that it's important that I believe, as
can you guys hear that?
Gage has said, that some of his testimony was extremely inconsistent. He was not, I believe, in imminent fear of danger for his own life. Gage acted and he was not threatening Mr. Rittenhouse. Mr. Rittenhouse rewrapped his gun with Gage.
Which Kyle Rittenhouse testified that he didn't. He said that he didn't re-rack his gun, that he looked down at it, but he didn't actually pull back the slide on the top, the rack on top. So I am I going to show the video? I don't know if I'm able to show this in video in its entirety, so I'll pull up clips as it's playing. But we'll listen through right now. Okay, we'll listen through. So just bear with me. We're here. We're still on though, which is good. Did you forget to switch the video? CJTV Media LLC. This is Gage's attorney and Gage Grosskreutz that are speaking right now.
And I think that's really, really important that, people need to pay attention to the inconsistent statements from the active shooter or the defendant.
One of the things there too is when they looked for the casing on the ground, they said that if he had re-racked it, that it would have discharged one of the bullets. But based off the number of shots fired and the number of bullets in the clip, if the clip was full, there was only 4, 5, 6, 7 shots fired. I believe that what they said was that there would have been another bullet missing from that clip if it was a full clip had he re-racked it, right? Which is how we're looking at this, right? So I think that was when they were talking about the forensics of it all and the ballistic specialists and all the things that came in and all the people they were bringing into, there's 8 fired, Bella is saying. Okay. So we had 4 at Rosenbaum, and then we had 2 at Jump Kick Man. That's right. 4 at Rosenbaum, 2 at Jump Kick Man. And then you had Huber and Gage. So that's 8 shots fired. When they're saying there should have been 9 bullets missing had he re-racked, because it would have cleared a round from the chamber. And compliments of, what was it, Heather? The firearm experts, if you guys remember Heather, she was on point, man. She was killing it.
Rittenhouse.
And Gage, you testified and you were injured, but you testified you thought you were going to die that night. Talk to me about what was going through your mind in those moments.
I mean, there's a million things that run through your mind when somebody's pointing a rifle at you after just having murdered somebody. First and foremost, I was concerned for my safety. First and foremost, I never lost sight of who I am. I'm not somebody who takes a life. I've made a life out of protecting and preserving life, not taking it.
And speaking of protection, you said that you carried a gun for protection that night and that you pointed it at Kyle Rittenhouse. Why did you point your gun at him?
I'm all for the Second Amendment, American citizens' right to bear arms. And I think that during cross-examination, it's hard to say what you want to say. I do believe that in that photo, given the right narrative, one could suggest that, yes, I was pointing my weapon at the defendant. But when you play it as a movie or look at different stills, my arm was being vaporized as I was allegedly pointing my weapon at the defendant. It's completely inconsistent.
Okay. We're talking to facts. All right, right. That's what we're doing right now. We're talking about facts. That's straight up what we're talking about. He said, and again, doesn't matter if you have a bias here. It doesn't matter. We're talking facts. These are just the facts. Gage said, he said in his testimony, right? He said that when they asked, and we could pull this up, I'm sure someone has dialed in. Am I accurate in saying that he didn't pull the trigger until you pointed your gun at him? And Gage said yes. It's tough. I mean, like he said, other people could pick it apart point by point. You know what I mean? Different angles, different pickolations, all that action. The recount of his experience is inconsistent. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt and appreciate that it was a traumatic experience, and I'm sure it was probably hard for him to recall all of the intricacies of what happened. But I mean, you say one thing, man, that's what was said. I'm just honestly, man, Engage if he ever hears this, whatever. I'm just glad you made it, bro. Honestly, I'm very glad. So happy that you survived. Comments will say what they'll say. People feel what they feel. But to you, man, I'm so grateful, and I pray about it that how grateful I am that you survived, no matter the circumstances that brought you to that point, and everything else that's come up in court here. For me personally, I would have lived with that the rest of my life, knowing that you, having watched that, because they're still dealing with Huber and everything else that happened that evening. But to the point, you lived, man, and thank God for that. We don't have any, like I said before, I don't have any skin in the game. If the lawsuit works out, whatever happens, and there's so much more at play here, that's for him and him alone, for you and you alone, Gage. And if you get that money, good on you, man. Good on you. That's not about any of us. None of us have anything. Nobody has anything to do with that. That's between you and your lawsuit, man. So, but let's listen to more of what has to be. What are you saying over here? So, but we're gonna go audio on this one, okay, guys?
Since with the physiology of my wound, that he would have shot me while my weapon was pointed at his head.
So here you're allowed to say whatever you feel like you need to say. So you're saying that you actually you weren't pointing your gun at him. Is that what you're saying?
That's absolutely what I'm saying, yes.
Gage, what do you want people to?
What? Like, what? What? Why? Okay, why? I got to back that up. Listen, did you hear what he just said? Because you're allowed to say, as he said, you can say whatever you want here.
His head.
So here you're allowed to say whatever you feel like you need to say.
Here you're allowed to say whatever you feel like you need to say. Wouldn't court be the most priority on the list of places where you say not just what you want, but what really happened? In court, in a court of law, when you've got someone who's facing a life sentence and 165 years and all these other things. In court, I would under oath imagine under oath that what you said there would be the most factual recollection that you possibly have of the events that took place. But for the question, for this to be posed and prefaced with
his head.
So here you're allowed to say whatever you feel like you need to say.
Whatever you need to say. And then what he says is this.
So you're saying that you actually you weren't pointing your gun at him. Is that what you're saying?
That's absolutely what I'm saying, yes.
Okay, well, here we go. Here, apparently on this program on Good Morning America, it's different than court. I guess, people were allowed to say what we want to say. So, whereas in court, you're trapped by the bounds of honesty, as we would hope, right? As a sworn oath of telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's where you say the truth. But apparently, as he just prefaced the question, but here you can say what you want to say, not what you have to say based on an oath that you're pledging to tell the truth. But here's what you want to say. Again, I don't have any invested stake in the course of the case. Like I said, I'm not anybody other than a human being that experienced what I experienced during the course of the proceedings of this case, the things that led up to this case. But come on, man, like we've been watching this trial. You guys, man, we've been in here for the grind, right? We've been watching it just as much as anyone else. We're on it's Thursday today. We've been in chair since Tuesday. We weren't here Monday. Apologies, because I wasn't trying to get involved with jury selection. It wasn't a big deal to me. But we had Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. These are 8-hour days at least that we put in. So, well, I mean, you guys were like 70 hours into this. And I'd love to know that what we've been watching is honest recollections from people. Again, he's saying what he wants to say here, and maybe that's because he needs to say what he wants to say, what he needs to say, maybe not what he has to say, but what he needs to say in order to get that lawsuit to go through. I don't know. You know what I mean? Who knows? Who knows why we've seen two different stories of what happened? Because, and here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna dive a bit deeper here. Into this into this evaluation or viewpoint that we say here. Yeah, let's see if we can pull that up real quick. So we're going to pull this up real fast. And then we'll go back to that one. And I don't know if this is the one, but I'm gonna look into it real fast. We'll see. So bear with me for a minute here.
Engage. What do you want people to know about this case and what happened that night that they may not already know or think that they know?
I think the most important thing to remember is that Kyle Rittenhouse was an active shooter. He murdered 2 men, and he attempted to murder me.
Engage, Kimberly, thank you both so much for joining me this morning. I really appreciate your time.
So not much to be said there. Now I'm curious in this other one that I'm looking at here. Oh, here we go. All right, I found it. Good deal. One second, let me get this. All right, here we go. All right, cool. So, let's do this here real fast. I'm gonna pull this one down here. Boom. We're gonna do 2 things here. First thing we're gonna do is go back into this video here of Gage. Okay, talking. Here we go. So let's do this real fast. Thanks for bearing with me, y'all. Here we go.
His head.
So here you're allowed to say whatever you feel like you need to say. So you're saying that you actually you weren't pointing your gun at him. Is that what you're saying?
That's absolutely what I'm saying, yes.
Okay, well, let's take a look at this.
Engage.
Let's and now we have this one right here. Boom. And now we're going to go ahead and take a look at this one right here. I'm getting better at this, y'all. I'm getting better. I'm getting better. Where we at? Boom. And we'll go boom. And
Grosskreuz's actions leading to the shooting.
When you were standing 3 to 5 feet from him, it wasn't until you pointed your gun at him, advanced on him with your gun, now your hands down, pointed at him, that he fired, right?
Correct.
Defense attorney.
okay. I don't even know what to do with that. It's whatever, man. At this point, the jury heard what they heard. It's very different than what's being said out here. And I mean, get paid, bro. Get paid. I'm not paying. I know anyone else here, but if you get that money, get that money, so. But we just saw 2 different stories. I mean, literally point. Did you point your gun at him? No. Did you point your gun at him? Is that when you pulled the trigger on you? Yes. As they said in Good Morning America, here you can say what you want to say. Did you point your gun at him? No. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Did you point your gun at him before he pulled the trigger? Yes. Can we just get the facts, man? You know what I mean? Just it's sad. It's sad. Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to dwell on that too long. Kaylin, that's not how it works. Kaylin, the jury's not allowed to see anything having to do with this case, any testimonies, anything like that, And what was said on the stand is what the jury needed to hear for the case, because those are the things that were sworn in under oath. Hey, give us the truth. Just give us the truth. That's what we want. We just want the truth. And that's it. It would be a lot easier if we didn't have to rely on ulterior motives for people. Like we've seen in this case many a times already, you know what I mean? Most predominantly. Oh, Sam. You know what? I don't hold any, again, no stake in the game there. You know what I mean? Whatever happens with with Car Source and with anything that they're trying to accomplish financially or otherwise. I think what they're trying to avoid, though, when they were doing their testimony about not asking any of the militia folk, anyone militia-esque individuals to be out there, is avoiding any kind of prosecution that might come their way for lawsuits based off of asking people and offering money to people that ended up endangering people's lives and taking people's lives. So maybe Gage is looking to go after them. Maybe Gage has an idea that if they end up I don't know. Well, the attorney asked flat out. He said, "Hey, will the outcome of this case affect your lawsuit, your $10 million lawsuit?" Yes, was the answer. Yes. So, there you have it. It is what it is. We've got Monday. Apparently tomorrow we got tentatively set up notifications, because it looks like tomorrow we'll be back on live in Kenosha covering the events in Kenosha. If it is just the attorneys and the judge tomorrow, then it'll be just the attorneys and the judge. Tanisha, thank you for that post of the Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Thank you for everyone that's contributed so far to getting me out to Keno and to being out there for not just the verdict, but for Kenosha. We're going to be out there. We're going to showcase Kenosha and really give you guys a chance to look at how beautiful the place really is. So I encourage you to tune in, even if you're just tuning in for the court case. We're going to take a look at the city that was affected by this case and the reality of the streets that these fires were started on. So, and I, again, appreciate everybody who's been so incredibly supportive, man. So incredibly supportive. You guys have been just amazing. Not just with becoming supporters and subscribers and helping with the stars and contributions, but I mean like the emotional support as well. You guys have been phenomenal in doing great things to help not just me, but so many people process through this. You know what I mean? Nelly, I don't know what you're going for there. Over on YouTube. If it's pejorative, we can go ahead and just block her out or that person out. I don't know. We don't have room for any knuckleheads in our hustle over here, do we, guys? We have a solid foundation of people in here that, whether we agree with each other or not, we're not attacking each other. We're not tearing people down. We're here to build people up, have good discord, have good conversations, and have a chance to share opinions and appreciate one another for the fact that we are different. And I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to all conversations that lead towards better understanding. Whether or not you agree with the person, as long as you can better understand them, that's the course of life, man. We got a no knucklehead rule here. No knuckleheads allowed. Yeah. But those are times we are brazen AF, yo. Let the judge know. Man. Yep. So we're gonna go ahead and cut out. Tell everybody thank you again for becoming supporters, sponsor, and subscribers. We'll be doing a lot of supporter only stuff. And by that I mean we're going to be doing some Zoom meetings with the supporters. We'll be doing some live feeds with supporters and subscribers over on YouTube and supporters on Facebook. So come and jump in, man. We got a good gig. We were online last night for a couple hours, running over the theatrical lineup for the cast of the Rittenhouse case. We had a lot of fun. We had the chance to have some conversation and do a Q&A, which was a lot of fun. So I definitely recommend And I definitely recommend you come over and become a supporter. Join the supporter group on Facebook. Not only does it benefit me in a great way because it helps me know forward planning as to where I can go, what I can do, and how we're going to be able to make this work. But also, it gives you an opportunity to be a part of Ron Perlman. Ooh, good call. I'm with you on that one, Jennifer Samuels. Well played. But it gives us a chance to, to keep the thing alive here. So yeah, I'm stoked. I'm very stoked. And Tanisha has that pinned right there, how to become a supporter. Once I close out, you guys can click on that. And I believe it'll take you right into the supporter link. Supporter of the show, Billy Bice, a supporter of the show. We are a publicly funded outfit here. So without you guys' support, I'm not able to do this because I'd have to shut this down and spend what time I would have been not doing this. I'd be doing something else, which wouldn't be this, and it would be doing that just to keep the lights on and keep food in my mouth and feeding my little puppy over here. So you guys, all that money makes a big difference. All the contributions feeds a dog, feeds me, feeds the monster that is over my head here, and you guys are great. So I'm gonna let you go. 9 days equals 24 hours times 8, or do you mean 9 times 8, which is 72 to 3? Brian, what? It was 8 days, which was 64, with the compilation of overlap hours because we carried over, which I added another 6 because we carried for a few hours last night and a few hours on the other days, put us at 70. So if you want to check math, boom, mic drop, homie. That's how we do it. Cindy Wilson, who do I use for flights? Anybody, but skip lagged. I'm going to put this in here, man. And anyone wants to skip lagged for me, maybe I can become a make sure I'm spelling right. I think it's skip, SKIPLAGGED. Skip lagged. Bio. Yeah, go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and throw the skip lagged here. I think that'll show up on your guys's. Maybe they can jump in as a sponsor. That'd be great. Help us get to some places, without having to worry about I'll tell you guys what, like I've had some funny experiences with travel, traveling on a budget for the show. When I made it out to, I was in North Carolina, I slept in the trunk of the car twice. And I say the trunk of the car because I couldn't lay down in the front seat and I was too big for the back seat. So I laid down in the back seat and just kind of laid into the trunk. And by the time I woke up, I'm like balled up in the back of this, compact, car rental is crazy expensive right now, man. Well, I mean, it's not as bad as it was, but it's still not as good as it should be or as it was before. But yeah, it's crazy stuff. Crazy. I got woke up by a guy who's like, you can't be here, man. But I couldn't get out of the trunk. I think my hoodie or something was snagged on something there and going through the seat. So I was like, hey man, could you reach in and pop the trunk? And so he popped the trunk for me and I had to climb out of the trunk and there was a whole lineup of people getting ready to go into the office that I was parked in front of in North Carolina. And everyone's like, what the hell just happened, man? It's like, oh, it's so damn hot in there. But either way, yeah, there's plenty of stories I could tell you about the travel. Oh man, the airport sleeping, and yeah, I can borrow your truck. And Angie, don't say that. Angie says I can borrow her truck and mattress. And Kelly Welker, I don't know what I mean. Lucky to be white. I don't know if luck had anything to do with it. You know what I mean? Both my mom and dad were white, so I'm white. That's just how it worked out. And we all live the life we live based off of the life we're living. So not exactly lucky at times. I was very much the minority in the neighborhood that I grew up in and got handed a few ass whoopings based on the fact that I was I was this guy in a neighborhood that wasn't at a time 100% accepting of that look. And so I had to really keep my head on a swivel at times, and I was definitely subject to people who weren't appreciating the fact that I was white and whatnot. Now, Kelly, you're good, but I get what you're saying because people talk a lot about white privilege and things of that nature, which I've never seen. I'm sure I'm going to get hate for this, but I haven't seen a situation where like I've been in a car and been pulled over and they've been like, you can go, you're white. You, however, can't because you're a person of color. So you're going to stick around. I I've had racially charged things said to me many times. I've been attacked for being white. I don't hold ill will towards people because, again, like I said, there's a connection to me for other people, maybe not to me personally, but to what I represent to them that might elicit hurt in them or anger for whatever reason. And sometimes people just project that out onto what they see. And I get it. Like I said, like I had a roommate once, and their daughter was deathly afraid of dogs, terrified of dogs. Just her upbringing, the way she was conditioned to think. So when she saw my little dog, my little Cocker Spaniel Shih Tzu, this little guy, non-threatening as anything, she was terrified. Wouldn't even come in the house if he wasn't like locked in a bedroom or put behind a barricade of some type. And in that, I was like, no, he's fine, he's good. And she was like, no, I can't, I'm not, nope, never. And I was like, well, it's really sad that you're that afraid. But it wasn't because of my dog personally. Like, she had no personal experience with my dog, but what he represented to her. And in that, I understand that there's people that attach this look to certain things that have happened in their life that trigger things for them. And I don't hold ill will to them for that. Like, I got thick skin. Well, I'll say that. I got very thick skin. I just am at a point where all right, you can't come after my mods. Yeah, you can go ahead and kick him out. You're good. Anyway, okay, I got it. I handled it. So yeah, I get it. I understand it. There's a certain amount of people that his problem is he can't comment anymore, Steph, because he's gone. So I get it, but like I said, I've been beat up for being a white kid in the neighborhood. You know what I mean? Jit's is sleeping, y'all. Passed out. I'm not gonna wake him up. And so I don't, it is what it is. And I don't know their life or what they've gone through, so it's not for me to go ahead and point fingers. So, but it is tough because it hurts when I know that what I love is people on a human level. I give zero credence. I don't care what your skin color is, what religion you are, what political stance you take. I don't care. If a human's a human, and if you're a good human, we're cool, man. If you're a garbage bag of a human being, I really do not care what you look like or what you sound like or how you vote, how you walk, how you dance. I don't care about any of that. If you're a garbage bag of a human being, guess what? I don't want anything. I don't want to be around you. I don't want anything to do with you. You're just a garbage bag of a human being. There you go. Be a garbage bag. That's the nicest euphemism I can use, as a garbage bag. But again, I've seen, I've had to shut. It's just crazy. I've seen some crazy shit. We all have, so, I'm just fishing for Barry McCockner's money. Yeah, it's how you treat me and others. And, and that's what it comes down to. It's the content of your character, not the color of your skin. Can we just get down to the brass tacks? Really, all this other stuff, content of your character, man. Who are you? What do you do? What are you contributing? What are you offering as a part of you to the world in which you live in, that we could all accept and appreciate? You know what I mean? And a lot of times, even if you don't have something to contribute, man, sometimes you're the one that needs the contribution. So we as people need to find those folks and, add a little light, add a little love, add a little bit of a touch of joy to their life. See if we can't help spread that. Pickle Rick, where we're at. Yeah. So, yeah, long goodbyes here. Sorry, I came in late, guys. Again, I apologize for being in late. Because I really wasn't feeling good, but it's good to know that I have a little more time now to get myself put together, get ready for the flight, and we'll be heading out to Keno, and I'll be seeing you guys all live from Kenosha tomorrow. I might tune in for some of my travel tonight if you guys want to tune in late, because it's going to be a long one. So yeah, don't be a dick. Well said, Cindy. No kerfuffles, Mari. So yeah, you guys stay tuned, tune in, become a supporter. I do a lot. I do travel streams with my supporters as well. So if you want to jump in and kind of just roll with me while I'm heading to the airport, at the airport, dealing with people in my daily life, there you go. So I love you guys. And favorite food, I don't really know, man. I'm a big Italian. I love Italian food. Love it. It's good. So I'm looking forward to everyone out there. So you guys be good. Be good to yourself, be good to each other, and I'll be seeing you here very soon. Big shout out to the mods today for keeping it on the grind, and to my fam, my sister Shama, for jumping in at the beginning here and giving me a chance to kind of collect myself a bit before I hopped on today. You're gonna see all of us, the majority of us, some of us, out there in Keno together, and I'm really just excited for it. So I love you guys, and we'll be talking.